Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. This guy. Mihari pressed her lips together before picking up her own copy of the script. As she read, an expression of confusion appeared on her face. The script. While it seemed fine in every aspect, it felt strangely dull. There was no central plot, just a character named Okabe Rintaro and his friends going about their daily lives. Some of the scenes even seemed a little random. Even though it introduced the concept of a time machine, it mostly just felt like an ordinary slice of life story. Of course, the dialogue and character portrayal were flawless. But it wasn't particularly exciting or groundbreaking. At least, it wasn't the level of genius Ikifumi had shown in his past works. Did he rush it so much that the quality dropped? With that thought, Mihari couldn't help but ask, Ikifumi-sensei, this story. But before she could finish, Manano cut her off. Mihari. Mihari turned to Madame with a puzzled look. Don't jump to conclusions before finishing a story. She had only read the first few chapters herself, but years of experience told her that there was something more to this script. Those seemingly out-of-place moments couldn't be meaningless. Like in Puella Magi Madoka Magica, where the foreshadowing all tied together in the end. This story must be using a similar method. Of course, she only had this thought because the writer was Ikifumi. She had witnessed his genius too many times. If they could see these supposed flaws, then there was no way he hadn't noticed them. Yet, he was still so confident. Which meant, this story wasn't as simple as it seemed. With that realization, Manano spoke. This story is far from ordinary. Even if she didn't yet understand why, she had no hesitation in making that claim. Did she figure it out already? Noticing that she had only reached chapter 4, Ikifumi glanced at Manano in surprise. No wonder she became an editor-in-chief at this age. She's sharp. He said nothing more and returned to his game. Mihari, feeling guilty, nodded. Sorry, Chief Manano-san. I'm not the one who needs the apology. Just keep reading. Mihari nodded and continued. Though the story remained seemingly uneventful, she held back her complaints, keeping Madame's words in mind. Then, she reached episode 12. The setting, Future Gadget Lab. Characters, Okabe Rintaro, Makai Skurasu, Shiname Yuri, Amon Sazua. Time. Dialogue. Mihari's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. What? Is this? Did she miss something? Why did things suddenly take this turn? Confusion, disbelief, frustration. Manano, reading at the same pace, froze as well. She quickly skimmed the remaining chapters in one go. Then, she looked up, her expression complicated. Ikifumi-sensei, what's the title of this work? Ikifumi grinned. Stein's Gate. Chapter 148, Stein's Gate? Manano nodded thoughtfully, recalling a famous line from the story, this is the choice of Stein's Gate. But why was it called that? Perhaps sensing her curiosity, Ikifumi explained, Stein's meaning Stone of Fate is derived from the famous physicist Albert Einstein's Einstein name. The story's logic is heavily based on Einstein's theory of relativity. Doesn't the title fit perfectly? It absolutely does. Manano smiled, feeling a wave of admiration. If someone were to watch only the first 12 episodes, they might find them slow, even a bit boring. But once the latter half unfolds, everything clicks into place. Every moment leads to an inevitable, jaw-dropping revelation. Everything is intricately connected, like an Ouroboros the snake devouring its own tail, forming a seamless, harmonious, and perfect loop. No logical inconsistencies, no forced plot twists, everything unfolds naturally. Even the final resolution feels like the only possible outcome. Manano was certain she could never come up with such a flawless conclusion, no matter how hard she tried. Even as an experienced editor who had read countless stories, she couldn't possibly conceive such an intricate plot. As expected of you, Ikifumi-sensei. The impact of this story rivals the first time I saw the ending of Madoka Magica. Ikifumi chuckled and shook his head. Hearing that from you, Manano-san, is the highest praise I could ask for. But, did you really come up with this story just recently? Manano asked curiously. Ikifumi smirked. Of course not. I've had this idea for a long time. I once wondered what would the world be like if a time machine truly existed. That thought became the foundation of the story. I jotted down the initial concepts and an outline back then. I was so passionate about it that I even studied a bunch of scientific literature on the subject. When you mentioned needing a new project last time, it reminded me of this story, so I decided to bring it out. Manano gave a wry smile. If I remember correctly, Akifumi-sensei. You're still just a second-year high school student, right? A high schooler, casually reading scientific papers for fun, analyzing them, and applying them to a work of fiction. Just thinking about it made her realize the stark difference between people's capabilities. At that moment, Mihari, who had just put down the script, overheard their conversation. With a puzzled expression, she blurted out, "Wait, isn't Akifumi-sensei supposed to be bad at studying?" "Bad at studying? Me? Since when did I ever say that?" Akifumi's head was full of question marks. "Well, you never said it outright." Mihari scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. "But you spend so much time drawing manga, there's no way you have time to study, right?" Her implication was clear. If he was this dedicated to manga, surely, he had no time for academics. Akifumi rolled his eyes dramatically. "Have you ever considered that I already finished learning all the high school material?" "Huh?" Mihari was stunned. Manano chuckled. "Oh, Mihari, didn't you know? Fans have already exposed the truth. Even I know that Akifumi-sensei has been ranked first in his grade since middle school." Mihari gaped. "He's been first place the whole time?" "Of course. And that's not even the most impressive part. Word has it that, with his skills, he could easily pass the entrance exam for the University of Tokyo's Science Division 2? Science Division 2? Was this guy even human?" Mihari stared at Akifumi like she was looking at some kind of alien life form. "Is that for real?" Akifumi smirked. "Of course not." "Phew." Mihari let out a sigh of relief. She knew it. If he were really that much of a genius, why waste time drawing manga? If he studied politics, wouldn't he have a much brighter future? Sure, manga artists could earn good money, but in terms of social status, that was a different story. In front of powerful figures, a manga artist was just a passing entertainment. If they were in a good mood, they'd call you sensei. If not, you were nothing. "Well, don't worry." Mihari patted Akifumi's shoulder encouragingly. "Even if you can't get into Science Division 2, with your track record, you'll definitely make it into Tokyo University." Akifumi sighed, looking exasperated. "Mihari, did you misunderstand something?" "Huh? I meant that Science Division 2 is too easy. Science Division 3 is more my level." Mihari's brain short-circuited. Did I hear that right? Was he saying the fans had actually underestimated him? Even she knew how impossibly difficult Science Division 3 was. Tokyo University's Science Division 3, its medical school, was nicknamed the Aliens Playground because it was so absurdly competitive. The entire university admitted 3,000 students per year, but the medical school took only 100. Because of its insane difficulty, even top-tier students with no interest in medicine would challenge it just for the bragging rights. It was the single hardest academic challenge in the country. No contest. If Science Division 2 was considered hell mode, then Science Division 3 was the kind of difficulty that made 99% of students break down in tears just from glancing at the exam paper. Mihari was still reeling when Akifumi casually dropped another bombshell. "Last year, Science Division 2 had a deviation score of 75.6, right? I only scored 82. Even Akifumi himself felt nostalgic recalling it. Looking back, he had no idea what had possessed him to take Tokyo University's self-study entrance exam in high school. Maybe his school's exams were just too easy? Then why didn't you just go for Science Division 3? Mihari exclaimed. Wouldn't it be a waste not to try the highest difficulty? Let's not talk about this anymore. Mihari suddenly felt the crushing weight of her own mediocrity. The struggles of an average student, could a genius like him even comprehend them? Her eyes welled up with tears. Even Minano twitched slightly at this revelation. This kid passed the Science Division 2 exam while still in his first year of high school? If he had taken the Science Division 3 exam instead, did that mean he actually had a chance of passing? Wait. Was pursuing a career in manga actually holding him back? Minano found herself seriously contemplating this. Weren't we supposed to be discussing the script? Akifumi finally brought everyone back to reality. How did we even start talking about my grades? You tell us. Mihari averted her gaze awkwardly, almost whistling in an attempt to play it cool. Anyway, Minano-san, you still haven't given your final verdict on the script. Does it meet the requirements for approval? Minano sighed, shaking her head. If this script doesn't pass, I'd have to assume there's a traitor in the animation department. It's phenomenal. Absolutely incredible. In fact, I'd say it's on the same level as Madoka Magica True Masterpiece. Okifumi smiled. Then I can rest easy. Not that he had ever been worried, but hey, formalities mattered. As for the character designs, I'll bring them in soon. I should have them ready in a few days after New Year's. Minano's eyes lit up. If you're personally handling the designs, Okifumi-sensei, then that's even better. Minano grinned. I was just thinking about how to ask you for help. You bringing it up yourself really saves me a lot of trouble. After all, this anime is on a tight schedule, right? Okifumi chuckled. When I was writing the script, the character designs were already forming in my mind. It's just a matter of putting them down on paper. If someone else handled the designs and they ended up different from what he envisioned, it would completely ruin the experience. Not to mention, as the scriptwriter for Steins Gate, discussing character designs was inevitable. It was just easier to take full responsibility for it himself. Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your hard work, Okifumi-sensei. Just as he reached the door, Okifumi paused. By the way, if the goal is to win awards, I don't think we should release this series in the usual way. A weekly episode release wouldn't do Steins Gate any favors. Even if word of mouth could boost its popularity later, too many viewers would drop out in the beginning due to its slow start. And if it took too long to gain traction, it might even affect its chances at awards. Hearing this, Minano froze for a moment before musing. Okifumi-sensei, are you suggesting? How about releasing the first 12 episodes all at once? That way, even if some viewers find the beginning slow, the binge-watch factor will draw in more people. And those who finish all 12 episodes will likely go online to discuss it, sharing their excitement. With that kind of buzz, the viewers who initially dropped it might be curious enough to come back. As Okifumi explained, Minano's eyes grew brighter, and she nodded firmly. Got it. I'll bring up your suggestion to the team. Since this is my first project as a screenwriter, I really want it to start strong. Okifumi smiled. I'll leave it in your hands then. Don't worry, Okifumi-sensei. Waving goodbye, Okifumi left. Time flew by. Holidays always seem to pass faster than regular days. Before he knew it, it was the last day of the year. Ariri's father had left in a hurry, as usual. And, as expected, the girl had come over to draw and mooch some food. However, today, she left earlier than usual, around 5 p.m. If I don't go home now, Mom will be all alone. She explained. That would be way too sad. Even with Ariri gone, there were still 4 people left in the house. You hesitated before speaking. I'm sorry to intrude on such an important day. You don't have any relatives in Tokyo, right? Mahiru said with a gentle smile. Celebrating the new year together makes it more fun. Want some Baumkuchen? Mashiro held out a piece of her precious cake to her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Mashiro. As Yor unwrapped it and took a huge bite, Mashiro remained frozen in place, still holding out her hand. It was as if she'd turned to stone. Clearly, in her mind, Yor was supposed to politely decline, and she would have just been making a token offer. Then, the cake would have ended up back in her own stomach. But reality had betrayed her expectations. Okifumi chuckled and ruffled the girl's hair. Mashiro, who had been staring blankly at the spot where her cake used to be, suddenly looked up at him with tearful eyes, pitifully. All right, here's another one. The moment she received the replacement cake, her expression brightened as if a storm had passed. You guys go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I need to do some work. Okay. Back in his room, Okifumi booted up his computer and logged into SNS. He began drafting a post a New Year's gift for his fans. After setting it to be published at a scheduled time, he left the room. The hours passed quickly. At exactly 8 p.m., fans who had sworn they wouldn't care couldn't help but unlock their phones and check SNS. They found the Warrior of Love and Hope in their following list, clicked, and checked for the latest post. How has everyone's holiday been? Having fun? Only 4 hours left until the new year. Are there any regrets from this past year? Well, regrets are inevitable. But as long as we work hard in the new year, we can always improve ourselves. I firmly believe that. So, I wish you all a wonderful new year, filled with happiness and no regrets. That's it for my message. Now, here's a special gift I've prepared for you. Hope it makes you smile. Link, click to view, image, click to enlarge, but instead of clicking the link, fans first tapped on the image. Their eyes widened in delight. The illustration was predominantly red and white, divided into 3 sections. At the top, the characters from Anohana stood in a circle, dressed in festive red outfits, peering down into a well. Below them, Minma, in a red dress, beamed up at them with a joyful, celebratory expression. In the middle section, The four magical girls from Madoka Magica stood together, all except Madoka dressed in elegant white kimono, hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed. Above them, Madoka's signature ribbon glowed with a radiant light. At the bottom, Willem and Kthli from World End wore traditional red attire, standing hand in hand with other fairies, gazing at the sky. The entire background was enveloped by Madoka's ethereal silhouette. Fans flooded the comments. "This is amazing. I'm tearing up seeing such a heartwarming scene. Sensei, you didn't have to include a link. This illustration alone is the perfect New Year's gift. This artwork fulfills all my dreams for these 3 series. Sadly, dreams are all they'll ever be. The new outfits are adorable. I'm losing my mind over the cuteness. I need figures of them in these outfits next year. Wait. Why only these 3 series? Your lie in April, excuse me, am I a joke to you? Your lie in April, guess I really was the odd one out, huh? Looking at these 3 series, it's obvious they share a theme. The absence of your lie in April speaks volumes. My verdict, Subarashi. Sensei, will this be available as a poster? I need it. Is nobody curious about a link? Curiosity killed the cat. This illustration alone makes my day. Same here. I'll check the link later. I don't want to cry on such a happy day. Chapter 149. In fact, before opening the post, these fans had already prepared themselves for a good cry tonight. Hikari Nohara, for example. Yes, that's the guy who loves World End, and even wrote a long review about it. Just a little over a week ago, he had successfully started dating a girl. But on Christmas Eve, she broke up with him. As for the reason, I thought you'd be a fun person, but I didn't expect your daily life to be so dull and boring. This isn't the life I imagined, so sorry. Those were pretty much her exact words. He couldn't really remember the rest. Although it was pretty obvious she wasn't a great girl, and breaking up should be a blessing in disguise, still. This was my first relationship since starting work. Hikari sighed with a bit of sadness. Because of this, his mood had been pretty low for the past few days. So, when he saw that the Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei was going to release a New Year's gift tonight, he didn't hesitate to tune in and made sure to be at his computer on time. After the identity of Sensei was revealed, not long after, the verified account was cancelled. Instead, there was a new note added below Sensei's name, Fujimi light novel author, author of World End. This was undoubtedly a victory for the fans. Although Hikari initially found Sensei because of World End, after reading those comics, he quickly became a big fan of theirs. He was also very familiar with the recurring gift jokes Sensei used. Though it's a little strange for New Year's, I really feel like crying right now, he thought. It was the perfect time to say goodbye to the old version of himself and welcome a brand new self starting tomorrow. With that thought in mind, at exactly 8:00 p.m., Hikari refreshed the page he had already opened. Just like other fans, he clicked on the illustration first. Looking at the masterpiece before his eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. Of course it's a great piece, it's Sensei, after all. The quality of this artwork was as high as always. What amazed him the most was that, unlike usual, there was no sadness. This entire piece radiated joy. Even the little pain in his heart seemed to be healing just by looking at it. Well, almost healing. That faint, lingering pain could only truly heal by confronting deeper suffering. Only then would the pain in his heart be eased. I really wish I could get this piece once it's available. I'd love to buy a print and keep it, he murmured, feeling moved. He saved the image to his desktop. Without hesitation, he clicked on the link. Hikari stared at the screen in surprise. It wasn't a song or a video, it was a document. You could click to choose whether to download it. Sensei really knows how to keep us on our toes, he said, shaking his head. Without hesitation, he chose to download it. The file wasn't large, just over 100 megabytes. With the current internet speed, it downloaded almost instantly. After extracting the file, there were 3 documents inside. The 3 files were titled, Madoka Magica, Anohana, and World End. Wow, Sensei really went all out this time. Hikari couldn't help but feel impressed. Over 100 megabytes wasn't too big, but if they were songs, you could probably fit about 10 of them, even with high quality. Of course, if they were videos, 100 megabytes would seem a bit small. Then again, with videos, it wouldn't be split into 3 parts. Hikari mused as he clicked on the World End file. After all, that was the work that had rekindled his passion for this kind of content. For him, it was incredibly meaningful. Although he liked the other 2 works too, they would have to wait. World End held a special place in his heart. It's just images? Hikari was even more surprised. After all, hadn't Sensei already posted the gift art in the dynamic updates? Why were there 6 more pictures now? Confused, He decided to stop overthinking and just looked at them. The content of the 6 pictures wasn't long, and Hikari finished viewing them in just 2 minutes. But after finishing, he couldn't help but rewind and watch them again. This time, he spent at least 2 minutes on each picture, and it took him 15 minutes to go through them all. A smile, like that of a proud aunt, spread across his face. This is so sweet, he thought. These 6 images told a short story. It wasn't set in the apocalypse or 500 years ago, but in a distant future where technology was advanced. The beasts had disappeared from the world, and various races lived harmoniously with humans. The story was about a girl, who looked just like Thley, starting her job. She met a man who looked like William, and they became lovers, eventually embarking on the journey toward marriage. There was no major plot twist, just a simple, peaceful story about daily life, full of sweet moments that made the heart flutter. Even though it didn't explicitly say these two were Thley and William, Hikari couldn't help but feel incredibly satisfied. Wow, Sensei's New Year's gift is amazing, Hikari thought. He hadn't expected such a sweet gift to heal his broken heart. The sadness from being dumped now seemed so trivial in comparison. Just watching the two of them find happiness together made him feel so content. Is this Sensei's magic? He thought. Eagerly, he clicked on the files for Madoka Magica and Inohana. The 2 stories inside were just as sweet. Oh no, I want to fall in love again, he thought. Even though he had just been dumped, here he was, longing for a relationship like the one in the stories. I really want a relationship like that, he sighed. I'm so envious, so envious. Wait, he suddenly thought. I bet those silly kids don't know, right? Everyone thought Sensei's New Year's gift would be full of slashing comments, so they were too scared to look. But who would have thought that this time, Sensei would give such a heartfelt gift? I need to tell them quickly. With that in mind, Hikari wrote a comment at the end of the post. Guys, Sensei's New Year's gift is amazing. My heart feels like it's melting from all the sweetness. Less than 10 seconds after posting, Hikari was surprised to see several replies. Excitedly, he clicked to check. But his smile quickly faded. Ah, right, you're totally right. Come on, man, it's okay to joke around with your buddies, but don't fool yourself. As we all know, the old thief has no heart. Do you really think there won't be any knives this time? Next time, at least come up with a more believable lie, like saying it's a preview for Sensei's new work. Maybe some naive folks will believe it. Clearly, everyone thought Hikari was joking. But thinking about it, it made sense. If he hadn't seen it himself and didn't know the outcome, he would have probably slapped anyone who told him Sensei's gift wasn't a knife but was sweet. Well, whether you believe it or not, Hikari thought, shaking his head. He didn't bother checking the other comments. He clicked on the link again to open one of the 3 short stories downloaded from Sensei's gift. Damn it, why is it so short? If only it were a bit longer. He would pay for it if needed, just to get more of it. It's such a small amount of content, did the mangaka think he wouldn't appreciate it? Damn it. In fact, it wasn't just Hikari no Haru who clicked on the link. After all, Akifumi had millions of fans. Even if just 1% of them clicked, that was over 10,000 people. Without exception, all of them had the same reaction after reading. They couldn't help but start thinking about wanting to fall in love. Soon enough, just like Hikari, they all rushed to the comments section, excitedly declaring how amazing Sensei's New Year gift was. It was so sweet it was almost overwhelming. These fans, just like Hikari, were met with the same fate. However, as more and more people started commenting, things took an unexpected turn. Although most people still believed that this was just a ruse to trick them into getting hurt again, they couldn't help but admit that the gift was better than expected. After all, they had done similar things in the past, like when Madoka Magica was first released as an anime, or when they tricked their friends into getting hooked on World, and fans who had read the story simply found something special and wanted to share it with others. If people believed it, they considered themselves lucky. If they didn't, well, that was their choice. By this point, the comments section was filled with fans happily discussing their surprise. I didn't expect such a wonderful gift from Sensei on the last day of the year. I feel so happy. At first, I thought it would be a knife, but I can't believe Sensei actually gave us a sweet gift this time. Honestly, I opened it expecting to get hurt, but then now I can't stop smiling. That sweet feeling just won't go away. Ugh, this dusty heart of mine that's been locked away for almost 30 years is finally stirred up. On one hand, Sensei is sending us pain, on the other, they're tricking us into falling in love. Such a villain. Who wants to have a sweet love like that? My teeth are practically rotting from all the sweetness. I hope Sensei ends every story like this in the future. I love it so much. I bet Sensei's sci-fi comics would be amazing. Why would sci-fi comics be great? Isn't that kind of unrealistic love exactly the point of the genre? As more and more fans joined in, naturally, more people clicked on the link, downloaded the story package, and began reading. It didn't seem fake at all. The stories felt genuine, and before long, they too found themselves grinning with joy, a lonely heart stirred by the sweetness. By the next day, the trending searches online had changed to the best New Year gift from the warrior of love and hope wanting a sweet love story. How thoughtful was the New Year gift this year? The most heartwarming gift for New Year. Other senses should take notes. The last one was especially confusing to manga artists who had just woken up that morning. After seeing this trending topic, they were on the verge of breaking down. What the hell? In the past, a simple New Year illustration could make fans happy for a long time. Maybe with a little extra gift, they'd be overjoyed. But now, just a day later, instead of the usual "you're amazing, we'll keep supporting you" cheers, they were getting complaints about how lazy the gift was. Is this all you're giving us? After all the support, this is your New Year gift? Look at the warrior of love and hope sensei gift. Now that's how you treat your fans? The compliments were few and far between. The fans were now demanding more short stories, and they had to have romance? Idiot. They muttered. This is like a week's worth of work. Do you want me to give up on serialization? Naturally, the blame fell squarely on the shoulders of the warrior of love and hope Kifumi. A New Year's gift was supposed to be symbolic, but now it was expected to be a mini-story. If it wasn't, it was seen as neglectful. Damn it. Why are you making this so complicated? Before, a nice illustration would have been enough to satisfy everyone, but now things were out of control. They were forced to deliver something extra, and who was going to bear the consequences of that? Why do we need to work harder just to please everyone? That's when Kifumi didn't realize that, in sending such a sweet gift, he was inadvertently harming his colleagues, the other manga artists. January 1st. On the first day of the new year, Weekly Shonen Jump was still being published, just like every year. After visiting a shrine, Tanaka picked up a copy. Even though he was a high school boy, he preferred stories with a bit more warmth than the usual action-packed ones. So without hesitation, he opened up the latest release from the Warrior of Love and Hope, Your Lie in April. Even though World End was also a new release, he had already read the light novel, so it could wait for a bit. In the manga, the characters were speaking. How do you think I am? How am I? Pretty great, huh? Well, it's okay. As they talked, the girl's arm trembled slightly. I've never seen someone get flowers in the first round of preliminaries before. And those kids, you don't even know them, right? That means those flowers weren't prepared in advance. After hearing your performance, they rushed out to buy flowers for you. They'll never forget today. That's probably what your performance was like. After hearing that, the girl smiled, her face glowing like a scene from a movie. Even though he was just a friend of hers. Tanaka, still reading, sighed in admiration. I'm really feeling it more and more. I'm so excited to see what happens next. Plus, with the gift from yesterday, it looks like Sensei is really thinking about switching things up. Though he did miss Sensei's straightforwardness with the knives, he couldn't help but admit, this new style was also great. And even though music manga is hard to express, Sensei's incredible skills let him convey what should be seen, through just listening. For Tanaka, who didn't understand music at all, it felt like he could sense the difference in the way the character played, just by reading. This feeling was amazing. Staying at home during the new year, reading my favorite manga. This is true happiness. Little did he know, in the near future, he'd regret his hasty judgment from that day. After all, the healing he thought he was experiencing was something he had completely misunderstood from the start. Chapter 150, Kifumi Sensei, when do you plan to start writing Volume 4 of World End? Hearing the voice on the other end of the call, Kifumi sighed helplessly. Machida-san, didn't you say before that if we release too quickly, the exposure might not be enough, which could ultimately impact sales? I did say that. But for someone like you, that logic doesn't apply at all. Machida-sanoko internally screamed. The first volume, the second, the third, each one outselling the last in its debut month. This kind of sales trajectory was unheard of in her years as an editor. Sure, it was nice not having to work overtime during the New Year holidays, but without the explosive sales of World End, it felt like she was missing out on a hefty bonus. More importantly, she had been seeing countless readers bombarding Kifumi's social media, asking about Volume 4. In fact, because this volume was taking longer than usual, one volume per month had been the norm, rumors had even begun spreading that he was experiencing writer's block after finishing Volume 3. As his editor, how could she ignore this? With firm conviction, Machida-sanoko declared, Kifumi-sensei, you're a genius. You can't compare yourself to ordinary people. That might be true for others, but for someone like you, a true genius, sales figures are nothing but a mere formality. Today was January 4th. The corporate workforce was back in action, which was exactly why Machida was making this call in the afternoon. Because calling about work during the holidays? That would make her a slave to the system. Okifumi chuckled, unbothered by her flattery. Don't worry, Machida-san. I've already started writing Volume 4. Machida Sanoko's eyes lit up. When can we expect the manuscript? It wasn't that she doubted him. She worked with plenty of authors who confidently assured her, don't worry, I'm writing it. Just give it a little more time, I'll send it over soon. It's all under control, you have nothing to worry about. Only for her to check in right before the deadline and discover they had barely written a few pages. But Okifumi was different. As the best friend of her colleague Minano Madam, Machida knew for a fact that he had never missed a deadline. In fact, every time his new series began serialization, if the publisher requested a compiled volume, he could immediately provide an entire finished work. Considering his insane efficiency, Machida had no concerns about him lying. She was only confirming the timeline to help with scheduling. Mid-month. Okifumi replied without hesitation. Machida's smile grew even wider. Looks like I worried for nothing. If he said mid-month, that meant he had already written a significant portion. Even if she hadn't called, she might have received a manuscript within a few days. I was a little too impatient, she admitted to herself. After some brief small talk, she ended the call. Okifumi turned his gaze toward his half-finished illustration of Your Lie in April and sighed. Alright, let's finish Your Lie in April first today. As for Volume 4 of World End, he could just set aside a day tomorrow to write it. The third volume had provided plenty of material to work from, so he hadn't planned on releasing the fourth one so soon. Sure, Volume 3 had been the peak of the entire series, but the next two volumes weren't lacking either. After all, the main character was William. Klee had only become the most popular due to the anime adaptation. The next two volumes would elevate William's sorrow to its absolute limit. A man aimlessly drifting through life, encountering Amelia again, the girl who had waited centuries for him, calling out Papa with what little voice she had left. For over 500 years, she had remained in the same place, like a broken music box, singing the same song over and over. Just to hear him say, I'm home. Just to make him the best cream cake he could ever eat. But that dream was never meant to come true. There was no saving her anymore. So, with his blade, William pierced her heart, silencing her song. I'm sorry. Once again, he had failed to protect the one he held most dear. And yet, as she lay dying, she smiled serene, unburdened. A smile that only made the pain cut deeper. And with that, his story finally came to an end. Snapping out of his thoughts, Okifumi sighed. Truthfully, he didn't like writing tragedies either. But the fans love it, don't they? Shaking his head, he muttered to himself. He had given too much in the name of fan service. Well, since Machida-san asked, I'll just take tomorrow to finish Volume 4. Speaking of which, wasn't the holiday break supposed to be for rest? Why did he feel like he was working even harder? Damn it. Grumbling to himself, Okifumi still resigned himself to work. Meanwhile, are you sure you don't want to at least take a look, Kaguya-sama? Hayasaka asked hesitantly. Nope. Shinomiya Kaguya's expression was cold. Last time, he tricked me. He said the gift was wonderful. He said the song was beautiful. And yet, memories of herself sobbing uncontrollably in her room flashed through her mind. Her dull, expressionless eyes flickered with a mix of shame and anger. But World End hadn't hurt her, not exactly. After all, she had only skimmed a few pages before sealing it away. As for the video, she had never watched it. This picture alone is more than enough for me. She gazed at the 1-meter-long full-color illustration hanging in her room, satisfaction blooming on her face. Hayasaka sighed. But this time, Sensei's gift isn't a trap. As Kaguya's personal maid, she knew exactly how much misery her mistress had suffered over the holidays. That was precisely why she wanted to bring her some joy. After a brief hesitation, Kaguya firmly shook her head. No. Maybe the gift was fine this time, but she wasn't going to take any chances. As long as she wasn't curious, she wouldn't get hurt. She never wanted to cry like that again. Hayasaka was silent for a moment before pulling out a sketchbook from somewhere. Would you like to look at this instead, Kaguya-sama? What is it? A fan comic of Madoka Magica, Anohana, and World End. Before Kaguya could respond, Hayasaka added, it has a happy ending. Kaguya's eyes lit up as she snatched the sketchbook from Ai's hands. She cleared her throat, feigning indifference. I suppose I can take a look. 10 pages wasn't a long read. Kaguya finished quickly. Halfway through, a ridiculous, giddy grin spread across her face. from the once cold and distant Kaguya. She had now evolved into a silly beauty. Seeing this, Hayasaka let out a quiet sigh of relief. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel happy seeing Kaguya smiling. However, that smile didn't last long. A few minutes after finishing the book, Kaguya's expression turned cold again. Her voice, when she spoke, was even icier than before. Hayasaka, don't show me something like this again. I'm a little tired. You should go rest too. What's with her now? Though full of questions, Hayasaka simply nodded. Understood, Kaguya-sama. Once she was alone in the room, the cold mask on Kaguya's face melted away. Her ruby-like eyes reflected loneliness and melancholy. Love like this. It doesn't exist in reality. January 5th, the second day back at work. Shueisha Publishing. Chief Editor, can I skip this afternoon's regular meeting? Torishimakazu sighed, looking exasperated. If you were asking how to skip it, I might have given you an answer. But since you've put it like this, do I even have a choice? Minano Madome smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Chief Editor. You're going to deal with the animation team? Torishima asked, curious. Minano corrected him. Not deal with, I'm recommending a great story to them. Torishima chuckled. Fine, whatever you say. By the way, can I take a look at Professor Nangong's script? I'm a fan of his and really looking forward to his new work. Normally, that would be a given. Minano's smile faded slightly. But no. Seriously? You little. Torishima's mustache twitched as he glared at her. He had actually been looking forward to it. Waving her away, he huffed, get out of here. Just looking at you annoys me. Minano gave him a polite nod. Then I'll be taking my leave, Chief Editor. Shaft Studios. Like Shueisha and Fujimi Publishing, Shaft was part of the same corporate group. A couple of years ago, they'd even acquired White Fox, a move that showed their ambition. But the reality was, they hadn't produced a hit in years. They were teetering on the edge of losing their animation production rights. Right now, their top priority was ensuring they had a project that could make it into the top 3 of the year-end rankings. If they failed, just the thought of that possibility made the executives' faces darken. A shiver ran down their spines. While the ordinary employees might not feel the heat as much, for the higher-ups, failure meant serious consequences. 5:00 p.m. Marukawa Masato rubbed his temples. Has our esteemed guest arrived yet? Not yet, sir. Given Shaft's current predicament, the corporate group had assigned a specialist to assist them. Or at least, that was the official line. In reality, they just didn't trust Shaft to handle things on their own. Marukawa understood this perfectly, but he wasn't offended. If this specialist could truly solve their crisis, he'd be grateful. His only concern was, what if they have no clue what they're doing? Suppressing his worries, Marukawa sighed. Forget it. Let's head to the conference room. Friday meetings were a routine at every company. As he entered the room, he spotted someone unexpected, a girl in a white outfit, her appearance youthful to the point of resembling a child. It was Minano. Hey there, little one, are you lost? Marukawa asked, half joking. Minano's expression remained cool, colder than usual. Mr. Marukawa, I'm the specialist assigned by headquarters. You should have received prior notice. Marukawa blinked before quickly shifting into a welcoming smile. Ah, of course. Welcome. And how should I address you? Minano madam. Just call me Minano. It's time for the meeting. Shall we go in? Yes. Marukawa frowned slightly. Why would the group send such a young girl? Sure, judging by appearances alone wasn't fair. But Minano's youthful look made it easy to misjudge her. Inside the conference room, several senior executives were already seated. Without delay, everyone took their places. Marukawa introduced her. This is Miss Minano. I'm sure you all understand the company's current situation. Headquarters has assigned a specialist to assist us. Minano stood and gave the room a brief nod. Then she spoke. Before we begin, let me say a few words. All of you have more experience in animation than I do, so I won't interfere with your daily work. But I ask that you remain fully aware of the crisis this company is facing. If the worst happens, it will be a disaster for all of us. She paused, scanning the room. Several executives wore grim expressions, brows furrowed. Seeing this, Minano continued. I am here today to present a proposal. With that, she took out a stack of scripts. An office assistant immediately stepped forward, collecting the copies and distributing them. Please review these first. If you find them unsatisfactory, we can proceed with further discussions. If you think they have potential, I need to know how long production would take. Having said her piece, Minano took her seat. Several executives looked displeased. Their expressions were tight, their brows furrowed in irritation. Some shifted uncomfortably, clearly holding back complaints. Manano noticed but remained silent. Sometimes, you had to assert yourself. Especially as an outsider, she needed to show strength. Otherwise, these people would walk all over her. Despite their initial resistance, the executives didn't voice their objections aloud. After all, Marukawa, the president, had said nothing. With no other choice, they turned their attention to the scripts. Marukawa, on the other hand, was rather pleased. There's a saying, better a formidable opponent than an incompetent ally. If an outsider barged in and tried to take over without understanding the industry, it would be a disaster. But Manano had made it clear she wouldn't interfere with operations. That alone put Marukawa at ease. Then she pulled out a script and that excited him. A great production starts with a great script. The reason Shaft had struggled for years was simple: they lacked good stories. If this script is as good as I hope, then our crisis is over. With that thought, Marukawa eagerly flipped it open. Seeing him focus, the other executives suppressed their discontent and followed suit. Silence filled the room. But not for long. Barely 10 minutes later, it was broken. Manano, are you sure this is the right script? Chapter 151, the man who had just stood up spoke with a cold expression. Everyone present in this meeting had earned their seat through skill and influence. But after reading the opening of the script, he couldn't help but feel utterly bored. Of course, that wasn't the main reason for his dissatisfaction with Manano Madam. The man speaking was Misaki Yashikama. Today's meeting was meant to finalize a few scripts from the dozen or so being considered, determining the key projects for the coming year. These would become the company's primary focus moving forward. Among those scripts, 1/3 were backed by people in Yashikama's circle. If someone unexpected were to take a spot, it would mean his share of the benefits would shrink. That was his real reason for targeting Manano Madam. As tensions rose, the others in the room stopped reading and instead watched with amused expressions. While they also found the script's quality questionable, they were well aware that Manano had been sent directly by headquarters. Even the company president had to show her some respect, so none of them dared to be openly disrespectful. Still, since someone else was willing to challenge her, they were more than happy to sit back and watch the show. Yet, despite the questioning tone from Yashikama, Manano Madam's expression remained calm. "What's your name?" she asked evenly. "What is she up to?" Yashikama frowned slightly. He was wary, given her status, but with so many people watching, refusing to answer would make him look weak. "Misaki Yashikama." Manano nodded, then said flatly, "You don't even have the patience to finish reading a single work. I think it's necessary for upper management to reconsider whether you're suited for your current position." The blatant threat made Yashikama's face darken instantly. He wanted to retaliate, but considering her connections, he wasn't sure she didn't have the power to actually make good on her words. For the moment, he chose not to press further. Misaki. An older man, Marukawa Masato, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "Since Manano-san has enough confidence to bring this work to us, why don't we finish reading it before making a judgment?" With that, he offered Yashikama a graceful exit. Humphrey. Still glaring at Manano, Yashikama returned to his seat, clearly displeased. Seeing the conflict came to such an anticlimactic end, the others in the room looked slightly disappointed, but they soon returned to reading. Interestingly, they now flipped through the pages much faster than before. 20 minutes passed in relative silence. Then, suddenly, a surprised voice broke the quiet. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just need to read this again." The man who had spoken awkwardly shook his head, but his face now held a serious expression as he focused back on the script. Strangely enough, over the next few minutes, similar exclamations were heard around the room. Gasps and murmurs of disbelief spread among the executives. Their expressions reflected shock and awe, as if they couldn't believe what they were reading. Manano Madam's lips curled into a faint smile before she quickly masked it. 2 hours passed. Many had now put down their scripts, their expressions complicated. When they looked at Manano again, their gazes held newfound respect and even gratitude. With their industry experience, they could already see it. If this work made it to the screen, it would be nothing short of revolutionary. Saying the entire next year would belong to this series was not an exaggeration. Just the thought of it made them excited. The last to finish reading was the elderly Marukawa Masato. Phew. He exhaled deeply, setting the script down with a complex expression. Then, looking at Manano Madam, he said sincerely, "Manano-san, thank you for bringing us such an incredible piece of work." Manano shook her head. "It's all for the company." Marukawa turned toward Yashikama, who now sat with his head lowered in silence. "Misaki, do you still think this script is garbage?" Yashikama clenched his teeth, his face burning with humiliation. Finally, he muttered, "I sincerely apologize, Manano-san. I was wrong to judge before finishing it." Please forgive me. There was no denying the script's excellence. The twist at episode 12 was a masterstroke, taking the series to new heights. The early foreshadowing, once overlooked, now appeared as a work of sheer genius. At this point, denying its brilliance would only make him look like a fool. Worse, it would call his professional judgment into question. He had no choice but to admit his mistake. Marukawa glanced at Minano, leaving the decision to her. She gave Yoshikama a brief look but said nothing about his apology. Instead, she simply stated, "Let's not waste everyone's time on trivial matters." Her meaning was clear. She had no intention of forgiving him so easily. Being kind didn't mean letting people walk all over her. Especially when they had dared to question the work of one of her top writers. Marukawa nodded, showing no further sympathy. They were all adults. Actions had consequences. "Marukawa-san, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this project." Marukawa took a deep breath before responding with conviction. "Ms. Minano, please entrust this work to us. We will handle it with the utmost care." Minano nodded. "Since you've accepted it, I have one condition. The first 12 episodes must be released together. After that, the series can follow a standard weekly release schedule." Marukawa froze. 12 episodes released at once? While multi-episode releases weren't unheard of, an entire cour at once was highly unusual. "Marukawa-san." Minano's tone sharpened. "I'm not asking if you can do it. I'm saying if you want this script, you will do it. If you can't, then find a way." Marukawa shivered. Without hesitation, he nodded fervently. "We can do it. Absolutely." Minano smiled. "Then I leave it in your hands. I won't be staying for the rest of the meeting. Please continue without me." With that, she rose to leave. Marukawa immediately stood to see her off. "No need." She waved him off, then added, "Oh, and the character designs will be delivered in a few days." "Character designs, too?" Marukawa's face lit up. "When will the project be ready?" she asked. Foreseeing Minano frown, he immediately corrected himself. "No, 3 months. Mid-March. As soon as we have the designs, we'll begin production immediately." "Mid-March?" Minano considered before nodding. "Speed is important, but don't compromise quality." "Of course," Marukawa assured her. "Leave it to us." Satisfied, Minano gave a slight nod before glancing at the silent Yoshikama one last time. Phew. She looked young, but the pressure she exuded was immense. "Guess I'm getting old," Marukawa muttered, then turned to the others. "You all heard me. Stein's Gate will be completed by mid-March, no matter what it takes. This is our top priority. Understood?" "Understood." Masato Marukawa nodded and said, "Then let's begin today's meeting." Considering the excellence of Stein's Gate, making it into the top 3 or even first place isn't impossible, but this is an insurance policy. We also need to demonstrate our strength. Akifumi was unaware of this little side story sparked by Stein's Gate. At the moment, he couldn't help but sigh. It feels like the holidays just started, and now school is already beginning tomorrow. January 8th. The last day of winter break. The next break wouldn't come until the end of February. Having a month off every other month was nice, but the day before school resumed always felt particularly melancholic. "I don't want to go back to school." Mashiro, half buried under the kiditsu with her upper body sprawled over the table, nodded her little head in agreement. Even though the room had the heater on, she still instinctively wanted to curl up under the kiditsu. Perhaps it had become an unshakable habit. "Want some peeled persimmon?" Smiling, Mahiru offered the fruit she had peeled. The two each took half. "Thanks. X2 by the way, don't you guys have work today?" Mahiru asked, curious. Since the start of the break, these two had been diligently drawing for at least 12 hours a day. "Don't mention work while we're resting, Mahiru." And Mashiro nodded in agreement. "It's the last day of break. If we spent it all working, wouldn't that be even more miserable than school? Even worse than school?" Watching the two echo each other, Mahiru smiled helplessly and suggested, "Then how about going out for a bit?" But we just went out on January 1st. Recalling the overwhelming crowds during their shrine visit, Akifumi, a self-proclaimed introvert, shuddered. "Yeah, we just went out on January 1st. Mashiro nodded in agreement but then mumbled softly, "But we're almost out of Bankuchen at home." Akifumi rolled his eyes at this little glutton. "It's fine. The new year is over. Mashiro should go back to her normal quota of 3 Bankuchen per week. The ones we have left should last 2 more weeks." Mashiro froze. She slumped onto the table, utterly defeated. Mahiru gave a helpless smile. Mujio-kun was great in every way, but his reluctance to leave the house was a real headache. She sighed inwardly. "Oh, right, isn't Iriri coming over today?" "Nah, she said she's rushing to meet a deadline." "I see." Miharu nodded, then murmured to herself, what should I make for lunch? Since it was the last day of break, she decided to make something extra delicious. With a plan in mind, Miharu rested her head on the table, enjoying the peaceful moment. For every student, this day was filled with a special kind of melancholy. Tanaka was no exception. But I can't miss Sensei's new chapter of Your Lie in April on this final day. Since he had plans to hang out with friends in the afternoon, he decided to spend the morning reading manga. Armed with the latest issue of Weekly Shonen Jump, he picked up some snacks and drinks on the way home. The perfect morning was already playing out in his mind, snuggled under the keiretsu, surrounded by fruit, snacks, and drinks. Just imagining it was bliss. Most importantly, his parents were at work. He could indulge without fear of being nagged. Double the bliss. Back home, he arranged his fruit and snacks, then eagerly dove under the keiretsu and flipped open the magazine. One hand fed him snacks while the other turned the pages. A perfect day. Not even a god could tempt him away. Wataru Ryota, so what? It's normal for the girl you like to have someone she loves. It's precisely because of love that she shines so brightly. That's why people hopelessly fall in love. Aramakelsai, but it's impossible for me. Ryota was right. But when I came to my senses, the fiery sunset sky. The black curtain behind my eyelids replayed the same scene. The manga panels depicted a girl passionately performing on stage. Over and over, endlessly. Every time, my heart, the part of me that my mother had left behind, seemed to be swept away like the wind. I wanted to hear it again, but I also didn't. I wanted to see her again, but I also didn't. She stood under the cherry blossom tree, backpack in hand. A breathtaking, dramatic scene. How could one describe this feeling? How could one put this emotion into words? She, radiant among the outstanding. The girl extended her hand, speaking those deceptively simple words, friend A. Seeing the exquisitely drawn panel, Tanaka's heart, lonely for over 10 years, stirred slightly. But damn it! How could it end here? Tanaka was furious. Just when the protagonist was about to start playing the piano, the chapter cut off. Sensei's cliffhanger skills are god tier. No matter how frustrated he was, an ending was an ending. He had no choice but to wait for next week. I miss last year's format where they released the volume before serializing. That way, he wouldn't have to suffer through weekly updates. Online, under Akifumi's SNS posts, fans flooded the comments after reading the latest chapter. Your Lie in April is amazing. I love Sensei's style. That scene with Cory under the cherry blossoms felt like a romance moment. Frenda is such an interesting name. Kelsai is finally going to play the piano. I can't wait. Sensei, please release the volume first. Weekly updates are torture. Begging for a volume release. Initially, fans discussed the plot, but soon, the entire comment section was filled with demands for a volume release. Had Akifumi seen this, he would have been speechless. Unexpectedly, that evening. You're suggesting we release the volume first? Hearing the proposal over the phone, Akifumi was surprised. He had considered it before but put it off due to his busy schedule and the new project. Now that the publisher was suggesting it, he was tempted. Actually, the editor explained, we received many requests for this, but we didn't bring it up before since we knew you were busy. But now, with fans' demand rising, we wanted to see if you'd be interested. Looking at Akifumi's past works, he have Madoka Magica, which was adapted into a manga from the original anime, Anohana, which was exclusively an anime in the original to a manga. But Your Lie in April? It stands out as the most makeover of them all. Your Lie in April manga consists of 44 chapters, each spanning over 40 pages. If we publish them as volumes with around 180 pages each, that means the full series will be completed in 11 volumes. In Weekly Shonen Jump, manga chapters are serialized in 20-page increments, and as of now, the series is only up to chapter 5, halfway through what would be the third chapter of the original story. That leaves just 4 more chapters before volume 1 is complete. So, I'm more than happy to have the series published as a collected volume. Akifumi said with a smile. Editor Mihari let out a small sigh of relief until Akifumi continued, but just releasing volume 1 alone feels a little underwhelming, don't you think? Akifumi may have only had one completed chapter in reserve, but it wasn't for finishing volume 1. Many might forget, but serialized manga artists usually keep a 3-chapter buffer to account for unexpected delays. What Mihari was suggesting, publishing the first volume, actually meant tipping into that reserve. However, for Akifumi, that buffer didn't count as a real stockpile. What he had in mind was volume 2. Huh? Mihari froze for a moment before her brain caught up. Her voice involuntarily rose. Wait. Are you saying? Well, we've done this before, haven't we? A simultaneous 2-volume release. Again? Mihari let out a resigned chuckle. The last time he pulled this stunt was with Anohana, wasn't it? But back then, Volume 1 had already finished serialization in the magazine, so they were only rushing to put together Volume 2. This time, they were aiming for a 2-volume release from the start. This was nuts. Shaking her head, Mihari muttered, "I'll have to run this by Chief Editor Minano. After all, I'm just a lowly editor, I can't make this call." Of course, given how much Minano doted on Akifumi, she'd probably approve it without a second thought. Still, procedures were procedures. "I'll leave it in your hands, Editor-san." Chapter 152. After hanging up the call, Akifumi exhaled. The pressure is really on now. If Mihari hadn't brought up the collected volume, he might have forgotten his initial plan when starting Your Lie in April. Since it's Your Lie in April, wouldn't it be fitting to finish in April? Though the main storyline never explicitly mentioned the time of year, the cherry blossoms in the background suggested that Terama Kausai and Mizuno Kori's fateful reunion took place in April. And at the very end, "Spring is coming soon, but you won't be here." Kori passed away on February 28 of the following year. Releasing the final volume in April just makes too much sense. Of course, this was just a rough idea for now. With only 2 volumes completed so far, the remaining 9 still felt like a distant goal. Right now, it was January 8. 3 volumes per month. Is that even possible? Just thinking about it was enough to send his stress levels through the roof. And it wasn't just his stress, this would be a massive strain on the publishing house too. But if he focused solely on this project for the next few months, maybe. Besides, it'd make for a perfect New Year's gift for the fans. With that thought in mind, Akifumi's expression turned serious. He picked up his pen and continued drawing. Sure, today was supposed to be a rest day. But after lazing around all morning, pushing a little harder at night wouldn't hurt, right? January 9th, back to school yo, Kato. Happy New Year. Kato-san, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Akifumi, Shina. Since it was the first day back, even Kato seemed visibly unmotivated. "I don't want to be here," she muttered, her face blank. Akifumi raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment before quipping, "Kato, are you sick?" "No, I was just saying what I thought you might say." Beside them, Mihari giggled, covering her mouth. Would I really say something like that? Thinking it over. Yeah, maybe. Narrowing his eyes, he shot Miharu a glare when that promised revenge later tonight. She caught his meaning immediately, her delicate face tinged with a soft pink. "Sorry, but for once, I genuinely don't feel that way." Kato looked surprised. She could tell he wasn't lying, which only made his words more unexpected. After all, it just didn't seem like something Akifumi would say. "I absolutely love school." Declaring this, Akifumi wiped his desk and chair with a wet tissue before flopping down onto the cool surface. Though the winter chill made it a bit icy, the sensation was actually just right. Noticing Kato's confusion, Miharu chuckled. Mugio-kun spent most of his holiday drawing. School is actually a break for him. Kato's expression shifted to one of realization. "I see. So that's why." "Nonsense. I just have an insatiable thirst for knowledge." Akifumi yawned, closing his eyes. Last night, caught up in the momentum, he had stayed up until 3 a.m. Despite getting barely 4 hours of sleep, he didn't feel tired at all. At this point, he didn't even understand his own stamina anymore. Not that he had any complaints. If he could lie down, why bother sitting up? The school day was as uneventful as ever. Fully recharged, Akifumi wasted no time diving back into his work once he got home. Having pressure meant having motivation. If he wanted to meet his goal, slacking off wasn't an option. Before long, his phone rang. It was Mihari. As expected, the proposal had been approved. The release date was set for January 20th. Volumes 1 and 2 would be published first, followed by a 3-volume per month schedule starting in February, wrapping up the series in time for April. Which means I need to finish 3 volumes by mid-month. Since publishing required time for printing, marketing, and distribution, the actual deadline was well before the official release date. Delays weren't an option. If they pushed back even a little, the April finale plan would fall apart. I'll post an update about this over dinner. For now, though, back to drawing. Tanaka was about to casually scroll past, but then he noticed something. His favorite mangaka, the Warrior of Love and Hope, had just posted an update. Instantly, his drowsiness vanished as excitement took over. He tapped the notification, waited for the page to load, and then, there it was, the familiar writing style of his favorite sensei. How was everyone's winter break? A brand new year, a fresh start at school. First day back, hope you're all having a great time. Okay, that was a dumb question. Let's be real, nobody's enjoying it, right? Who would, after such a relaxing break? But hey, I'm actually kind of happy. I spent my entire vacation working hard. Well, it's my choice, so I can't really complain. Oh, right, did you all like your New Year's gift? If you did, then all my hard work was worth it. Now, on to the real news. I've been reading your comments, and I see so many people asking for a physical release of your lie in April. Great news. After discussing with my editor, Volume 1 of your lie in April will be released on January 20th. Excited? You should be. But wait, there's more. We're also releasing Volume 2 on the same day. That's right, 2 volumes at once. I know you guys hate cliffhangers, so just releasing Volume 1 wouldn't feel very satisfying. That's why we're giving you both at the same time. Hope you're all happy with this decision. And now you believe me when I say I wasn't slacking off during the break, right? I'll need everyone's support when the time comes. Also, between us, the editorial team only agreed to this because of the series' past success. If the sales don't do well, I might not get away with this kind of thing next time. Let's hope no one from the editorial team is reading this. At first, Tanaka reread the post several times to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Then yes. This is amazing. He practically shouted in excitement. Just yesterday, he had left a comment asking for an update, and now here it was not just 1, but 2 volumes at once. Overjoyed, he quickly typed out a reply. Praise Sensei. I'll definitely buy them. Your Lie in April Volumes 1 and 2, I can't wait. After a moment of euphoria, reality hit him. Wait. I spent way too much money over the holidays. I might not have enough left to buy both volumes. Tanaka's face immediately fell. Do I need to get a part-time job? Before he could fully commit to that thought, the door suddenly swung open. His mom walked in, holding a plate of fruit. Tanaka, studying hard? I brought you some snacks. She paused mid-sentence. Because what she actually saw was Tanaka lying on his bed, staring at his phone. Tanaka. Her expression darkened. Her voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable storm brewing beneath the surface. Tanaka laughed nervously and raised both hands in surrender. Mom. Listen, I can explain. This isn't what it looks like. Mom. Mom. And thus, the tragedy of Tanaka unfolded. Meanwhile, in the comments under Sensei's post, the reactions kept pouring in. Sensei posted. Doesn't matter what it says, I'm here for it. Sensei, I feel bad for you. Everyone else was out having fun, and you were stuck indoors drawing. PFFT sorry, I couldn't keep a straight face. I'm actually laughing. Please forgive me. The New Year's gift was amazing. Thank you, Sensei. Also, my condolences on your suffering. School actually feels like a break after what Sensei went through. But wait, I'm a full-time worker. Why do I even have the time to feel bad for someone else? No way, the volumes are coming out so soon? This is amazing. 2 volumes at once? Sensei, you work way too hard. Please take care of yourself. I bow before your speed. No one can match you. So happy. But my wallet is already crying. Same here. Spent way too much money over the holidays. I might have to get a job just so I can buy these volumes. We have to support the sales, or Sensei won't be able to pull this off again. Of course, some commenters had other concerns. Wait. January 20th is a weekend. What if I wake up late and it's already sold out? I still remember the horror of trying to buy Madoka Magica Volume 2 on release day. IT was sold out in an hour. A sense of dread spread through the community. Many had initially hesitated about working a part-time job, but after seeing the other comments, now they were determined. You think we won't work just because you told us not to? Now I want to do it even more. And so, as the days passed, while still attending school, Akifumi poured all his energy into drawing. He even posted another update, this time about World and Volume 4's release date, February 1st. By mid-January, Akifumi had submitted the final manuscript for Volume 4, giving the publishers just enough time for final revisions and printing. As for the character designs for Stein's Gate, they had already been delivered to the editorial team back on January 10th. Thanks to the intense effort he put in during winter break, the manga adaptation of World End had enough material to last until late March. This meant for the time being Akifumi could focus entirely on Your Lie in April. Everything was progressing smoothly. And then January 20th arrived. The first major book release of the new year. Bookstores were flooded with eager fans. 3 copies of Your Lie in April Volumes 1 and 2, please. What? That's too greedy. Sir, here's your order, 6 copies of each. That'll be. Everyone turned to glare at the guy buying in bulk. Their eyes all conveyed one message: how dare you call someone else greedy? Chapter 153, the booming popularity at the bookstore was a testament to the success of Your Lie in April. Although this novel didn't follow the usual style that readers were accustomed to, they were more than willing to embrace it after all. As long as it was a good work, they would consume it eagerly. And considering that each of Your Lie in April's works were classics, readers had complete faith in the author. They believed in each new release unless there was a significant failure. But before that happens, their confidence was unwavering. By just after 11 a.m., Your Lie in April had already sold out in major bookstores. The excitement during the store openings was so intense it could have easily been mistaken for middle-aged women fighting over discounted products. Some of the newer bookstore staff were shocked by the overwhelming scene. Was this really the kind of consumer power the 2D world possessed? The bookstore owner was thrilled, but after a quick glance, he rushed to the back to make an urgent call. "Hello, is this the marketing department at Shueisha? Your Lie in April. I need more copies of Your Lie in April. Send me another 2,000 copies. Will they sell out?" "That's not for you to worry about, just get the books here." "What? You don't have that many? You need 3 days to print more? For a book this hot, can't you print more copies?" For these bookstores placing orders for thousands of copies, the staff at Shueisha's marketing department could only sigh. Your Lie in April was doing well, but no one anticipated it would become this popular, especially with both volumes being released at the same time. Even the die-hard fans of the 2D culture might not have the resources to afford that many copies. After all, the month was almost over, and they'd just gotten through the new year. How much pocket money could they still have left? Moreover, with both volumes released at once, and the short time frame for printing more, even if the factory worked at full capacity, it wouldn't be enough to meet the bookstore's demands. But no matter how many reasons there were, customers were always right. The best they could do was manage the complaints from the bookstores and explain the situation. Tanaka, holding the first and second volumes of Your Lie in April, looked happily back at the packed bookstore. "Good thing I got up early today. If the disaster from Madoka Magica happened again, he might actually cry." He hadn't been hanging out with his good friends recently. He'd been working hard. The reason? To make sure he could bring home these 2 volumes as soon as they were released. But instead of heading straight home with his precious books, Tanaka decided to go to a nearby family restaurant. Why, you ask? Well, since his mom caught him pretending to study but actually goofing off at home last time, his position in the house had plummeted. Imagine going home on a weekend with 2 manga volumes in hand. It sent shivers down Tanaka's spine just thinking about it. The family restaurant, on the other hand, was peaceful. No one would disturb him here. He even chose a location far from home on purpose, a place where no one would recognize him. As he thought back to the silly things he did last summer in this same restaurant, Tanaka couldn't help but feel his face turn red. With a tiny bit of freedom in his hands, Tanaka ordered a random set meal, poured himself a drink, and opened the first volume of Your Lie in April. Since he knew the single volume release was coming on January 20th, he hadn't bought that week's weekly Shonen Jump or even visited his friend's house to read it. He was saving it all for this moment. As he eagerly flipped through the pages, he came to the familiar short content from earlier. Tanaka read with rapt attention. "Aramakousai, because I can no longer hear the sound of the piano." It's so cliché, right? At first, I could hear it, but from the middle of the piece, the more I focused and immersed myself in playing, the more I felt the notes float away like petals in the spring breeze. They drifted, fading, disappearing. I couldn't hear the piano I was playing. Despite being able to hear his fingers strike the keys and the sound of the key syncing, he couldn't hear the music he was creating. With Aramakousai's melancholic monologue, the upbeat mood seemed to vanish into thin air. But then, the girl interrupted this sorrow with her anger. "Maison Okori, stop being so dramatic. It's too gloomy. Even if you can't play, you should play anyway. Didn't Beethoven do that? If you can't use your hands, use your feet. If your fingers aren't enough, use your nose. No matter how sad or miserable you feel, no matter how deep the low points go, you can't stop playing. That's how people like us survive." With Maizono's almost unreasonable words, the sadness that had been building up in Tanaka was wiped away. It was about falling in love with food, the small moments of daily life, the violin, music itself. Maybe that feeling was longing, wasn't it? It had to be. You stand in a field of pure color. You stand in that irreplaceable, pure color. As Aramakousai's monologue continued, the sweetness of love began to spread through Tanaka's mind. That's nice. Such a sweet love. Tanaka thought with an ant-like smile on his face. And it was this moment that got Teramo back to playing the piano. Good thing I didn't read Weekly Shonen Jump this week. Otherwise, he would have had to wait 5 agonizing days, and waiting for 5 days during such a crucial moment would be worse than death. Eagerly, Tanaka flipped to the next page. Even as he yearned for Maizono, the wounds Arama had carried for years weren't something that could be easily healed. Although he wanted her help, he was still running away from it, running away from his fears. Until... Aramakausai, I can't play the piano anymore. Meizuno Kori, so what? You're not incapable, you just don't want to play. Meizuno didn't give him a chance to find excuses. She chose to tear open the bloody truth before him. Meizuno Kori, can't hear the piano? Isn't that just an excuse you've been using to keep running away? They stared at each other in silence. Arama's thoughts seemed to return to that day, the day he couldn't hear the music anymore. I'm scared. Arama lowered his head, tears filling his eyes. That was a memory that belonged solely to the boy on the other side. At competitions, sound was everything. All that mattered was him and the piano. That day, everything ceased to exist. He couldn't hear anything, everything felt dark and lonely, as if he were drowning in a deep sea, alone. So dark. So dark. Did you breathe a sigh of relief? A sudden question, from nowhere, shattered the boy's monologue. From the moment you couldn't hear the sound, you found an excuse, didn't you? You found a reason to never step on that stage again. Because you're not Beethoven. As he faced this question, his thoughts returned to that day. The murmurs and mocking laughter of the audience. The terror of suddenly losing the sound of his performance. The scene turned dark, as if it was going to consume Arama. Would he once again be alone, sinking into that dark sea? The darkness was broken by a smiling girl and the warm sunlight shining down from a clear sky. I'm still here. It was a declaration of true feelings from the girl, words she had never said to anyone else. I know you can't hear the piano, and you're not playing anymore. I know everything. But I still choose you. Maybe, as you said, the performance won't be perfect, but I will still play. As long as there's an opportunity to play, as long as there's an audience, I will give it my all. To make sure the audience never forgets me, to engrave it forever in their hearts. This is the reason for my existence. Because I am a performer, just like you, so I beg of you. Please accompany me. With her head lowered, Meizuno Kori's expression was hidden by her long hair. Please, give me just a little bit of strength. Please support me, this version of me that's about to break. The next page revealed the sorrowful, tear-streaked face of the girl. Tanaka could almost imagine how she must have tried to suppress her tears, doing her best not to cry too much, hiding her sadness behind an almost forced smile. Maybe the lively Kori Meizuno isn't as cheerful as she appears. That thought naturally popped into his head when he saw the scene unfold. However, he didn't have time to dwell on why she was crying. In the next frame, in the shadowy close-up, Aramakausai stood up. His trembling hands balled into a firm fist. I'll do it. I'll accompany you. Just don't blame me if I mess up. In the face of his blunt answer, the reason for Kori's sadness seemed to lose its significance. Tanaka couldn't help but feel happy for the pair of unlikely partners who had finally come together. The city I live in began to feel more vibrant and colorful. With this monologue, Volume 1 came to a close. Oh. Is Arama finally going to play? This former prodigy. Tanaka was doing his best to suppress the excitement building up inside. If it was anything like the last time, and things went wrong again, just imagining the stares of those around him would make him cry. Even though it was supposed to be a slice of life story, for some reason, it suddenly felt so intense. He was eager for what would come next. Just as I though this is really good. The decision to release both volumes simultaneously was brilliant. If it had ended there, the wait for the next chapters would have been unbearably painful. With those chaotic thoughts, Tanaka eagerly flipped open Volume 2. We'll make fools of ourselves together. With the cheerful words from Kori, the story of Volume 2 slowly unfolded before him. Aramakausai hesitated at first, as his mother's teachings weighed on him. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, the scene became tense and intense, yet he stayed steady, playing in sync with the music. However, as the image of his mother in a wheelchair appeared in his mind, the notes he could see in his sight began to fade. Despite the audience's complaints and the still beautiful sound of the violin, the sound of the piano was nowhere to be heard. Arama's playing became hesitant and chaotic, as if he were once again drowning in the darkness of the sea. The performance stopped. Because Arama knew that if he kept playing in this state, he would affect Kori's performance as well. That would leave an indelible stain on her music career. So, he stopped. Then Kori, playing the violin, also stopped. But, let's try again. It wasn't a stop, it was a reset. The performance for this competition had ended when it was interrupted, but the competition was never her true goal. She just wanted to play, to let people hear her music, that was enough. So, until the allotted time had passed, the performance wasn't over. She and he would begin again. Lift your head, look at me. Her words echoed in his mind as he saw her slender, yet steadfast silhouette. That posture gave Arama the courage to continue, the belief that he could carry on. Despite not being able to hear the notes, not being able to hear the piano, He focused on playing with his entire body, imagining the music in his head. He had to give everything his mother had left him. The audience and judges were left stunned, mesmerized by the storm that was created by their collaboration. The music was beautifully haunting. Though Arima couldn't hear the sounds, he no longer felt alone, drowning in the dark. Corey's playing was powerful, like the heartbeat of the music, constantly driving Arima forward. His response was a fierce match to her intensity. The performance was so captivating that, even when the time was up, the judges couldn't help but want more, urging, "Wait, just a little longer." As the performance ended, the room erupted in applause, the loudest praise for the two performers. That was amazing. So awesome. This part of the story felt exhilarating and fulfilling for Tanaka. All the anticipation up until this point had been met with a satisfying resolution. Truly, what a master. Tanaka couldn't help but praise Sensei. Even though the manga didn't capture the sounds of their performance, and that could be a frustrating aspect of music-based manga, the mangaka had somehow made Tanaka forget about it. Not being able to hear wasn't a problem. He could feel the beauty of their music, feel the impact their performance had on the audience. It was as if, for that moment, he was right there in the auditorium, hearing two brilliant musicians pour their hearts out through their music. Even though they didn't pass the evaluation in the end, at least their performance was a success. But how could she suddenly faint and end up in the hospital? Tanaka felt puzzled as he turned to the next page. He felt a bit relieved when Corey's low blood sugar was mentioned. But on the last page of this chapter, seeing her in a hospital room, alone, staring out the window, and hearing her mutter those words, "Really? I fainted again." The unsettling feeling from her simple words overshadowed Arima's self-questioning about whether he could give up the piano. When Corey left the hospital and appeared before Arima again, she proposed an idea. "Go participate in the piano competition," she said, using the excuse that she had ruined her performance. However, Arima responded with a firm rejection. "I've cast aside the important music scores. I've already lost the right to perform." In response, Corey smiled and said, "That's what many performers go through. They always say they don't want to play the piano, that if you want to play, you should play it yourself. Even so, they always pick up their scores again, face them head-on. And that's how the most beautiful lie is born. We're only 14. Let's make the decision and throw ourselves into it." Without any hesitation, she jumped off the bridge, diving into the river below. Damn it. She just got out of the hospital and is already doing something so reckless. Don't do this. Tanaka's heart ached with concern. Chapter 154, It wasn't just Tanaka who thought the girl was being reckless. Arima Kausai had similar complaints. But the things you say and do, everything shines so brightly. For me, it's so blinding, I have to close my eyes. But it also makes me want to reach for it. How could I forget? The moment when applause thunders, when the atmosphere is electrified, and your music fills everyone's heart, how could I possibly forget that? The boy climbs over the guardrail, mimicking the girl's posture, and jumps into the stream below. Their joyful laughter fills the air. How could I ever forget? Because, like you, I'm a performer too. With the sound of their laughter, the second volume of the story comes to a close. Phew. Tanaka lets out a satisfied sigh. Though he feels some regret that there's no continuation, the story reaching its first peak and concluding here wasn't so bad. After all, the first major climax has already been resolved. If he hadn't seen the duet today, then that would have been the real disappointment. The next part of the story will probably have Arima start participating in piano competitions, right? The former genius boy reappears in front of the audience and the judges. I wonder what kind of story will unfold next. Tanaka can't help but feel excited about what's to come. But honestly, it still bothers me. That scene in the hospital, with the word again. Is this really a healing manga? While it seems like it from what he's seen, thinking back to the mangaka's previous works, Tanaka shivers, his face stiffening with an awkward smile. Shouldn't be, right? I guess I should ask others online for their thoughts. With that, Tanaka pulls out his phone and opens his chat. Inside, there's a small group dedicated to discussing the works of the Warriors of Love and Hope series. Hey, has anyone seen volumes 1 and 2 of Your Lie in April? As soon as Tanaka asks, the previously quiet group suddenly comes alive. Why are these people so crazy? I was just a bit late, and didn't manage to grab a copy. Same here. I have no idea when another copies will be available, it's killing me. You're asking about it, did you already read it? How's the rest of the story? Absolutely amazing. Tanaka answers without hesitation, though he can't help but feel a little disappointed. Seriously, no one got it? How are they supposed to discuss the plot if no one's seen it yet? Forget it. Tanaka is about to put his phone away when he notices a message. Did you finish reading it? I know you're in Tokyo, right? Can you sell it to me? I'll pay the full price. Wait. Is this really happening? Tanaka's a bit tempted. But after thinking it through, he realizes he's been working recently and isn't exactly short on money. Your lie in April is a piece worth keeping, it doesn't need to be sold. Just as he's about to decline, another message pops up. Wait, I'll pay a premium 1,500 yen, how's that? So shameless. I was the one who offered first. The highest bidder wins, huh? Everyone wants to read it so badly. Alright then, I'll offer 2,000 yen. Can this really escalate? You said, highest bidder wins. Then I'll offer 3,000 yen. Tanaka blinks. This is really happening? So, I spent money on it, and now I can make a profit by selling it? I've already finished reading it, so I could always buy it again later when they reprint it. With that thought, Tanaka quickly agrees. Alright. Your lie in April is really good. Ayuri exclaims in admiration. Yeah, it's amazing. Mashiro nods in agreement, her eyes shining. Mugi, what do you think if I start learning the violin? Mugi can't hold back a roll of her eyes, responding helplessly, then, Mashiro, will you still draw? Mashiro hesitates, then her face falls in disappointment. Still, she struggles to speak, can't I do both? Do you really think you can? Mashiro sighs, falling silent. Okifumi turns to Ayuri. You promised to support me, but you're not buying a copy. You're just freeloading? Well, your fans are too many, and a crowd had already gathered in front of the bookstore early in the morning. I couldn't get a copy. Ayuri grumbles, but then flashes a smile, patting Okifumi on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll buy a copy when they reprint it. You're so smart. Teasing Ayuri, Okifumi walks towards the room, ready to begin his work. Now that there are more people at home, 2 people are drawing instead of just 1. There's not enough room inside, so Okifumi has started working in the room while the 3 girls are outside. Just as Okifumi takes a few steps, Ayuri calls out to him. By the way, what's the deal with that hospital scene? Wasn't it mentioned earlier that performers like Maison Okori never had any past performance cases? Ayuri nods thoughtfully. I see. So, she's never performed because of her health problems, huh? Well, that explains the earlier setup. Exactly. Okifumi nods in satisfaction. Ayuri, you're getting smarter. Of course. Ayuri proudly raises her chin. After all, she's drawn quite a bit herself, so she can see through the basic plotline easily. Okifumi smiles but doesn't say anything else, walking into the room. Just then, the quiet Mashiro speaks up. By the way, everyone's discussing that scene. Let me see. Ayuri, curious, leans over to look at Mashiro's phone screen, where the latest comments on Okifumi's SNS account are displayed. Your Lie in April Volumes 1 and 2 are amazing. Especially the way the climax was portrayed, it was perfection. I agree. Even someone like me, who isn't too into music, got goosebumps when I saw that part. The mangaka's ability to convey emotion is incredible. I'd call that climax an absolute masterpiece. But why did Kori suddenly collapse? When I saw the hospital scene, I thought the mangaka was about to hit us with a plot twist. Same here, could this be the PTSD from Warriors of Love and Hope? Given the mangaka's past works, I'm pretty sure there's more plot twists coming. Wait, really? Don't scare me. Ahem, just joking. Some difficulties in a healing manga are pretty normal, right? Though, the mangaka never claimed Your Lie in April is a healing manga, right? Eh? You're doubting that, even though it's so obvious? No, I'm fine with others thinking that, but the mangaka's style has been clear from the start. If it wasn't for the word again in that hospital scene, I'd be fine with this. Now I have to stay cautious. I think you're all overthinking it. The mangaka already gave us a clear answer with the New Year's gift. Isn't it normal for a healing story to have some setbacks along the way? I think it's pretty typical. Well, until the outcome is clear, I think all guesses are valid. After all, it's up to the mangaka how they choose to write the story. I don't care whether it's a healing story or a depressing one, as long as the manga is good, I'll keep reading it. Exactly. I'm definitely sticking with Your Lie in April for the long haul. I didn't manage to buy the book, so I'm just here, reading your discussions, and shedding tears of envy. Tears of envy +1. In disbelief, Ayuri couldn't help but exclaim, your works are always like this. As soon as they're released, there's so much discussion about them. The envy of those who couldn't get the book was clearly written on Ayuri's face. I believe you'll be able to do the same, Ayuri. Mashiro said with a small smile, offering some encouragement. Ayuri blushed, the normally proud girl feeling a rare moment of shyness. She scratched her cheek, then shyly said, well, who knows about the future? But, honestly, catching up to this person seemed impossible. Thinking about it, Ayuri couldn't help but sigh inwardly, her thoughts scattering. When did it become such an effort just to watch Mugi's back? The girl's eyes seemed filled with confusion. Just a day after the release, the first and second volumes of Your Lie in April had been getting rave reviews. The pacing of a healing story is crucial, and the slow, steady storytelling style had made the readers feel completely at ease. And even though it was a healing story, it wasn't without its intense moments. The scene of the two playing together on stage was truly shocking. Just through the visuals, they could feel the kind of beauty and impact that was supposed to be conveyed through music. All of this made the fans praise the work non-stop. Okifumi looked at the incoming call from Mihari and couldn't help but sigh. He picked up the phone and said first, "Is this about Your Lie in April sales again?" Mihari was momentarily stunned. Her excitement got caught in her throat, almost causing her to choke on it. Then, with a hint of grievance, she said, "Next time, can you let me speak first?" "Well, after all these times, I thought you'd be used to it by now," Okifumi said nonchalantly. Mihari, unwilling to back down, replied, "Such good news, no matter how many times it happens, it still excites me. Or maybe, you'd rather hear bad news than good news?" She teased. "That's not it," Okifumi said with a slight pause. "But if there's a sudden drop in sales one day, I might get a bit emotional." "TSK," Mihari muttered. Was he implying his works would never fail? But, on second thought, from the very beginning of his career, every one of his works had been a huge success. It had been almost half a year, and Madoka Magica's 2 volumes had already reached nearly 1 million copies sold. For a single short story, that was an impressive number. Just thinking about it made Mihari dizzy, as if she were seeing a pile of small bills flying around in front of her. She cleared her throat. "You've made me all worked up now." Okifumi chuckled. "So, what were the first day sales of Your Lie in April?" Volume 1, 28,000 copies, Volume 2, 33,000. Mihari replied. She paused before adding, "Although it's still quite a bit lower than Madoka Magica, the main reason is that our production capacity couldn't keep up. Also, releasing it on January 20th wasn't the best timing." Okifumi shook his head with a smile. "No need to explain. I'm very satisfied with these numbers." Having been in the industry for almost a year now, Okifumi had gained more understanding of the business. For any new release, breaking 10,000 copies in the first day was already a hit. For his works, it was always several tens of thousands right from the start. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Moreover, he often chose to release his works at the end of the month, while others usually went for the beginning. Even so, his first-day sales were sometimes even higher than those of books released 10 or 20 days earlier. With this comparison, the difference was clear. At this point, Okifumi's name alone could guarantee sales. On the other end, Mihari continued, "Besides informing you about the sales, I also wanted to ask when the 3rd volume of Your Lie in April will be released." "Eh?" Okifumi was surprised. "That's not usually your style. We've been working together long enough that we know your habits by now," Mihari said with a tired tone. "As long as the first few volumes are released, the rest will follow soon enough, right? Rather than wait for you to bring it up, we figured we should be proactive." Okifumi chuckled. "Atosuna-san. Do you remember the title of this manga?" Although confused, Mihari replied, "It's Your Lie in April." Okifumi smiled slightly as he reminded the editor to always remember the title. Even when she was still a rookie, she never made such mistakes, and now, with the experience she had gained, it was second nature. "So, if I were to finish this work in April, that would make for a great symbolic ending, wouldn't it?" Mihari froze, her smile freezing as she heard this. Finish Your Lie in April? But the manga was barely even starting its serialization. Why would he be talking about finishing it already? But finishing it on April is Your Lie in April? It had a very fitting ring to it. It almost felt perfect. But let me ask, how many volumes are you planning to release to finish Your Lie in April? Mihari had already seen volumes 1 and 2 before they were published, and from her professional perspective, there was no sign that the story was wrapping up anytime soon. This was clearly a long series. "I'm thinking around 9 to 13 volumes," Okifumi said, purposely vague. Mihari paused before she couldn't help but analyze further. Even with the minimum of 9 volumes, that means there are 7 left to be released. And it's only 3 months until April. So, you're planning to release 2 to 3 volumes a month? She was able to stay calm and analyze this because of Okifumi's past speed in creating works. It seemed possible. If it were anyone else, she would have dismissed it as crazy. Okifumi responded calmly, "I don't think releasing 2 to 3 volumes is feasible. Let's go with 3 volumes per month." 3 volumes a month? Hey. I must still be half asleep today. Mihari muttered. Otherwise, how could I be hearing such crazy things? Chapter 155, 3 volumes next month? Considering each volume has 180 pages, that adds up to 540 pages per month. Normally, with the help of assistants, the maximum one could manage in a month is around 120 to 140 pages, with extra pages saved for later. If you slack off a bit, it could drop to just 60 or 80 pages. In other words, a whole month's worth of work would equal the workload of 6 months for most others. This isn't just about competing, this is about crushing other manga artists underfoot. Mihari swallowed nervously and asked, her voice trembling a bit, Akifumi-sensei, are you serious? You really need to think this through. You've got your Lie in April and World End in the works, not to mention Steins Gate as the scriptwriter and everything else you've got on your plate. And don't forget school. If she weren't so rude, she probably would have just asked outright, are you even human anymore? Though they were speaking over the phone, Akifumi could easily imagine the expression on Mihari's face. Of course, I'm serious. Akifumi said, his voice no longer light-hearted but rather stern. I know this sounds insane. But I want your Lie in April to have a perfect ending in April. A perfect ending in April? Mihari couldn't help but smile, then sighed helplessly. Sensei, you've really never changed. But I can feel your determination. She said. I'll talk to Editor-in-Chief Minano about this. If she senses your determination, I'm sure she'll help you out. Thank you. Akifumi said seriously. Don't thank me yet. Mihari replied, let's wait until things are confirmed. Then we'll talk. Well, if it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world. Akifumi said. He knew that much. He was simply going after the goal with everything he had. At least I'll know I tried my best. Even if I fail, I won't regret it. He thought to himself. Mihari shook her head and, half joking, replied, you've made so much money over the past half year, so why not just take it easy like everyone else? She meant, why push yourself this hard? Even if he slowed down, the fans wouldn't complain. It's like when the New Year's greetings come, a simple illustration, and no one says anything. Or like the never-ending serialization early releases and finished works, then taking a break. That's the usual cycle. But that's not how it works for Akifumi. He's always pushing forward, never stopping, always producing great work. I need money. Akifumi said, half-jokingly. Mihari rolled her eyes. If you're really that broke, there are easier ways to make money, you know. Why not just work on the sequel to Madoka Magica instead? Yeah, I know. You're really broke. She replied. I'll talk to Minano-san first thing when I get to the office tomorrow and let you know how it goes. Thanks you. After hanging up, Akifumi sighed. Well, I've said my piece. Now it's up to the company. Releasing 3 volumes in 1 month? That's a huge amount of pressure, and the company faces the same issues. With so little preparation time, if one thing goes wrong, it could cause major losses. The company would have to handle it flawlessly, but that's no easy task. There's significant risk involved. Whatever. Akifumi shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. I've done what I can. Now, I just need to be prepared for the opportunity, just in case. If the company gives the green light and then I can't deliver all 3 volumes on time, that would be a disaster. Monday, even though Mihari had worked over the weekend and hadn't slept well the night before because of the surprise from Akifumi, she still managed to show up at the office on time. With dark circles under her eyes, she greeted her coworkers and sat at her desk. She sighed, feeling anxious. I'm such an idiot. Why did I agree to this on the spot? Even after thinking it over all night, Mihari still hadn't figured out how to bring it up with Editor-in-Chief Minano. She had been working at the publisher for nearly a year, and she knew the process for releasing a book inside and out. The usual procedure is to bring up a single volume in meetings well in advance. But Akifumi's situation is unique, and with Minano's influence, everyone's used to things being done out of order. Still, this time it's not just 1 volume, it's 3. Mihari sighed heavily. She could already imagine the printing department's resentful glares. After all, they'd be stuck with overtime because of this last-minute task. On top of that, releasing 3 volumes could also affect sales. Students have limited spending money each month, and even though the previous volume had great sales, next month would be a different story. It's January 22nd now, and even if the 3 volumes are released next month, they'd have to be in the second half of the month. With New Year's behind us, there wouldn't be any more lucky money to help with purchases. 3 volumes? It's a headache. She sighed again, already half an hour into her workday. I really shouldn't have agreed to this. Even if Minano-san is going to yell at me, I have to tell her. With that thought, Mihari walked over to Minano's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Minano's voice called from inside. Mihari walked in, and Minano, sipping her coffee, glanced up briefly before focusing back on her documents. Is there something you need? Well, last night, I talked to Akifumi-san about your lie in April's first day sales. She started. Akifumi-san probably doesn't care much about the sales. Minano said without looking up. For him, it's more about the honor than the money. As expected, Minano knew exactly what was going on. So, did Akifumi-san come up with another challenge for you? She asked. Like releasing the third volume of your lie in April next month? Mihari froze. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Minano-san really understands Akifumi-sensei, not so much understanding, just a small guess based on Akifumi-sensei personality, and seeing you, Mihari-chan? Coming here early in the morning looking like you want to say something but can't quite bring yourself to do it, said Minano, standing up and gesturing for Mihari to sit on the couch. She handed 2 cups of coffee to Mihari. I didn't have time to boil water, so it's just coffee for now. Hope you don't mind. Mihari, a little flustered, hurriedly took the cup while muttering, You're making me do these small things. It's no big deal, what's the problem? Minano chuckled, sitting on the other side of the couch. She glanced at Mihari, and then asked, Looks like I was wrong about this. What's going on with Akifumi-sensei? You look so troubled. Exactly what you just mentioned. Mihari sighed. Akifumi-sensei wants to continue releasing your lie in April volumes next month. Minano looked at Mihari without speaking, patiently waiting for her to finish. She had already inferred this wasn't a simple matter from the way Mihari was acting. But he doesn't just want to release the third volume, he wants to release the next 3 volumes at once. Even Minano, always calm, was taken aback. How many? She asked instinctively. Mihari gulped, bracing herself. The next 3 volumes of your lie in April. Minano stayed silent, finishing her coffee in one gulp, then calmly spoke after settling her emotions. Well, what else can I say? Just the thought of it is enough to blow our minds. Mihari gave a dry smile at Minano's self-deprecating tone. I get it now. After the meeting this afternoon, I'll give you an answer. Minano said, setting her coffee aside. Mihari felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, Editor-in-Chief. Minano waved her hand dismissively. No need to apologize. Everyone has their own way of thinking, we have no right to interfere. Besides, our job is to serve the authors, right? She added with a smile. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't just reject Akifumi-sensei's unreasonable request outright, but came to me to discuss it. That already exceeds my expectations. Trusting you with this shows I made the right choice. Mihari blushed, scratching her head awkwardly. If it had been the younger version of me, I wouldn't have been able to handle this at all. I'd probably be panicking and crying by now, not knowing what to do. Minano-san. Mihari's face flushed with embarrassment at Minano's teasing. Ha ha ha, go ahead and get back to work. This is in my hands now. Thank you so much. Mihari nodded, finishing her coffee. She headed out, still reflecting on the conversation. Minano may not be much older than me, but I always feel like a kid around her. When Minano was alone in the office, she couldn't help but sigh. Akifumi-sensei really knows how to give me tough problems. This afternoon's meeting's going to be a busy one. Later that night, seeing the incoming call with the familiar name, Akifumi's face revealed surprise. After a brief pause, he answered. Akifumi-sensei. Minano's voice came through the phone. It seemed there was a response. Feeling a rush of nervousness, Akifumi remained calm in his voice. Sorry for troubling you, Editor-in-Chief. Well, our job is to serve you, so it's not really trouble. Minano chuckled. Just wish you'd let me know earlier next time. That way, I wouldn't have to be so passive. Thinking back on today's meeting, Minano felt a bit drained. After all, this whole thing was her fault in the first place. But the result turned out okay in the end. She smiled. I'm sorry again. Akifumi apologized sincerely. Minano reassured him, you don't need to apologize. This is just part of a job. But I have to ask before we continue. Are you absolutely sure you can deliver 3 volumes every month? Without hesitation, Akifumi answered, I'm sure. What about the release schedule? I was thinking the middle to the end of each month. Akifumi replied. Having worked hard for days, he already had enough for 2 volumes, and the third was almost halfway done. There were no issues finishing it in the remaining time. If you're releasing 3 volumes this fast, you'll need to submit them by the end of this month. Minano mused, impressed by how much content Akifumi had prepared. Did you draw all of this in advance? Akifumi chuckled. I've been drawing a lot in my spare time. You never know when it'll come in handy. Minano smiled. Akifumi-san. We're planning an online interview about your lie in April this Friday. Do you have time? An online interview? Akifumi was taken aback by the sudden suggestion but agreed right away. Of course. He trusted Minano's judgment. There was always a good reason behind her decisions. Minano nodded. Now, about your proposal from last night. It was approved in today's meeting. Akifumi wasn't surprised. If it hadn't passed, they would have just told him directly. But it wasn't easy. I had to work hard to get everyone on board. If you don't meet the 3-volume deadline, I'll resign myself. Akifumi was genuinely moved. Thank you, Minano-san. But don't worry, I won't jeopardize my career. Minano laughed off his concern. No need to be so tense. I wasn't saying that to pressure you. I just want you to know we're in this together. From now on, you can fully trust me. Minano continued, switching back to a serious tone. I want to give you a heads up. The interview this Friday will announce that the decision to wrap your light in April was something we all agreed on from the start. It's a bold move by Shueisha. Please cooperate with the publicity. Akifumi immediately understood the reasoning behind it. He smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Chapter 156. After hanging up the phone, Akifumi let out a deep breath, then a look of excitement flashed across his face. The toughest hurdle was finally behind him. Now, all that remained was to complete 3 volumes of Your Lie in April by the end of each month. It was a significant workload, but as long as he maintained his current pace, finishing 3 volumes a month wouldn't be a problem at all. Did the company decide early on to incorporate promotional strategies? Akifumi chuckled. It made perfect sense. The concern over whether rapid production would compromise quality was an unavoidable issue in any era. While he had proven he could handle 2 simultaneous serializations, that didn't mean readers would automatically believe he could deliver 3 full volumes in a single month without sacrificing quality. The workload between the two was on completely different levels. Even if he were simultaneously serializing 3 different works, at most, he'd need to produce about 300 pages per month. But publishing 3 entire volumes? That meant doubling that workload. And that wasn't even considering the fact that he still had other ongoing projects on the side. That was why this approach made sense. It added credibility to the whole endeavor. Ending Your Lie in April was part of the plan from the very beginning. By framing it this way, external speculation and doubts could be minimized. After all, this phrasing implied that Akifumi had already prepared a large number of drafts ahead of time, ensuring that the story would conclude as planned. Sure, the reasoning might seem a bit forced, but most people wouldn't overanalyze the logic behind it. The only real risk was if Your Lie in April failed to conclude by April. In that case, the problem wouldn't just be for Akifumi or Minano-san, it would be a major issue for the entire publishing house. Come to think of it, this setup is quite fitting for Your Lie in April. Both the story and this publishing strategy revolved around carefully crafted, well-intentioned deceptions. One started in April and ended in late February, the other began with the mid-February book release and would conclude in late April. One was a true lie. The other would become reality once April ended. I didn't expect such an interesting contrast to emerge from all this. Akifumi shook his head with a smile before his curiosity took over. Speaking of which, who exactly is editor Minano? He highly doubted that an ordinary editor could pull off something like this. Sure, chief editors held high-ranking positions within a publishing house. But Shueisha was just one subsidiary within a larger media conglomerate. Decisions like increasing royalties required approval beyond even the chief editor. That meant this was a matter that couldn't have been decided just by a few chief editors sitting in the room. But either way, having someone influential backing you feels pretty good. Akifumi grinned. Did it really matter who Minano was or how he secured these opportunities for him? Not at all. What mattered was that, now that this precedent was set, it would likely be much easier to pull off similar strategies in the future. And that knowledge alone was enough. With his mind cleared, he focused on his top priority, drawing. As for the online interview on Friday, he could just wing it when the time came. Akifumi, what does drawing manga feel like? Akifumi blinked in surprise, then looked at Kato with curiosity. Are you interested in drawing manga? Just a little. Kato nodded, then clarified, I don't intend to draw myself. I'm just curious about what it feels like to be a creator. What it feels like? Akifumi pondered for a moment before answering. Before I even start, just picking up the pen feels exhausting. I don't want to draw at all. But once I start, I have to constantly think about how to bring the world in my head to life in a way that captures the reader's interest. When they become moved by the story's emotions, feel inspired by the hope within it, my creative passion burns even stronger. When I receive recognition and praise from fans, I feel genuinely happy and touched. And of course, on a more practical level, I don't have to worry about money anymore. Even if one day I stop drawing, I can still live comfortably off my past works and enjoy a fulfilling retirement. That's pretty much what it feels like. Kato nodded in understanding, then let out a sigh. That last part sounds wonderful, but I'm guessing most people never even make it past the first 2 steps. Well, manga is a long-term career. If someone can't overcome their own laziness and stick with it, success is impossible. Even if they persist, success isn't guaranteed, right? Kato's tone carried an unexpected note of melancholy. Not everyone has the same level of talent as you, Akifumi. Realizing how her words might be misinterpreted, she quickly added, I'm not saying you don't work hard. I genuinely respect how much effort you put in while others are just playing around. But for most ordinary people, no matter how hard they try, they probably won't achieve even a tenth of your success. Effort was crucial. But talent also set an upper limit on what effort could achieve. That was what Kato wanted to express. I think you're absolutely right. For teenagers still sheltered in their academic lives, the future seemed too distant to worry about. If he hadn't regained his past life memories, Akifumi would likely still be the same as before, spending his days studying and indulging in anime and manga. The future felt too far away. Even if mentors and seniors offered guidance, most students would brush it off as irrelevant. Only a few thought seriously about it and put in real effort. And those few were already ahead of the rest. Akifumi smiled. I've always loved ACG, anime, comics, games, so I figured I'd give it a try. Turns out, I had some unexpected talent in this area. So why not take advantage of being young and try different things? You might discover a hidden talent you never knew you had. And even if you don't, knowing what you enjoy gives you a head start over others. Kato fell silent, lost in thought. A moment later, she let out a small sigh and gave a rare, wry smile. You've seen right through me, haven't you, Akifumi? He chuckled. Well, the semester is ending soon. And you suddenly brought up this topic, doesn't that mean you're feeling a little lost about the future? Yeah. Kato admitted with a hint of helplessness. Someone as unremarkable as me. I feel like things will only get harder once I enter society. It's a bit overwhelming. Unremarkable? Why did people around him, people who were clearly talented, insist on seeing themselves as ordinary? Whether it was Miharu or Kato, they all underestimated themselves. Akifumi sighed. If nothing else, just a little styling and you'd be incredibly eye-catching, Kato. You think so? Trust me on this. But Kato refused to continue the topic, shifting her gaze toward the blackboard in the distance. With a serious expression, she said, Akifumi's suggestion just now was really useful. This spring festival, I should take some time to seriously consider what I want to do in the future. Though her tone was calm, there was an unmistakable determination in her voice. After school, Miharu, Akifumi, and Mashiro walked home together. Out of nowhere, Miharu spoke up. You know, maybe I should try to find out if I have any talents in a particular area. Akifumi raised an eyebrow in surprise, then chuckled. Wow, Miharu, I thought you were busy chatting with others after class. Were you secretly eavesdropping on my conversation with Kato? Miharu's face flushed red. Of course, she paid attention when the boy she liked was chatting with another girl, especially someone as stunning as Kato. She knew that someone as exceptional as Akifumi wouldn't be hers alone forever. But until that future arrived, wasn't it okay to be a little greedy and want to keep his affection all to herself for now? Ignoring Akifumi's teasing, she earnestly asked, Akifumi, what do you think I'm talented at? Akifumi thought seriously for a moment before replying, cooking? Taking care of people? Keeping the house tidy? Miharu sighed in exasperation. I was foolish to expect a serious answer from you, Akifumi. Akifumi pouted. Hey. But you really are good at those things, right, Mashiro? Mashiro, lost in thoughts about her manga storyline, hadn't really been listening but instinctively nodded. Feeling validated, Akifumi continued confidently, take cooking, for example. It's because of Miharu's delicious meals that we smile so happily every day. And keeping the house clean, if you weren't here, wouldn't Mashiro and I be in big trouble? Don't underestimate these skills. There's a huge difference between just doing something and doing it well. In my opinion, you excel at all of this. Is that so? Miharu scratched her cheek, a bit shy, and turned her head away. Deep down, she made a silent decision. Then, I'll do my best to support everyone from behind the scenes. Thinking back, she truly did enjoy the process of taking care of others. Oh, right. Miharu suddenly asked with curiosity. Didn't you mention that you had an online interview tonight, Akifumi? Yeah. That's right. In the blink of an eye, it was already Friday. This online interview would be conducted live, with images synced to Shueisha's official SNS account. To promote it, Akifumi had even posted an announcement. The interview was scheduled for 8 8:00 p.m. tonight. How does an online interview work? Miharu's eyes sparkled with interest. She understood the concept of interviews but wasn't familiar with this new format. It's simple, we just chat online. It's a back and forth Q&A, and the conversation and photos get posted on the SNS account in real time. Since Minano had mentioned it last time, Akifumi had looked it up, so he was able to explain it smoothly. I see. I'm really looking forward to this interview. What's there to look forward to? Akifumi sighed. If you have any questions, you can just ask me directly, you know. That's different. Miharu said. I'm watching this as a fan. It's not the same as our everyday conversations. Was this what people called a girl's sense of ritual? Akifumi could only shake his head with a wry smile. 8:00 p.m. arrived in the blink of an eye. Miharu, Mashiro, and Ariri huddled together, eagerly staring at the tablet screen. Only Mashiro maintained her usual indifferent expression. It's starting, it's starting. On Shueisha's SNS, the interview began updating in real time. Host, good evening, Warrior of Love and Hope Sensei. I'm your host tonight, Hashioru Akika. It's an honor to interview you this evening. Akifumi, good evening, Hashioru-san. And good evening, everyone. I'm today's guest, Warrior of Love and Hope. Host, just as everyone says, Sensei is as kind as expected. I've also heard you're quite the handsome guy, but it's a shame I don't have a picture to confirm it. Akifumi, thank you for the kind words, Hashioru-san, but that's just flattery. Everyone has been waiting for this, so let's get right to the main topic, shall we? Host, you're right. So here's the first question, how did you come up with the idea for your lie in April? Oh, and just to clarify, since today's session is dedicated to your lie in April, even though we're curious about Madoka Magica and Anohana, unfortunately, I can't ask about them otherwise, my paycheck will take a hit. That said, fans are free to ask anything later. Akifumi, so you're planning to sneak in those questions during the fan Q&A session later, huh? Host, cough, cough. Even if that were true, I wouldn't admit it. Akifumi, well, to answer your question, since I was young, I've studied various kinds of music. In fact, the theme song for Anohana was written and composed by me. I've always loved music, but unfortunately, I sing so badly that I could probably shatter light bulbs. It's a bit of a regret of mine. So, instead, I channel that passion into something I'm actually good at, drawing. Host, I see. So your lie in April was born from your love of music and your desire to fill that gap in your life. Akifumi, exactly. The cherry blossoms in April are particularly beautiful, and spring is a season that naturally makes people yearn for love. That's how the idea for this manga came to be. Host, next question, how long did it take you to create this work? Since you released 2 volumes back-to-back last time, do you have more drafts ready? Akifumi, whoa, that's quite the aggressive second question. Host, if you don't want to answer, you can skip it. But wouldn't that disappoint your fans? Akifumi, ugh, using my fans to pressure me? Fine, it's not a secret anyway. I have plenty of drafts ready. Host, whoa, really? Akifumi, in fact, I started working on this manga last April. Although I chose to submit Madoka Magica for the Tezuka Award instead, that doesn't mean I ever stopped working on this project. Host, amazing. Sensei's passion for drawing is beyond our imagination. But wait. What's going on? Host, everyone, sorry for the sudden interruption, but I have breaking news from Shueisha. Host, I've just received confirmation that your lie in April, written by Warrior of Love and Hope, will officially end this April. Host, wait, what? But the story just started. How could it be ending so soon? Akifumi, this isn't an April Fool's joke. It's true. Ending your lie in April, it just fits too perfectly, don't you think? Chapter 157, Friday night, 8 p.m. Since Akifumi Mujio had already posted about it in advance, a lot of fans had tuned in on time to watch the interview. Tanaka was no exception. This time, he didn't even bother pretending to study. Instead, he openly declared that after dinner, he needed a break. Given his recent good behavior, and the fact that it was a Friday, he was granted permission to relax. As he scrolled through the constantly updating SNS feed, a wide smile spread across his face. Every now and then, his expression would shift to one of surprise. Huh? I didn't know Sensei could do music too. Wait, what? That song was written by Sensei as well? With revelation after revelation dropping like bombs, Tanaka couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Now that I think about it, if Sensei had no understanding of music, there's no way your lie in April could have been drawn so convincingly. From an outsider's perspective, A story like that must have been extremely challenging to create, expressing emotions through music, designing storyboards. These were all tricky aspects to tackle. Wait, Sensei has been working on Your Lie in April since last year? Then why didn't they submit it for the Tezuka Award back then? As this thought crossed his mind, Tanaka instinctively compared Your Lie in April and Madoka Magica in his heart. In the end, the scales tipped in favor of Madoka Magica. Well, one is a completed short story, and the other is an ongoing long-form series. Of course, even if Your Lie in April were completed, Madoka Magica would still hold a special place in his heart. It paved the way for an entirely new genre. As he eagerly awaited more updates from the live broadcast, a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your Lie in April, final chapter in April? Is this for real? Anyone who had read Your Lie in April would immediately notice how different it was from Sensei's previous short stories. This was clearly meant to be their first long-form series. After all, the first 2 volumes had merely set up the premise. There was definitely a lot more story left to be told. There was no way it could end so soon. Hoping for a denial, Tanaka instead saw an official confirmation. It's really happening? Tanaka stared at the screen in shock. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, leading him to one inevitable conclusion. So Your Lie in April was actually a short story all along? Will it have a tragic ending? Kausai had already left the hospital, hadn't he? If the story took a dark turn and killed off Kori using this as a setup, wouldn't that be completely logical? Will Kausai not participate in the piano competition? If that were the case, then this story... Tanaka forced himself to push away those grim thoughts, but fortunately, a new update on SNS quickly distracted him. Host, so that means there isn't much content left in Your Lie in April, right? Sensei, of course not. I originally planned for the story to be at least 7 to 10 volumes long. Wait, what? So it really is a long series? Tanaka was completely confused. Then how are they supposed to wrap it up in April? At that moment, fans across the country collectively voiced the same concern in their hearts. The host, understanding the audience's curiosity, asked the question directly. Host, if there are still so many volumes planned, how do you plan to finish it by April? Sensei, isn't it simple? We just release more volumes per month. Host, you mean? Sensei, after discussions with the publisher, we agreed to release around 3 volumes per month. Oh, and by the way, make sure to save up for Your Lie in April. 3 volumes per month? Tanaka's jaw dropped. His brain struggled to process the sheer amount of work that entailed. How many pages would Sensei have to draw per month to pull that off? It was simple math, yet Tanaka was too stunned to do the calculations. Wait, no, Sensei did say they had been working on it since last year and had a huge backlog. That meant it was possible. Tanaka's eyes lit up with excitement. 3 volumes a month, huh? If you dare to release them, I'll buy them all. The rest of the fan base seemed to share Tanaka's sentiment, and the interview continued. Host, this is incredible. It seems you weren't joking when you said you had a lot of material prepared. Sensei, of course. When it comes to serious matters like this, I never joke. Host, was this a last-minute decision, or had you planned it all along? Sensei, as everyone knows, I had 2 simultaneous serializations in Weekly Shonen Jump, but both wrapped up early. Since magazine space is limited, even if I could draw more, I didn't want to monopolize every slot and risk getting ambushed by another mangaka on a dark street one night. So, reluctantly, I had to wait for my serializations to end before publishing my next work. This gave me plenty of time to work on Your Lie in April and World End. And while people thought I was just lazing around, I secretly wrote a few light novels too. When the publisher analyzed sales trends, they realized that early volume releases performed surprisingly well. As fans completed the magazine versions, they would rush to collect the physical copies, boosting overall sales. Seeing this, my editor-in-chief at Shueisha suggested extending this approach. However, I was hesitant. What if fans didn't like Your Lie in April? What if its sales flopped? I hesitated until last week's simultaneous release of 2 volumes received overwhelming support. That gave me the confidence to move forward. Host, you're referring to last week's 2-volume release? Sensei, exactly. The response was fantastic, both in reviews and sales figures. So, after further discussion with Shueisha, we decided if the content is ready, why not release it as quickly as possible? Let's see how a story named after April performs when it actually concludes in April. Host, both you and Shueisha have a lot of confidence in this. Has the industry ever seen such a rapid release schedule before? Sensei, not really, which is why I say I'm just being shameless, dragging the publisher along for the ride. Host, it's clear that Shueisha holds you in high regard. Sensei, that just makes me feel guilty, so let me shamelessly remind my fans one more time: when Your Lie in April releases, please buy it. Host, I'm sure everyone will rush to buy it. At least, I know I will get it as soon as it comes out. I absolutely love the story between Arima Kausai and Mizuno Kori. By the way, speaking of this, I have to complain on behalf of the many fans. Why can't you print a little more when your new work is released? It's ridiculously hard to get. It's like a battlefield, no exaggeration. Sensei, is it really that extreme? But I remember the company said they print quite a lot each time. Host, but everyone says it's still not enough. Cat shrugging image. Sensei, I don't think we should blame anyone for that. It's just that no one expected the demand to be so high. I didn't have that much confidence myself, and the initial print run from the company is actually pretty large, about 100,000 copies. The bookstore owners probably didn't think my work would be this popular either, so they might have been a little too conservative in their estimates. Host, wait, the first print run is actually 100,000 copies? Sensei, yes, my royalties for the first batch were based on 100,000 copies, so I'm sure of it. Host, well, I guess we can't blame anyone now. It looks like the company's faith in you actually exceeded even your own. Sensei, maybe that's true. Host, by the way, this little ad break has shortened the flow a bit. Let's get back on track, shall we? Sensei, sure. Host, in your lie in April. Kausai and Kori have actually met before, right? Sensei, oh, did I not make it obvious enough? Frenda is clearly the lie woven by the girl host, so, Kori was initially trying to get close to Kausai, right? Sensei, I can't say too much about that, but if everyone just keeps reading, the answer will come. Host, well. An hour has passed, and the interview is nearly over. Since this is a written interview, we're communicating through typing, which is why it took this long. Host, thank you so much, Sensei, for coming and sharing all these stories with us. Sensei, I'm really happy to have been invited and to be a part of this interview. Host, now, it's time for the usual fan Q&A session. Our staff has picked 3 of the most popular questions, and we hope Sensei can answer some fan questions for us. Sensei, alright, go ahead. Host, here's the first fan question. Sensei, I really love your lie in April. But my favorite work is still Madoka Magica. Will there be a sequel to Madoka Magica? Sensei, Are you all just going to give me a question like this right off the bat? You're being too polite about this. Didn't the last chapter of Madoka Magica already give you the answer? If you're asking about the next arc, it's called the Beast arc, and I'm not sure when it will be published yet. Oh, wait, did I say too much? You just wanted to know if there's a sequel, right? Well, the answer is yes. At that moment, all the fans watching the live stream had only one word in their minds: idiot. Host, you really pranked us like this, Sensei. You're such a trickster. Can I change the next question to something else? Sensei, wouldn't that break the rules? Is that allowed? Host, of course. Not. Okay, the second question then. Let's see. Seriously? Sensei, I have a bad feeling about this. Host, Sensei, do you have a girlfriend? What's your standard for choosing one? Cat's grin image. Sensei, can I really talk about this kind of private stuff? Host, if you don't want to answer, we can move to another question. Sensei, well, it's not like I can't answer it. I definitely have a girlfriend. As for the standards for choosing one, of course, she has to be like my girlfriend. Host, so you do have one? I'm really curious, how amazing must she be to catch Sensei's attention? But all the female fans must be heartbroken now. Sensei, why heartbroken? Don't you all like my works more than anything else? Host, you know exactly what I meant, Sensei. You're so sly. Host, alright, last question. Is your lie in April a healing story or a depressing one? There's been a lot of discussion about this online lately. Sensei, isn't your lie in April wrapping up in April? The final answer, I think, is something you'll all have to experience for yourselves to truly enjoy. What do you think? Host, if we still had a lot more time, I'd love to hear the answer directly from you, Sensei. But I can wait until April. That's fine with me. Sensei, I think most fans probably agree with you. Host, well then, thanks for your hard work, Sensei. Sensei, you've worked hard too. Host, that's it for today's exclusive interview with the Warrior of Love and Hope. Thank you to all the fans for watching. Sensei, thank you so much, everyone. By the way, volumes 3, 4, and 5 of Your Lie in April will be released in mid-February, so don't forget to grab your copies. Host, Sensei, I think you owe us some advertising fees now. Sensei, shouldn't I be getting an appearance fee instead? Host, well, that wraps up today's interview. If you want us to interview anyone next time, make sure to leave a comment. Phew. Tanaka sighed contentedly, a look of excitement on his face. It's true. Having watched the entire live stream, he had no more doubts about your lie in April ending in April. The boy eagerly picked up his phone and went to comment on Akifumi's SNS page. On the other side, Akifumi stretched and walked out of the room. Honestly, this online interview method was quite new and interesting. He glanced around. Did Ariri leave already? Miharu lowered her head, her expression unreadable. Miharu, are you okay? Mashiro asked worriedly. Miharu shook her head. I'm fine. Mashiro, can you go grab me my pajama from the room? Pajama? Mashiro blinked, confused about why she needed it now. But she obediently nodded. Okay. She quickly headed for the entrance. With the sound of the door closing, she stepped outside. Mugio-kun. Why did you have to say that? Miharu looked up, her face already streaked with tears. Now Akifumi understood everything. He sat down beside the girl, gently wiping away her tears. Softly, he spoke, this kind of thing. You can't hide it forever, right? Chapter 158, but at least you could have prepared me a little. Miharu spoke up with a pout. In her mind, the image of Ariri forcing a smile before leaving flashed. Akifumi, feeling helpless, sighed. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Are you saying that at times like this, I should lie and say I don't have a girlfriend? In truth, when Akifumi first saw the question, he had thought about how to answer. If he had chosen to hide the truth, Miharu probably wouldn't have said anything, but she'd definitely feel upset inside. He knew that in the future, he would end up doing something to hurt the girl, so he couldn't let her feel hurt in any other way. That's why, when faced with a question, he had decided to speak the truth without hesitation. Click, bang. The sound of a door opening and closing echoed. Miharu panicked, pressing her small hands against Akifumi's chest to push him away, but found it had no effect. Flustered, she asked, what are you doing? Mashiro's back. What's there to be afraid of? Akifumi chuckled, certain that Mashiro's personality would prevent her from saying anything even if she saw them. Mugi-I-ho. Miharu raised her voice slightly, her face filled with worry and unease. What's there to be afraid of? Though Akifumi felt a little helpless, he still followed Miharu's wishes and moved back a little. Miharu quickly grabbed some tissues, wiped away the remaining tears on her face, and put on a casual expression, trying to act like nothing had happened. Just then, Mashiro arrived, a little late. Miharu, is this it? Thank you. Miharu smiled, then noticed that Mashiro was holding a set of sleepwear. A bit confused, she asked, what's this for? Mashiro blinked. Aren't we staying at Mugi's place tonight? The implication was clear. If you're bringing sleepwear, doesn't that mean I'm staying over too? So, I brought my own. After spending so much time together, Miharu understood Mashiro's meaning and couldn't help but laugh. She had asked Mashiro to get the pajamas as an excuse to send her away, but she never expected Mashiro wanted to sleep here too. Though she often stayed here. As she thought about it, Miharu's pale cheeks flushed with a bright red hue. Akifumi, the observer, could easily figure out the misunderstanding. Looks like there's no chance tonight. Although a bit disappointed, Akifumi smiled and tried to smooth things over. Staying here tomorrow during the break would be nice too. Yeah. Mashiro nodded happily, then turned to Akifumi. Mugi, what's a girlfriend? Cough cough. Akifumi nearly choked on the water he had just taken a sip of. His face turned a bit awkward. Why is Mashiro asking this all of a sudden? Because it's something everyone cares about, but I don't really get what it means. Akifumi let out a small sigh of relief, thinking Mashiro hadn't noticed anything. He then thought for a moment before explaining, a girlfriend is a female friend you're really close to. Oh, I see. Mashiro nodded, then blinked her eyes. So, am I Mugi's girlfriend? Akifumi suddenly realized what it meant to shoot yourself in the foot. He gave Miharu a pleading look for help. Miharu snorted, probably remembering how she had been teased earlier, and turned her head, as if saying, you're on your own with this one. I really need to teach you a lesson sometime. She thought to herself, feeling that Mashiro had become bolder lately. With Mashiro's innocent gaze staring at him, Akifumi steeled himself and nodded, clearing his throat. Well, you can say that. Mashiro pouted, looking pleased. Then, I'm also Mugi's girlfriend. He felt a bit guilty for deceiving such an innocent child. However, Mashiro just happily returned to her seat, completely focused on her drawing. Miharu leaned in closer to Akifumi and whispered, Mugio-kun, what about Ariri? Don't worry, I'll find a chance to explain things to her. Though she usually acted a bit clueless, Ariri could be sharp at the right moments. She might have already figured it out, though. Maybe she was just pretending not to know or intentionally ignoring it? Akifumi pondered. Sorry. Miharu suddenly lowered her head, looking guilty. Okifumi smiled softly. I'm the one who should be sorry, actually. By the way, tonight. Miharu's face turned red, and she shook her head firmly. No way. Definitely not. She shot a glance at Mashiro, as if saying, Mashiro is here, so why are you still being so dumb? Mashiro sleeps deeply. As long as we're careful, we definitely won't get caught sneaking in some extra fun. No. No way. Even as she said this, Miharu's expression clearly showed she was wavering. In fact, tonight's livestream had a lot of people watching. Hiratsuka Shizuka's play suck. Hiratsuka Shizuka sighed, looking a bit downcast. Shaking the empty beer can in her hand, she stood up unsteadily and grabbed 2 more cans from the fridge, still cold from being recently taken out. Sitting back down, she took a large gulp. The already pink tint of her cheeks deepened with a touch of drunkenness. Ugh, kids these days already have girlfriends. She muttered, glancing down at the can in her hand. Here I am, way past my prime, and I've never met someone right for me. Her voice carried a sense of bitter helplessness only she could feel. Having reached her age, she longed for a sweet romance more than ever. Speaking of which, there's not a single decent guy around. She paused, and for some reason, the image of Okifumi floated into her mind. Her already flushed face grew even redder. There's no one better than that kid. Wait. Hiratsuka Shizuka caught herself. What are you thinking? That kid is your student. Even though she was well aware of that, her thoughts didn't fade away. In fact, they only grew stronger. The forbidden nature of their relationship made her feel both guilty and strangely excited. Hiratsuka Shizuka muttered to herself, did I drink too much tonight? Girlfriend. Kato's place. Kato had just pulled her gaze away from her phone and sighed. In truth, she'd had a vague feeling for a while that something was off between those two. But it had just been a hunch, a guess without real evidence. Now that it was confirmed, her emotions became more complicated. Her normally emotionless face was full of uncertainty. After a long silence, Kato sighed again and muttered, after all, it's that Shina-san. It made sense for him to like someone she's perfect in every way. But even though she knew that, Kato couldn't help but feel a wave of loneliness. Who is it, though? Eri? Mashiro? Or Miharu? After all, those two have been childhood friends, right? When they got together, wasn't that the most natural outcome? Wait, not necessarily. Maybe it isn't one of those 3 at all? After all, that guy is pretty popular at school. Atosuna Mihari plays someone so outstanding, how could they not be popular? Mihari couldn't help but sigh. Not just girls around their age who are curious and excited about love, even she, when faced with someone so amazing, would be a little moved. No. Mihari, think about all the times that guy bullied you. Thinking back, her once restless heart started to beat a little faster. Shinamiya household Hayasaka. Yes, miss. Shinamiya Kaguya gazed out the window at the moon, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Do you think that guy suddenly drawing your lie in April, this healing manga, might be because of love? Huh? Healing? Suddenly drawing your lie in April? Wasn't there a huge debate online about what genre that work even falls into? How can you be so sure it's healing and not depressing? Besides, in the interview earlier, didn't they mention that he started preparing that work last year? How is this related to now? Though she silently complained, Hayasaka calmly responded, I guess so. Love, huh? Shinamiya Kaguya sighed deeply, her gaze lingering on the moon, growing even more melancholic. Upon seeing Kaguya's wistful expression, all the resentment that had built up inside seemed to fade away, and a look of sympathy appeared in her eyes. Kazemajoka Utaha plays boyfriend. Kazemajoka Utaha narrowed her eyes, recalling the scene after school when she accidentally saw the 2 girls standing next to Kifumi. Is it one of them? Come to think of it, that girl is his childhood friend, right? The thought crossed her mind, but then she shook her head. Well, that seems unlikely. No matter how you look at it, it just doesn't fit. A tsundere like her confessing? No way could she picture that scene. Maybe she's feeling a bit hurt now. Based on their relationship, she should have been the first, but now she's lagging behind the others. Maybe I should find a time to comfort that girl? After all, she's still one of my fans. Even though I don't know why, there's something about her that rubs me the wrong way, but she's still my fan. Even Kazemajoka Utaha, despite her usual attitude, occasionally shows some kindness. Love. Kazemajoka Utaha suddenly sighed. Though her debut work was a romance-themed one, she had never been in a relationship herself. Would trying it out with someone give me more creative experience? The memory of a conversation with her editor popped into her mind. I'm almost 30 and still no one wants me. And yet, they made such a suggestion. She shook her head. But I wonder what it would feel like. Would it be like Aramakausai in Your Lie in April, where dull world suddenly shines because of one person? Or would it be like Tsubaki, who, unaware of her own feelings, gets frustrated when she sees her crush laughing and talking with someone else? Kazumajouka Utaha couldn't help but sigh again. This topic is really complicated. That night, for many girls who had interacted with Akifumi for various reasons, it was anything but peaceful. And for one particular girl, especially so. But her feelings were something no outsider could ever fully understand. The inevitable moment of heartbreak and tears from sudden longing was, of course, an essential part of it. With the interview over, Akifumi's SNS posts were flooded with comments. Whoa. This interview is packed with info. Praise to sensei. By the way, is it really okay to release 3 volumes a month? Isn't that a bit too much? No publisher has ever done this, right? It feels a little reckless. What's so reckless about it? I'm super happy. Exactly. Just thinking about the ending being closer, I'm so happy. Your Lie in April ending in April, isn't that great? I'm definitely supporting sensei when it comes out. If anyone's worried, maybe just hold off and wait a bit. Right, if you're worried, it's a good idea to just wait a little while and be patient. I'm not worried about the quality dropping, just wondering if releasing so many volumes at once might affect final sales. Not everyone has that much pocket money. Sorry, for those of us with jobs, 3 manga volumes is less than half a day's salary. Stupid adults. I'm so jealous. Jealous +1, but I'll hold on and support sensei's work next month. Yeah, it's just skipping out on a little fun. If it gets tough, I'll just work part-time. But I will see Your Lie in April the moment it's out. By the way, am I the only one interested in the sequel to Madoka Magica? No way. Your Lie in April is food, but Madoka Magica is soul food. Sensei's so mean, teasing us with curiosity but not revealing anything. But if sensei said so, could it be that the April release will be the start of it? That'll have to wait for the magazine serialization to end. I think this is Shueisha testing the waters, and if it works, next time we might not need serialization and could get direct releases. Really? That sounds too bold. But if it's sensei's new work, no matter what it is, I'll buy a copy to support. I think I'll support it too. Maybe once Your Lie in April ends, we'll see new work released soon after. Who knows what Madoka Magica will be about? Ah, I'm so excited. Feels like sensei has so many projects lined up, and even if it's not Madoka Magica next, it'll still be something great. Hey, no one curious about sensei's gossip? I'm curious too. What kind of beautiful girl could be sensei's girlfriend? Curious +1. Under the post, more and more comments poured in. Though some voiced doubts about the 3-volume release being too rushed, and whether this was planned from the start. Those discussions quickly got drowned out by the buzz about Madoka Magica's sequel and sensei's personal gossip. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At school, after classes. In a certain empty multifunctional classroom. Finally planning to stop avoiding me? Akifumi grinned at the awkwardly fidgeting Ariari. Whatever the problem is, let's talk it out, okay? Chapter 159, Eri wanted to refuse Akifumi's request to talk, but thinking about what he had just done made her furious all over again. Do you even realize the consequences of what you just did? She snapped. The memory of him suddenly picking her up in a princess carry in front of so many people flooded back, making her both embarrassed and inexplicably giddy. The consequences? Akifumi smirked mischievously. Probably that people will think the mysterious girlfriend I mentioned during the livestream was you. Eri froze for a second before glaring at him. Your girlfriend is Miharu, isn't she? What does this have to do with me? Oh? So you knew about that? His teasing tone made her fume even more. Her golden twin tails trembled slightly, as if they had a life of their own, itching to strike. Of course, I knew. I'm not blind. She grumbled internally. Right before Christmas, his and Miharu's interactions were already unusual. Miharu would steal glances at him and smile sweetly. Even someone with zero dating experience could tell what was going on. Eri had refused to acknowledge it back then, clinging to the small hope that she was wrong, lying to herself over and over. But that night, her carefully crafted delusions shattered completely. Thinking back on it, all the suppressed emotions, frustration, sadness, and resentment began bubbling up again. Before she knew it, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. You never had any intention of being with me, so why do you keep messing with my feelings? Her tears, like broken pearls, slid down her soft cheeks. Akifumi felt a twinge of guilt watching her cry. But then ph. Her eyes widened in shock as her lips were suddenly sealed by his. Reflexively, she tried to push him away, but their strength was completely mismatched. In desperation, she bit down slightly. Even then, Akifumi didn't flinch. Slowly, Yuri's tense body began to relax. A moment later, "Are you calm now?" he asked with a smirk. Yuri, her face flushed and body weak, slumped into the chair. She shot him a furious glare. "I was calm to begin with." "Right. That's why you were crying non-stop," he countered with a raised eyebrow. "I was calm," she insisted, voice firm but cheeks still red. All right. My bad for misjudging the situation." He chuckled, deciding not to provoke her further. He knew better than to ruffle an already agitated cat. Seeing him admit defeat, Yuri temporarily forgot about what had just happened. She puffed out her chest, feeling victorious, and huffed, "You always do this." "Do what?" "Act without thinking about the consequences. Like just now," she accused. "How do you expect Miharu to feel about this misunderstanding? Even after everything, she's still worried about someone else." Okifumi sighed, shaking his head with a small smile. "Miharu won't mind. Of course she'll wait." "What?" Yuri blinked in confusion. "What do you mean she won't mind? You really think Miharu hasn't noticed that you like me?" Yuri's face turned crimson. Like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, she jumped up in outrage. "Huh? Who likes you?" Click. "Huh?" Her flustered expression froze. "Did you just take a picture?" Okifumi grinned, tucking his phone away. That classic tsundere reaction? Definitely worth saving. "Who's at tsundere?" she shouted. "I'm not at tsundere." "No way." Ignoring her denial, Okifumi smoothly transitioned back to their previous conversation. "If you don't like me, then why are you so upset?" I'm not upset." Yuri averted her gaze, looking suspiciously guilty. "Then what were the tears for?" "Got dust in my eye. Even in 5,000 years, this girl's stubbornness won't change." Okifumi shook his head, choosing not to argue. Instead, he asked, "Do you know why you lost so badly?" "What do you mean lost so badly?" She shot back. Ignoring her outburst, he continued, "Right before Christmas, Miharu confessed to me." "What?" Yuri's eyes widened in shock. Then, a complicated expression crossed her face. Until now, she had assumed Okifumi had confessed first, which made the whole situation more painful. Knowing the truth relieved her slightly, but at the same time, a new wave of betrayal hit her, betrayal from a close friend. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Okifumi continued, "Honestly, who could say no to a confession from someone like Miharu?" Yuri had to admit, he had a point. If she were a guy and a perfect girl like Miharu confessed to her, she wouldn't just accept, she'd celebrate for days. Still, logic was one thing. Emotion was another. "Why are you telling me all this?" she asked, her voice subdued. "Just listen." Okifumi gently patted her head. "Miharu's family situation is complicated. Her parents didn't marry out of love but for business interests. After marriage, they accidentally had her." Yuri frowned, already sensing where this was going. "Both of them have lovers outside their marriage. Miharu wasn't raised by them but by a nanny. She spent her whole life trying to be the perfect daughter, hoping to earn their affection. But no matter how hard she tried, they never cared. They never even gave her a smile." "That's awful." Yuri clenched her fists, momentarily forgetting her own heartbreak. "Yeah." Okifumi agreed, his expression softening. "The first time I met Miharu, it was pouring rain. She had just left her father's house after cooking a meal for him, hoping it would make him acknowledge her. Instead, he dismissed her without a second thought." Yuri stayed silent, listening intently. "I found her sitting on a swing in the park, staring blankly ahead as the rain drenched her. I took her home that night. Maybe that's when she started to feel attached to me. The night she confessed to me was the same night her family called her only to say more hurtful things. That's when she finally broke down." Hearing this, Yuri bit her lip, feeling a strange mix of emotions. She still felt betrayed by Miharu, but now, she also felt a deep sorrow for her. Yuri fell silent. Logically, she felt she should be angry at Miharu for doing something like this. Emotionally, however, she couldn't help but sympathize with her. A tangled web of emotions swirled in her chest, leaving her unsure of what kind of expression she should wear. Actually, when Miharu confessed back then, she wasn't expecting a response. "Huh?" Yuri froze, her mind momentarily going blank. If she didn't expect anything in return, then why confess at all? According to Miharu, she simply wanted to express her feelings. Okifumi explained with a gentle smile. "Ever since she started helping me cook, and after getting to know you, such a precious friend. All of this made her feel a warmth she had never experienced before. She cherishes this bond dearly, yet at the same time, she couldn't suppress her feelings for me. And Miharu knew that you had feelings for me too." Yuri remained silent. "She likes me, but she also deeply values her relationship with you," Okifumi continued. Her confession wasn't about expecting an answer, it was simply about letting me know how she felt and expressing her gratitude. Then why? You want to ask why we ended up together after that, right? Okifumi saw through her doubts instantly. Well, she had the courage to confess to me, so as a man, I had to give her an answer, didn't I? Even if Miharu hadn't agreed or had outright rejected me, I wouldn't have accepted that outcome. He was being so blunt that there was no way Ariri wouldn't understand. She shot him an angry glare. If she rejected you, then how could you still push forward like that? Going against a girl's will, you scumbag. Okifumi, however, wasn't fazed by her accusations. Instead, without another word, he leaned in and silenced her in the most direct way possible. A moment later, pulling away, Okifumi grinned. Like that? Even if you say no, I won't accept it. That's too much. Hearing her protest, Okifumi rolled his eyes. Come on, she wasn't even resisting as hard as she had at the beginning. And now she had the audacity to call him the bad guy? Of course, Okifumi knew better than to say that out loud. Miharu reacted the same way at first. He added casually. Ariri was silent for a moment before finally asking, then. What do you plan to do now? I told Miharu this back then, whether it's her or you, I don't intend to let go of either of you. And now, I'm telling you the same thing. Ariri didn't seem particularly shocked by his words. It seemed she had already anticipated them before he even spoke. With her silence, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. A few minutes passed. You scumbag. With righteous indignation, Ariri shot him one final glare before declaring, I will never agree to this. Then, she spun on her heel and stormed out of the multi-purpose classroom, her footsteps echoing loudly in the hallway. Okifumi watched her go, sighing in amusement. Is this the final act of a true tsundere's pride? From what he knew of Ariri, if she truly wasn't moved, she wouldn't have said anything and just run away in silence. Give it a few days, she'll come running back on her own. Chapter 160, Back home, Mashiro was absorbed in her sketching, the soft scratching of her pencil against paper filling the quiet of her room. Meanwhile, Miharu and Okifumi sat on the couch in the living room, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. So, how did it go? Miharu's voice trembled slightly, her words laced with nervousness and guilt. Her hands fidgeted in her lap, betraying the weight of responsibility she still carried. Okifumi leaned back, a small, reassuring smile playing on his lips. More or less settled. Miharu exhaled deeply, her shoulders relaxing as a faint smile crept onto her face. Thank goodness. She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. But curiosity soon flickered in her eyes, and she tilted her head slightly. What exactly did you say to convince her? Okifumi's grin widened, his tone teasing. Obviously, I used my mouth to persuade her. Miharu blinked, her cheeks flushing as she realized his implication. I meant, what did you say? She pressed, her voice tinged with exasperation. Seeing her flustered reaction, Okifumi chuckled softly before relenting. First, I carried her off princess style in front of her friends and brought her to an empty classroom. He paused, his expression turning thoughtful. Speaking of which, since I did that in public, everyone probably thinks Ariri is my girlfriend now. His gaze shifted to Miharu, searching her face. You're not mad about that, are you? Of course not. Miharu replied quickly, shaking her head. If anything, it's a bit of a relief. Her voice was steady, but a faint flicker of something jealousy, perhaps passed through her eyes. Okifumi nodded, unsurprised by her response. Then, I told her about your past and why you confessed in the first place. He hesitated for a moment before adding, and finally, I shared my own thoughts. Miharu sighed, her lips curving into a small, knowing smile. Couldn't you have been a little gentler about it? That wouldn't suit Ariri's personality. Okifumi replied matter-of-factly. Miharu pouted slightly, her tone playful but tinged with a hint of jealousy. You sure know her well, huh? Okifumi's eyes softened, and he reached out, pulling her into his lap. His fingers gently combed through her silky hair, tracing soothing circles on her back. Come on, you do know she's my childhood friend. If I claimed not to understand her at all, would you believe me? I get it. Now let me go. Miharu protested, her voice rising in pitch as her face turned crimson. Mashiro is right in her room. Her heart raced, the tiny spark of jealousy completely overshadowed by sheer embarrassment. Her body stiffened, and she glanced nervously toward Mashiro's door. Okifumi smirked, his voice low and teasing. Don't worry. When she's drawing, nothing can distract her. His words did little to ease Miharu's nerves, but before she could protest further, Okifumi leaned in, capturing her lips in a soft, lingering kiss. Her eyes widened in surprise, but soon she relaxed, and closes her eyes. MMPH, moi, nha. HFF, ha. Maharu blinks at Akifumi in surprise, but then closes her eyes and relaxes, intertwining her tongue with him. Heh. Akifumi slowly pull away, but stay close to her that their foreheads almost touching. Then, he tentatively reach out for her and touch her chest over her uniform. No. Don't. Maharu slightly startled, she tried to push his hand away. Akifumi then lean in to kiss her once more. MMH. Miles per hour, moi, MMH. MMH. Moi. MMPH, MMH. NNH, wah. When they pull away again, a silvery thread connects their lips. Akifumi start moving his hand up and down her chest, gently massaging her breasts. Mashiro might come out from her room. Maharu questioningly looks up at Akifumi, but she doesn't outright refuse or push him away. Would you mind? No. But. Her gaze shifts between Akifumi and Mashiro door for a moment. Don't worry. Mashiro will not notice anything. And we can just need to be fast, and I will keep looking at her door. Reassured by his words, Maharu gives him a small nod. Akifumi brush his hand across her cheek and lean in to kiss her again. Fwa. MMH. Akifumi gently massaging her breasts with one hand, he fondle her mound through her panties with the other. NNN, NNH, HFF. NNNGH. This feels so weird. Maharu glances around the living room. There's nobody here, but she feeling guilty having sex in the place where they always hang out. Isn't it exciting? I'm not sure. But my heart is racing. Eek. Akifumi trace a line between her folds and push down on her clit, and her HPS twitch in response. That's. You like it here? Noticing her reaction, Akifumi gently rub little circles over the small bud with his thumb. NNH, Fwa, You keep touching me there. MMH exclamation mark. It feels good, right? Yeah. It almost feels too good. HFFF. Akifumi give it a light squeeze, and her hips buck again. He see her knees trembling too. NNGH exclamation mark. Fwa. Akifumi feeling some moisture on his fingertips, he realized that she is already getting wet. NNH, HFF. Maybe the excitement of doing it here making her more sensitive? Akifumi though as he run his fingers along the hem of her panties, and whisper in her ear. Maharu. Can I take them off? What? Well. You're already wet, so they're going to get soaked if you keep them on. NNNNNNG exclamation mark. With a gasp, she realized that he was tight. A deep blush spreads across her cheeks. After pondering over it for a moment, Maharu quietly nods. Alright, here goes. Wait. But Akifumi have already given her panties a firm tug, and they slip down her thighs before Akifumi hear her plea. I can't believe you're exposing yourself in here. Hey, you're the one who exposed me, Mugio-kun. But you said it was okay. Well. Yeah. While Akifumi whisper in her ear, he slowly slide his fingers into her moist opening. Eek. Fwa. Are those your fingers? I just wanted to feel how wet you really are. It sure didn't take you long. Akifumi temporarily retract his fingers and find them covered in clear, shimmering threads of nectar. Can you really blame me? Does it excite you, doing this in the living room while Mashiro is here? MMH. I know it's naughty, but still. So you like naughty things, huh? Akifumi whispered to her ears. And no. I'm not rowing, am I? Akifumi hook his fingers and press the tips to her wall, gauging her reaction. NNH, why your finger? Eek. Exclamation mark. When Akifumi start rubbing harder inside her, she starts rocking her hips against his hand. Maharu getting wetter by the moment, and her love juices drip down over his hand and arm. Maharu closes her eyes as she savors the sensation. Then she turns to look at Akifumi, as if she's not sure what to do or say next. MMH. Are you ready? Maharu softly nods, and tentatively reaches out for the bulge in Akifumi pants. You look like more than ready, too. That's because you're so sexy, Maharu. But you're the one who started it. Maharu caresses the bulge through the fabric. Her gentle touch make Akifumi dick twitch in anticipation. Say. Are you really gonna put it in me? I wanna be connected with you, Maharu. Mugio-kun. Akifumi set his member free, and cover it in Maharu's slick juices that had dripped down. Here goes. Okay. I'm ready. After familiarizing Akifumi top with the sensation of her folds again, he slowly burrow it inside her. NNH, Fwa exclamation mark. Maharu lets out a long, breathy moan when Akifumi length invades her most private parts. It slides in smoothly to the base, because she's already incredibly wet inside. I can't believe we're doing this. While Mashiro is in her room. Akifumi can feel her heart pounding in her chest, and her pussy trembles with the same rhythm. Akifumi cock immediately responds to the tremors by pulsing even harder. I can feel it getting bigger. MMH. Akifumi not even moving yet, his dick is merely resting inside her, but she keeps trembling and twitching. NNH, MMPH, MMH. Miharu. Akifumi bury his face in the nape of her neck, taking in the scent of her hair, planting tiny kisses. Can I start moving? Yeah. When Akifumi feel her nod, he slowly draw away his dick and then push back in. Miharu throws her head back and swoons with the sensation. When Akifumi pull back again, she presses her ass against his hips to prevent his dick from slipping out. Just as Akifumi tip appears from her opening, she flexes against him, pulling it back in again. It slowly slides all the way inside, pushing her walls apart bit by bit. Exclamation mark, I can feel it deep inside me. Exclamation mark, Akifumi tip finally arrives at the entrance of her womb, gently prodding against it. Exclamation mark, your dick is all the way in. MMH, MMMH. How does it feel? MMH. I feel so full, like I'm being molded to fit your shape. Akifumi dick twitches wildly in response to her words. MMH. It's tumbling inside me. That's because you're saying such dirty things. Why you keep blaming it on me? NNG, fwa, exclamation mark, okay, I'm gonna thrust again. Akifumi pull out and push back in again, just as slowly as before. He didn't need to go crazy. The excitement of the situation is already arousing her enough. MMPH, NNGH. HFF. MMH. It's in so deep again. It feels amazing inside of you, Miharu. Why yeah. You're still moving so slowly, but. Exclamation mark, it's making me so sensitive, exclamation mark, fwa, Her breathy moans are incredibly seductive, and it's taking Akifumi all he have to read in his sanity. Suddenly, a hit of mischievous spark hit Akifumi, and he opened up her uniform, exposing her tits. Nuu. Miharu yelps in surprise when he swiftly lift up her bra and her boobs pop out. Mugio-kun? This is a bit. Don't worry, I doubt Mashiro hear anything. That's not the problem, exclamation mark, Akifumi interrupt her sentence by lightly rocking his hips, pushing into her once more. No, wait. That's not fair. Give me some warning before. Akifumi continue probing her pussy, noticing how a certain spot seems to intensify her reactions. The pleasure makes her weak at the knees, and she slumps down a little. Chapter 161, Hey, don't pass out on me. MMGH exclamation mark, I'm fine, but. What if she hears us? Relax. Look, her door is still closed. Miharu glanced nervously at Mashiro's door down the hallway. There was no sign of movement, no creak of the handle, no footsteps. Just silence. See? Told you. Phew. Question mark. Just as Miharu began to relax, Akifumi intensified his rhythm, catching her off guard. Exclamation mark. NNGH, GG, HFF. MMH exclamation mark. As their connection deepened, Akifumi carefully guided them away from the living room and toward the kitchen. The farther they moved from Mashiro's room, the more Miharu's inhibitions melted away. Exclamation mark. NNH, NNGH exclamation mark. Fwa. Starting to enjoy yourself? Akifumi teased, his voice low and husky. MMH. Do you really need to ask? NNH, exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. With every thrust, Miharu's body responded in kind, her inner walls tightening around him. Akifumi nuzzled her neck, planting a trail of kisses that sent shivers down her spine. Your skin. It's so smooth, so soft. Like velvet. MMH, stop squeezing my butt. Eek, exclamation mark. Akifumi's hands wandered lower, gripping her hips before gently spreading her cheeks apart. Your body's reacting to everything. Even here. Fwag. Don't stare at it like that. Miharu squirmed, her movements only adding to the pressure around him. Oh. Fwag. Mugio-kun, you're such a meanie. I said don't look. Sorry. Akifumi murmured, though his actions betrayed his words. He deepened his strokes, each one sending ripples of pleasure through her. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed through the kitchen, a rhythmic symphony of desire. Exclamation mark. Yes, harder. NNH, MMPH exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. My knees are giving out. Fwa. Akifumi tightened his grip on her hips, holding her steady as he drove into her with increasing urgency. Miharu's back arched, her breath hitching every time he brushed against her most sensitive spot. MMHH, exclamation mark I if you keep that up, I'm gonna. I'm close too. Exclamation mark just as Miharu's moans grew louder, Akifumi froze. A faint sound reached his ears, the scrape of a chair against the floor. Mashiro was moving. In a flash, he clamped a hand over Miharu's mouth and pulled her toward the bathroom. MMGH. SHH. I think Mashiro's coming out. Huh? Miharu's eyes widened in panic, her body trembling as she held her breath. They stood frozen, straining to hear any movement from Mashiro's room. The tension was palpable, their hearts pounding in unison. She hasn't noticed us, has she? Not yet. She's still in her room. The fear of being caught only heightened their arousal. Miharu's walls clenched around him, and Akifumi's pulse quickened in response. Eek. SSSH. Quiet. MMH. It's because you're moving. It's a reflex, I can't help it. They waited, every second stretching into an eternity. Finally, the sound of running water reached their ears. Did she just go out to get a drink? Akifumi wondered. MMH. Miharu's body trembled, her muscles tightening around him as she struggled to stay quiet. Just hold on a little longer, okay? That's easier said than done. Her knees buckled, the tension only fueling her desire. Akifumi pressed his hand tighter against her mouth, his ears straining for any sound. The footsteps grew fainter, and soon the soft click of a door signaled Mashiro's return to her room. I didn't think she'd come out again. NNNH exclamation mark Miharu's body convulsed as the tension finally released, her moans muffled against his hand. Itogu-uth. The sound that escaped her lips was raw and unrestrained, a mix of pleasure and desperation that sent a shiver down Akifumi's spine. Her body trembled violently, her walls clamping down on him with an intensity that left him breathless. Whoa. Miharu? The sudden release pushed her over the edge. Her nectar spilled out, pooling on the bathroom floor. Whoa. She's soaked. I had no idea she was this turned on. But they weren't out of the woods yet. Mashiro could still come out again. Miharu? What? What do you want to do? Should we stop? Akifumi asked, his voice gentle. Miharu hesitated, then shook her head firmly. Huh? So? You want to keep going? She nodded, her eyes filled with determination. All right. Here we go. Akifumi gripped her hips and thrust into her again, this time with even more urgency. Question mark in no warning? NNHH, HFF, fwa, an exclamation mark eek. Exclamation mark again. You're grinding against me so hard. Eep, exclamation mark KHH. I can't hold back much longer. Akifumi's pace quickened, each thrust drawing more of her essence. NNNGH, MMH exclamation mark whoa, AHHH exclamation mark are you sure you wanna be that loud? What if Mashiro hears? MMH, B but I can't help it. It's too much. Exclamation mark Miharu's voice rose despite her efforts to stay quiet, her body writhing against the bathroom wall. Fwa, exclamation mark MMH, NNNGH exclamation mark EKK. Exclamation mark come on, stand up. Akifumi lifted her, his hands gripping her hips as he thrust upward. Exclamation mark why you're lifting me like this? Exclamation mark MMGH. The new angle sent Miharu over the edge once more, her body shaking with pleasure. NMGH. Exclamation mark Miharu, how many times have you come already? NMGH. I don't know. But it feels so good. Exclamation mark exclamation mark Akifumi's thrusts grew frantic, his own release nearing. Exclamation mark Mugi, I. You want to finish together? Yes. Please. She begged, her voice trembling. All right. Akifumi tightened his grip, his movements becoming more deliberate. Exclamation mark NNMGH. Yes, harder exclamation mark deeper exclamation mark exclamation mark MMH. You're so wet. I can reach every part of you. Why yeah. I can feel you. So deep inside me. Exclamation mark exclamation mark I can't stop shaking. MMH exclamation mark Miharu's body clenched around him, her walls pulsing with every thrust. MMH, exclamation mark I can feel you growing inside me. Exclamation mark NNNHGH, exclamation mark why you're stretching me so much. Oh exclamation mark AHHH exclamation mark I'm close, Miharu. MMH exclamation mark me too. Let's finish together. Exclamation mark with one final thrust, Akifumi reached his peak, his release flooding her. Miharu's body convulsed, her cries of ecstasy muffled against his shoulder. NNNNHH, ah, exclamation mark ah, HFFF. MMM, MMMH. They collapsed against each other, their bodies slick with sweat. Miharu's legs wobbled, but Akifumi held her steady. That was amazing. Yeah. Akifumi's voice was hoarse, his own legs barely supporting him. As they caught their breath, Miharu turned to him, her cheeks flushed. See, can you kiss me? I've been facing away the whole time. Of course. Akifumi pulled her into a deep, lingering kiss, their bodies still intertwined. Later, at the dinner table, Mashiro glanced between Akifumi and Miharu, who was blushing furiously. Miharu, do you have a fever? She asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Guilt washed over them both. Akifumi quickly looked away, while Miharu forced a smile. Maybe it's just a little hot in the kitchen. Wasn't it still winter? Before Mashiro could voice her doubts, Akifumi jumped in. Cooking is hard work, and the windows were closed. It probably got stuffy. Oh. Mashiro nodded, satisfied, and returned to her meal. Both of them exhaled in relief. Miharu shot Akifumi a fiery glare, her cheeks still red. Chapter 162, February 16th. Another holiday's coming up. Akifumi's tone was filled with emotion. It had only been a little over a month since the last long holiday, and now another one was coming up after just over a month of classes. The idea of having another extended break felt pretty nice. Even though the main activity during the break would be drawing, more time for painting meant being able to finish tasks ahead of schedule, which in turn would increase free time. More importantly, it meant no need to wake up early and go to school. Just this one thing made him genuinely happy. After all, it was still February, and the cold weather hadn't passed yet. Staying warm in bed was truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Akifumi, you're surprisingly looking forward to this holiday. Kato remarked from the side. Akifumi smiled. Who doesn't like a break? Of course, if the holiday stretched on for too long, he'd start to miss school. But that was something that happened only after a holiday had gone on for a while. Before the holiday started, everyone was filled with excitement. Kato, you don't like it, do you? Akifumi asked, thinking it over. Kato, after some consideration, replied seriously, a holiday is relaxing, but I also end up helping my mom with a lot of chores. Well, overall, I still like it. Of course. In this world, who could dislike a holiday? Akifumi smiled brightly. By the way, your new work is being released tomorrow, right? Huh, Kato's buying it? Akifumi was a bit surprised. This wasn't part of the original story. Normally, Kato wouldn't be interested in this sort of thing. So, is it because of me? The thought crossed his mind, and the answer came immediately from Kato. Well, you're my only friend who's drawing comics, so of course, I'd be curious. Actually, I've seen your previous works. Kato added. What do you think? Akifumi asked, wondering how Kato would react. Very sad. Kato replied after thinking for a moment. I've always wondered why your works mostly carry this tone. Why is that? Why? Akifumi asked. It was simple because those were the only things he could create. But of course, that was something he couldn't share openly. After thinking for a moment, Akifumi came up with a reason. Only things with a sense of regret stay in people's memories. Besides sadness, love and hope also exist in the works, don't they? That's true. Kato agreed, then shook his head. But I'm not a creator, so I guess that kind of talk is a bit presumptuous. Still, it's a wonderful work. Kato concluded. Do you think you'll be able to get a copy of your Lie in April tomorrow? Akifumi asked. Akifumi waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry if you can't get it. The publisher always sends me some extra copies. Want to just come over to my place to get one? Kato thought for a moment and nodded. If I can't get one tomorrow, I might take you up on that offer. You're always so polite, even though you keep saying we're friends. Friends? Kato shook his head silently in his heart. As the bell rang signaling the end of school, the three of them couldn't help but reflect on the day. There were laughs from those celebrating the arrival of the holiday, and sighs from those who failed their final exams, facing extra study sessions during the break. Only after retaking exams would their holidays truly begin. Walking home, Akifumi sighed, I'm glad Mashiro passed. Just 2 days before the exam, Akifumi remembered that Mashiro had failed in the original storyline, so he took some time to create a practice test for her. As expected, Mashiro returned the favor with a string of zeros on the test. Although her memory was impressive, if Mashiro didn't actively try to remember something, it wouldn't take long before she forgot it. It was one of her defining traits. Looking at Akifumi, Mashiro tilted her head, confused. What happens if you fail the exam? You have to go to school every day. He replied. Oh. Mashiro nodded, her expression emotionless, showing she didn't think much of it. From then on, you'll have to go to school alone every day, Mashiro. Akifumi continued. I'll be at home working on my drawings, while you'll be studying at school. I'll be at home enjoying cake with Miharu, Ariri, and your san, while you'll be starving at school. That's definitely not happening. Mashiro interrupted loudly, her face turning pale. Her wide-eyed reaction showed how relieved she was to have passed. The sight made both of them laugh. And with that, spring break was finally here. By next year, the three of them would be high school seniors. A day might seem short, but in the blink of an eye, it had passed. Recently, there was some exciting news in the life of Hikari Nohara. He was in love. This time, the object of his affection was different from the last. She was a fellow fan of anime, just like him. They met in a chat group for people who shared similar interests. They hit it off immediately and quickly became a couple after meeting last month. Her appearance wasn't anything special, she was quite average looking. Her figure wasn't remarkable, but not bad either. Her personality was generally quiet, but when talking about topics she loved, her eyes would light up. The most important thing was, they were both fans of Love and Hope's Warriors. It was because of this shared interest that they got together. If he hadn't walked into that bookstore and bought World End, his life wouldn't have changed, and he wouldn't be here now. He was very grateful to the genius manga artist, still a high school student, who had unknowingly brought about this change in his life. Even though it was Saturday and he was exhausted from a full week of work, Hikari Nohara woke up early with anticipation. Today was the release of Your Lie in April Volume 3. And it was a simultaneous release of 3 volumes. He knew the bookstore would be chaos. Sighing, he muttered, why couldn't they just release it on a weekday? Of course, he understood. The primary consumers of manga and light novels were students. If it were released after the spring break, it might face a battle against the exam enemy, even if Love and Hope's Warriors had many fans. After all, aside from the students themselves, there were also the parents to consider. When he arrived at the bookstore, there were already dozens of people in line. Even though he had expected it, Hikari Nohara couldn't help but exclaim, is this really the power of the mangaka's fan base? This is insane. He'd arrived by 8:10, and the bookstore wouldn't open until 8:50. Anyone who didn't know would think this was the release of a limited edition. He murmured, amazed. He quickly joined the end of the line. There were dozens of people ahead of him, but he was sure he'd get a copy. By the way, is it because Your Lie in April is that amazing, or is it just because I want to support the mangaka? In truth, Hikari Nohara's feelings about Your Lie in April were more neutral. Compared to healing, he found himself drawn more to the melancholic sense of loss that comes from something being imperfect or broken. But Your Lie in April was a work by his favorite teacher, and on top of that, it was the piece his girlfriend admired the most. As a boyfriend who wanted to indulge his girlfriend, of course, he had to keep up with her interests. What was even more important was that during their conversations, if she brought up a question about Your Lie in April and he couldn't answer, wouldn't that be a huge point deduction? That thought alone was enough to make him get serious about it. After thinking about all of this, Hikari Nohara pulled out his phone and started scrolling through videos to pass the time. Minutes passed by, and before he knew it, the bookstore opened. The crowd efficiently streamed inside. By the time Hikari entered, the books that had been neatly stacked at the beginning were now noticeably fewer. Without hesitation, Hikari grabbed 2 sets of volumes 3, 4, and 5 of Your Lie in April and headed to the counter to check out, his face showing a contented smile. I wonder if she's bought it already, he muttered. They lived a little far from each other, a little over an hour's drive. Yesterday, while chatting online, Hikari had mentioned picking up the books for her. But she had rejected his offer, saying that as a fan of the teacher, she felt it would be disrespectful if she couldn't buy it on her own right away. Despite this, Hikari, who usually only bought 1 volume, couldn't help but buy an extra set. If she didn't get it by some chance, I'll surprise her with it. She'll be so happy. Just thinking about it made him smile. Can't wait to get home and read it. He thought to himself, eager to have more topics to talk about. When Hikari returned home, he sighed, I guess she got it already. He didn't overthink it and casually ate a rice ball and a piece of bread he picked up from a convenience store on the way home. He then took volume 3 out and started reading it seriously. In the last chapter, with the encouragement of Kori Mizuno, Kozayarama finally decided to pick up the piano again. However, for him, who could no longer hear the sounds, this was undoubtedly a difficult task. The audio recordings that Kori made for him only confirmed how challenging it would be. Even so, this time, the boy didn't look for excuses to quit. Instead, he followed Kori's advice and pushed forward, constantly imagining the music in his mind. Even as late as 3 a.m., the bright lights and the sound of piano music could still be heard coming from Kozai's room. What is imagination? Is it different from interpreting sheet music? How should I play this piece? Kozai asked himself, searching for answers. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Kori, walking home with Tsubaki Soabe, was feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. In their conversation, she noticed something important. Despite having been the closest person to Kozai since childhood, she now felt like she had become the farthest from him. One stood on a dazzling stage, while the other could only stay in the audience. It was at that moment that Kori, who had once admired her senior, received a call from him, and, in a moment of frustration, she agreed to his request to date. When Hikari read this part, it felt like a sharp jab to his heart. It didn't hurt, but that prickling sensation lingered. The scene changed to the school music room, where Kozai was still seriously reading the sheet music, thinking, what is it that I want to play for, and who am I playing it for? At this moment, Kori, who had separated from Tsubaki, unexpectedly returned to the school and handed Kozai a drink. Inside the room, the girl looked at the beautiful moonlight and told the boy to call it a day, but he responded that he wanted to practice just a little longer. Do you hate me? Kori suddenly asked. Huh? Kozai looked confused. Kori continued, Tsubaki said you were in pain. I can tell you're hurting. When I saw your room, I understood. You can't hear the sound, so you tried to give up on the piano. But you also took refuge in your feelings. You can't let go of the piano, but you don't want to face what you truly desire, so you hide the piano with dust and books. Love, but unable to reach it, longing, but unable to touch it. You're sad, you're in pain, and I've been blind to it. I only told you to keep playing, to cheer you on. Those irresponsible words. It's all my fault you're suffering. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears flowed down Kori's back as she apologized. In that moment, Kozai understood what had been troubling him all along. He smiled as he looked at the sheet music. You're the one who wiped the dust off for me. It was as if he was saying she was the one who pulled him out of the dark, deep sea. Do I look like I'm suffering? Kozai laughed. It's a pain. He answered. Pain is inevitable. Because I'm sailing on a sea without a map. Challenges and creation are painful, but fulfilling. So, thank you. Thank you for wiping away the thick dust from me. Under the bright colors, the boy's monologue unfolded slowly. My world changed long ago, I just didn't notice it. She appeared in my life, and from that day on, even the piano keys in my world became colorful. In the night, it felt like it was just the two of them. The fragrance called sweetness filled the entire screen. A smile appeared on Hikari Nohara's face as he watched the scene. The next scenes, where Kozai and Tsubaki awaited the boys' return to the competition, also made this nearly 30-year-old man feel inspired. Isn't this a healing story? He thought. But how come it has such a classic, heroic development? The teacher's works really are complex. But the sense of expectation they stirred was truly masterful. In the following chapter, Hikari couldn't help but marvel at the way Kozai and Tsubaki's story was handled. Especially in the final scene, where Kozai, carrying Tsubaki on his back under a sky full of stars. Hikari found it absolutely stunning. The struggles of the boy and girl chasing their youth, while facing the cruel failures along the way, deeply moved Hikari. Although he had been completely a homebody in middle and high school, that didn't mean he didn't envy the boys and girls who participated in school activities. Now, whether it was Tsubaki's failure, his heart was full of emotions. Failure is also a part of youth. Hikari thought. Compared to someone like me, who never experienced it, I can't help but feel envious. As the piano competition grew closer, Kozai couldn't help but feel lost, wondering if the piece he played would carry his own unique touch. That night, on his way home, he encountered a black cat, which triggered memories of his past. Where is your soul? Living under the shadow of his mother, the boy sank into despair again. But with Kori's encouragement, after all the confusion, pain, and struggles he had faced, the answer he arrived at was surprisingly simple, almost laughable. And so, the day of the competition arrived. Chapter 163, just as expected, they were eliminated from the competition. Looking at the manga in his hands, Hikari Nohara couldn't help but sigh. If it had been any other sensei, at a time like this, there probably would have been a miraculous turnaround. But with Warrior of Love and Hope sensei, everything had a perfectly reasonable explanation. An interrupted performance is just that, interrupted. No surprises here. Being eliminated was the inevitable result. However, at least Hiramakasai has already taken that first step. In a moment where time had otherwise stalled, he took that decisive step forward. Though the girl he liked was one who had feelings for her friend, and he never expected much progress from it, he simply liked her as she was, without thinking about whether anything would develop afterward. Such a nice feeling. Yet, Hikari no Hara didn't feel all that envious now. He set aside his thoughts and focused back on the manga. It's as fragile as if it's about to disappear, yet it still shines desperately. He could picture the calm expression on the girl's face as she looked at the fireflies in her palm. Twinkling, twinkling, like the beat of a heart. This is the light of life. For some reason, Hikari no Hara felt a foreshadowing in this part of the manga. But he didn't dwell on it. Then the dialogue between the two characters caught his attention. In an interview with Maison Okori, Arima Kausai expressed his thoughts. Everyone has their own belief to rely on. Maison Okori, and what about you? What belief lies within you? What is supporting you? Arima Kausai, because of you. Under the night sky, the fireflies' symbols of life's light flickered, casting their final glow before fading. The scene froze in that moment. Hikari no Hara's heartbeat quickened slightly, involuntarily wondering how the girl would respond. Then, he saw it. I can't always be there to help you. Charlie Brown. It felt like a quote, or perhaps like she was saying she didn't love him back, so such things were impossible. It could also be hinting at something deeper. At the end, the fireflies in the dark night remained frozen. Phew. Having finished reading 3 volumes in a row, Hikari no Hara let out a contented sigh, a smile on his face. Really great. Although Your Lie in April wasn't his favorite genre, he didn't dislike it either. Plus, the satisfaction of reading 3 volumes at once made him feel incredibly content. Though it was a bold experiment, based on the experience, it seems like a successful one. He concluded, shaking his head. But this model only works for mangaka with fame. If a completely unknown newcomer released a work like this, it would most likely go unnoticed. Maybe a few hundred yen wasn't much, but no one would casually toss that money away. Come to think of it, the only real beneficiary of this approach is probably Warrior of Love and Hope. Hikari no Hara didn't think any other sensei could have such an exaggerated production speed. 10 volumes, roughly 1800 pages. Other sensei barely managed that in a year. Such a talented young person. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of sensei's talent. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Hikari no Hara checked the time on his phone. It's already 1 p.m.? Oh no. He might be late for his afternoon date. Because it was the weekend, and the first day of spring break, many people had already rushed home with their copies of the manga and quickly finished the 3 volumes. Soon, Akifumi's SNS account was flooded with comments. As expected of sensei, it's amazing. The quality of the work is as great as always. There's passion, heartache, and inspiration. Your Lie in April is exactly what I imagined a healing work to be. Thank goodness sensei released 3 volumes at once, or I'd have been waiting forever for the results of this competition. The final outcome was totally unexpected, and I give it a thumbs up. Why is an unexpected outcome getting a thumbs up? Idiot. You know, at times like this, it usually means getting promoted for various reasons. I've had enough of those cheesy endings. And doesn't this totally fit sensei's realistic style? Didn't you notice? Even though he was eliminated, Arima actually grew during this competition. That's right. Maybe he hasn't completely overcome the shadows of his past, but this genius, once he starts moving forward, will definitely shine in the future. Because Arima has found his direction. Playing for just one person, how romantic. By the way, I think Kori likes Kausai, right? Why doesn't she respond to his feelings? Maybe she used the excuse of liking Wataru to get close to Arima? The story began in April, with a lie about liking Wataru to help Kausai start playing the piano again. The plot probably follows their continuous performances, where they keep confirming each other's feelings, and eventually end up together. That's the trajectory, right? I see. Is this the meaning behind the title Your Lie in April? Damn. Even though I'm totally satisfied with the 3 volumes, just thinking about the next parts makes me itch for more. Be patient. Sensei's pace is ridiculously fast compared to how long we usually have to wait for 20 pages. My review is, even pigs don't produce as much as sensei. Just thinking about getting to read 3 volumes next month, what a treat. Wait, didn't they say 3 volumes? Maybe there'll be 4? Could it be only 2 volumes? Shut up. It definitely won't just be 2 volumes. That's right. This spring break, with sensei's effort, don't expect him to just casually sketch a few hundred pages. There's no way it'll only be 2 volumes. You guys are really devils. Can sensei get a break? My review, please keep it up, sensei. More effort. Exactly, my wallet is already thirsty for more. You guys. We already know it's wrapping up in April. What's the difference if it's a little longer or shorter in between? The fan comments were endless. But you could understand their excitement. After finishing 3 volumes, it was like a mini climax, and it felt completely satisfying. Compared to waiting a week just to get 20 pages, how could you not feel satisfied? And of course, the quality hadn't dropped at all. Everything was as amazing as always. With the introduction of new characters, the plot was unfolding in exciting ways, and everyone was eager to see how the story would develop next. Although they'd have to wait another month, the thought that they'd get a decent amount of new material soon made it bearable. Still, aside from all the compliments, some people were discussing the plot. For example, that line from Meiza Okori about the fireflies, there seemed to be some deeper meaning in it. And that phrase, "I can't always be there to help you," also seemed like a hint at something. But these discussions were quickly interrupted by others who joked that it was just normal to speak from the heart, saying things like, "Don't worry, a romance writing sensei isn't going to stab you in the back. And this work will definitely end with a happy ending." Akifumi didn't see these comments. Otherwise, he would surely nod and say, "Yes, yes, you're absolutely right." Thanks to all the praise from the fans, some of the initial skeptics who had decided to wait and see, also decided to make their purchase. But, on the day Your Lie in April was released, almost every bookstore had sold out. The ones who had waited couldn't buy any more copies, so they had no choice but to wait anxiously for reprints and new stock. And of course, they regretted their initial hesitation and secretly vowed to buy the next one as soon as it came out. 1 week after the release of Your Lie in April, in a luxury hotel, Mihari sat opposite Akifumi. "Akifumi-sensei's influence is really incredible," Mihari exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. Akifumi smiled, teasing, "It's been so long, I thought you'd already fully believed this by now." "This time it's different," Mihari said seriously. "If the volumes were being released one by one normally, I wouldn't be surprised by these sales. But this time, 3 volumes released all at once. It's unprecedented, and the sales are still this impressive. It's unbelievable. It's a simple concept really. It's like when a novel is first released and the sales are high, but with the second or third volume, the sales typically drop. It's common because readers initially find the author's style fresh, but as the story progresses, repetition inevitably sets in, causing the novelty to fade and sales to drop. Whether it's a manga artist or a light novel writer, if they can maintain their sales, they are already among the top tier. Releasing 3 volumes at once is like opening a mystery box without knowing what's inside. If it's something good, everyone is happy. But if it's garbage, the consequences are severe. After all, it's not actually a mystery box. Because of the previous reputation, people trust the creator. If the work doesn't live up to expectations, it's a huge disappointment. Just thinking about the online backlash makes me shudder. Don't underestimate the fighting power of Japanese netizens. Their level of savagery is not to be taken lightly. Akifumi, of course, knows all the ins and outs of this. Smiling at Mihari's astonishment, he simply said, "As long as we ensure quality, it'll be fine. Besides, you all are involved in the review process. If it wasn't up to par, there's no way it would have been handed to the fans like this, right?" Mihari nodded, though her astonishment hadn't really faded. On the release day, the sales of the 3 volumes were 48,000, 46,000, and 45,000. As the week went on, the sales had already doubled from the first day. For an average manga artist, if nothing out of the ordinary happens, their first day sales typically triple over time, and that's about their final total. But Akifumi's work had doubled its sales within just a week. By the time 30 days pass, it could even match the total sales of a normal artist's entire volume. In summary, this person is rolling in money now. I wonder how much he has saved up by now. Mihari couldn't help but think. Has it reached 10 digits already? Just thinking about that number made her tongue-tied. A sum like that would take her a lifetime to accumulate. Akifumi had no idea what the editor was thinking. He took out some drafts from behind him and handed them over. "These are the drafts for next month," he said. "Got it." Mihari snapped back to attention and took the drafts, only to be surprised. "What's wrong?" "It feels thinner than the last one," Mihari said, glancing at the thickness of the drafts. The difference was noticeable even with a quick touch. "Well, that's because this is just 2 volumes worth," Akifumi said. 2 volumes? Mihari blinked in confusion. "I thought you said we'd be releasing 3 volumes every month for the next 3 months. Akifumi understood the confusion and smiled. "Well, after reviewing everything, I know the final page count will wrap up in the 11th volume." "The 11th volume?" Mihari was taken aback. "So, why?" Akifumi explained, "Right now we're at the 5th volume, and with the next month having 3 volumes, that'll work out perfectly. The editor was wondering if that's what you meant, right? However, 2 volumes a month, or even 4, would work too, right?" Mihari was left speechless. "Well, I suppose that does make sense," she admitted. "It was just mentioned that the next volumes would likely be released in batches of 3, But it seems 2 or 4 works too. Was this a sudden decision? She asked. Not exactly. Okifumi shook his head seriously. I just don't want the fans to suffer too much. Suffer too much? If we release 3 volumes next month, the fans will be heartbroken waiting for the conclusion. In the penultimate chapter of Volume 7, Aramakousai and the others visit the hospitalized Maison Okori. That was when your lie in April began to truly unfold. Aramakousai, the sadness of love. This piece reminds me of my mom. The scent of laundry detergent, the piano sounds I could hear in my dream, the gentle lullaby hum. The smell of disinfectant, footsteps echoing down the hall, the linen floor tainted white, and your figure overlapping with it. You're not going to be okay, right? You said it was just a checkup, didn't you? You won't tell me you're never coming back to school, will you? Can we see each other again? You're not. You're not going to disappear like Mom did, right? Fans may have held on to some hope when they saw this scene, but by the time they read Volume 8, all illusions would be shattered. Rather than cruelly forcing them to wait for April's final conclusion, it's better to leave them with a little hope before then. Okifumi said, sighing inwardly. I'm too soft-hearted, really. If the fans had to witness Cory lying in a hospital room, blood spilling on the floor, and the final line reading, "Will you die with me?" they would probably burst into tears. A little hope, huh? Mihari muttered, sighing. Speaking of which, why does your work always have so many knives? As an editor, Mihari had already heard enough to know that the ending wouldn't be a happy one. From that line, it's as fragile as if it's about to disappear, but still struggling to shine. One could already imagine the kind of emotional blow that would land on the characters. Well, Okifumi didn't explain but responded seriously, just because there are knives doesn't mean it's all tragic. At least in the fans' comments from his previous life, the debate between whether his works were more healing or heart-wrenching had ultimately tilted in favor of the former. So, does this mean 4 volumes will be released next? Mihari sighed. Even before it starts, I can already imagine how brutal the next 4 will be. Chapter 164, after all, the manga artists Mihari's handling aren't just limited to Okifumi Mujio. Including him, there are 3 other mangakas whose works are being serialized in magazines under her watch. The workload has increased significantly compared to when she first started. Speaking of which, the Tezuka Award will be starting in April. Mihari couldn't help but sigh again. I feel like I need to ask Minano-san for a raise. The lightheartedness and joy she had when she first joined the company seemed like a distant memory. Do you want me to talk to her for you? In response, Okifumi received an eye roll from the young editor. She was just joking, but was he planning on taking her seriously? By the way, Minano-san asked me to tell you that the first 3 episodes of Steins Gate are ready. Oh? Okifumi's eyes lit up, a little excited. Are there copies from the completed episodes? He had put in quite a bit of effort for this project, after all. As the screenwriter, coordinating with the director was an essential part of the process. Thankfully, the 2 directors working on this were among the most capable in the company. They quickly understood his ideas with just a few words, so he didn't have to worry too much about the final result. But still, he wanted to see it for himself. Mihari smiled and handed him a neatly wrapped CD. The screenwriter also asked if you could take a look and see if there's anything that needs adjusting. After all, no one knows the script better than you, and only you can tell if the presentation matches the story you envisioned. Okifumi waved his hand. Well, my ideas aren't necessarily the best. Both directors are professionals. What can I possibly suggest? I'll just watch for fun, he said, taking the CD and carefully putting it away. By the way, the company's speed is really impressive. The last time we spoke was at the beginning of the month, and now, just a little over 2 weeks later, they've completed 3 episodes. Mihari didn't know much about the specifics of the project, but Minano had mentioned a few things. They said they're really focused on this script, so they've put a lot of manpower and resources into it. Actually, they already finished up to episode 5 is almost finished too. Does that mean we'll be seeing it on screen soon? Okifumi felt a rush of excitement. I'm not sure, Mihari said, shaking her head. For the specifics, you'll have to ask Minano-san. I understand. After that, the 2 of them moved on from work and began chatting casually. Later that evening, Okifumi returned home. On the way back, he learned from Minano that, if there is no unexpected issues, Steins Gate would likely air in early to mid-March. The production had been targeted for awards, which is why they didn't plan to follow the usual seasonal release schedule. In fact, even in his past life, there had been times when things didn't follow the typical release schedule, and in this world, that was even more common. What's Mujio-kun planning to do? Maharu asked curiously. You should know that in their house, the TV was more of a decoration, collecting dust most of the time. Turning it on today was a first. Well, I'm going to watch an anime. Want to join? Sure. Mahiru smiled and sat next to Akifumi. By the way, where's Mashiro? Mashiro went out with Ariri. Eh? Those two? Mahiru tried to imagine the scene but couldn't quite picture it. They ran out to buy more art supplies. Akifumi chuckled. How much can those two carry? It's something I could easily do myself. It seemed like a small amount, but when you added it up, it turned out to be a lot, especially since 3 people were consuming the supplies. They always bought in large quantities. Mahiru shrugged. Well, I said the same thing, but they know you've been busy finishing your lie in April, so they took care of the small stuff. They also knew they couldn't buy as much as you in one go, so they're just getting the essentials and ordering the rest online. Though online shopping had become quite convenient, some specialized supplies were still easier to find offline. Hearing this, Akifumi nodded, feeling a warmth in his chest. Well, let's not worry about them. Let's just watch the show. Okay. The two settled in, comfortably sitting together. They had grown accustomed to this position by now. Is this the anime you're working on, Mugio-kun? Mahiru asked, looking at the screen. Yep. Akifumi nodded, focusing his gaze on the TV. Since it wasn't a completed version yet, the opening and background music weren't in place, and they jumped straight into the story. Mahiru also watched carefully. The 3 episodes only lasted an hour, and before long, it was over. With the screen going black, Akifumi nodded in satisfaction. The performance was excellent in all aspects, even better than the original. This wasn't surprising, considering how advanced the animation industry and technology were in this world. Moreover, the 2 directors working on the project were more skilled than the original ones, so the result was expected. In contrast to Akifumi's satisfaction, Mahiru seemed a little confused. Noticing her expression, he asked, is something wrong? It just feels kind of strange. Though Mahiru was no longer a complete beginner, Stein's semicolon-gate still felt a bit difficult for her. Akifumi smiled. Well, the beginning of the story can feel a bit chaotic. Some parts are vague, but it's all setting things up for the future. I see. Mahiru nodded, relieved. To be honest, I thought Mugio-kun's anime might not be that great. After all, compared to his previous works, the first 3 episodes of this one did seem to have some noticeable differences. Akifumi wasn't offended. He laughed and explained, the first 12 episodes are all about setting things up. It's only after episode 12 that the true charm of the show will shine through. I believe in you, Mugio-kun. Mahiru said enthusiastically. By the way, will Ariri and Mashiro be back for lunch? Probably not. As she said this, Mahiru's cheeks turned visibly red. It seemed like she had an idea of what was going on. Akifumi gave her a knowing smile. With that, the first 2 volumes of Your Lie in April were released on March 5th, and as expected, the bookshops were packed with fans lining up to buy copies. Like last time, the books sold out in just a few hours. Damn it. They're already sold out? Hey, shopkeeper, didn't you know how well Your Lie in April was doing? Why didn't you order more copies? Now we have to wait days again. The store owner could only grin awkwardly, trying to explain and calm the frustrated fans. As the series progressed, sales were becoming more and more unpredictable. They had seen many people claim they were fans, but when the release day came, only a few actually showed up to buy the books. As a long-established bookstore, they had learned their lesson and preferred to be cautious. Better to sell fewer copies and make less money than risk getting stuck with unsold stock. Those who managed to get copies of the books, however, didn't care about the shortage. They happily carried their purchases books back home. Chapter 165, What's going on with these last 2 volumes? Sensei, please don't scare me like this. I'm too scared to handle this. Please don't bring out the knife. Wasn't this supposed to be healing? Why does it feel like it's heading towards an emotional wreck instead? Calm down, calm down. Let's think this through. I can't think straight at all. What on earth is going on? I feel like I'm going to crack. I can only say, Arimi's monologue was way too terrifying. Please, for the love of everything, don't let this end like that. Those pages where Kori and Arimi's mother overlap almost made me cry. Sensei, please come out and tell us, will we be getting more knives or sugar after this? Ugh. Who said there were only 2 volumes this month? Come out here, I'm going to punch you. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Why does it have to stop right here, at such a crucial point? Weren't we promised it would end in April? Only 2 volumes this month, how is this going to wrap up next time? Seeing Kori in the hospital, and the exchange during her visit, fans were overwhelmed with a sense of dread. But the next chapter didn't focus on Kori at all, which only made their unease grow. It reached the point where even the performances, Once something fans would have eagerly anticipated, now took a backseat. They loved a character so much that they laughed, cried, and celebrated her experiences. Without a doubt, Maison Okori was an incredibly successful character in Your Lie in April. That's why everyone was so unsettled by her hospitalization and Arima's ominous monologue. For those fans who initially thought this was a healing story, the situation felt more like an emotional downfall instead, and they began to analyze it with increasing detachment. It's obvious, everyone was fooled by how the story started. This is undoubtedly Sensei's usual style. The plot might change, but the knife will come, there's no doubt about it. That's right, the heart-wrenching pain is what I love about this Sensei's work. After reading the latest 2 volumes, I flipped through the previous ones and realized Sensei had already set up so many foreshadowing moments. Remember when Kori asked Arima to play for her? Her words, "Support me, the me who's about to be crushed." Could this be hinting that she's about to be defeated by her illness, and her life is coming to an end? Even when she collapsed at the competition and had to be hospitalized, the signs were clear. Her life is fragile, almost fading away, yet she's still fighting to shine. It's like a firefly's weak, fleeting life, such a foreshadowing. And, Your Lie in April, is this really just a girl hiding her feelings for a boy? Could every word in Arima's monologue be another reason for the lies? Looking back, these analyses seemed so obvious, and they were incredibly persuasive. But stop analyzing it. I won't believe anything unless Sensei says so. These explanations could explain Kori's strange symptoms, but there's more than one possibility. I'm sure this is just a process before healing begins. No way, it's already so obvious, and some people still refuse to believe it? Think about Sensei's past works. Every move is justified, like the rule that if you stop playing, you get eliminated. That rule doesn't change. What do I do? I'm scared to see the ending of Volume 4. Is there really going to be a knife? No, not my Kori. You evil bastard, don't hurt Kori. Doesn't your conscience hurt? With such clear logic, many fans were beginning to lean towards the emotional wreck theory. Of course, some still firmly believed that this was just the painful process before the light at the end of the tunnel. As long as they hung on, the final ending would surely warm their hearts. Phew. The beautiful girl, like Kaguya Hime, took a few deep breaths, finally managing to calm herself. That's right. This is just part of the process before healing. The suspense is what hooks the fans, getting them to buy the next volumes. Exactly. Kaguya's determination was unshakable. He's already in a relationship, how could he do something so extreme like cutting off Kori for the readers? Right, Hayasaka. Kaguya-sama, hasn't your heart already made up its mind? Hayasaka sighed inwardly, and expressionlessly nodded. You're right. With the confirmation, Kaguya smiled brightly. Oh, and Hayasaka. Hayasaka couldn't help but shudder, as the expression on the girl's face didn't carry a trace of warmth. It was cold, like ice. What's she up to this time? Kaguya-sama, what can I do for you? You know where that guy lives, right? I already sent him a razor blade last time, of course I know where he lives. You're asking me like you don't know? Grumbling inwardly, Hayasaka still kept her smile intact. Yes. Find a few people and bring him to me. Huh? Bring him here? Has the Kaguya-sama lost her mind? Kaguya-sama. Hayasaka hesitated, unsure of how to stop this madness. But instead of guessing here, why not just ask him face to face? Kaguya muttered to herself. What do you think, Hayasaka? You're right. Hayasaka reluctantly nodded, then hesitated before asking, what if he says Your Lie in April is an emotional wreck? No, he'll say Your Lie in April is healing. The cold, icy aura of Kaguya made Hayasaka uneasy. Poor guy. She thought. Getting caught up in this whole mess. Sighing inwardly, Hayasaka nodded. Okay, lady. I'll arrange for someone to bring him over tonight. Kaguya nodded in satisfaction, then laid back on the bed, her slender, pale legs swinging joyfully. Mujio-kun, the fans are all begging you not to hurt Maison Okori. Miharu said, looking at her phone with sympathy. Akifumi couldn't help but tug at the girl's cheek. You don't want me to hurt Kori, do you? Miharu rubbed her red face and muttered, well, maybe just a little. I've said it before, right? The reason things feel perfect is because of their imperfections. Akifumi took the phone from Miharu and glanced at the comments under his account. Please don't hurt Maison Okori. Please don't hurt Maison Okori. The comments were all the same, as if the fans were writing in blood. Akifumi handed the phone back to Miharu, exhausted. If he really changed the ending of Your Lie in April, wouldn't the fans who loved the emotional wreck be upset? Besides, the climax of Your Lie in April, everyone knew it was coming, right? The intense clash of two opposing forces that would explode in the final emotional release. Without that, Your Lie in April would just be a great story, but with that moment? It would be a perfect classic. Chapter 166. Without that scene, this work would have been just excellent, but with it, Your Lie in April transcends excellence and becomes a masterpiece that rivals the classics. So, no matter what, Okifumi Mugio was never going to listen to the fans' pleas. Rather than worrying about whether there's tragedy or not, what really matters is creating something that truly resonates with them. Okifumi spoke firmly, as long as the ending makes sense and moves people, that's enough. Mahiru shook her head with a helpless smile. I knew from the start that you were planning to break the fans' hearts, but watching it all unfold still made me unbearably sad. Thanks for the compliment? Wait, was I actually praising him? But thinking about it, he had a point. Even when you know a character is doomed to a tragic fate, you just can't stop watching. You get sad, you get emotional, you have to know how it all ends. If a story didn't have that kind of grip, how could it make fans love and hate it in equal measure? Cursing while watching, crying while reading, why put yourself through that pain? There's only one reason, because the work is just that damn good. Realizing this, Mahiru couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Mugio-kun, you're truly something else. Okifumi raised an eyebrow and smirked. Haven't you already tested that out yourself? Mahiru froze. Then, a faint blush crept onto her face. She shot him a playful glare, half annoyed, half amused. Late at night, a van pulled up beneath Okifumi's apartment. 3 figures stepped out, all dressed in black. 2 were tall and imposing, while the third, judging by her silhouette, was a woman. Move quickly. One of the tall men nodded. They slipped into the building through the blind spots of the security cameras and began to ascend the stairs. Hayasaka I glanced up at the building and let out a sigh. Poor guy. His work was too good, and now it was causing him trouble. Where was the justice in that? Then again, he probably knew what he was getting into when he decided to go this route. Mangakas receiving threats letters filled with razor blades, dead roaches, or worse wasn't unheard of. As she mulled over these thoughts, time passed quickly. Then something felt off. Hayasaka frowned. Why is it taking so long? It had already been 5 minutes. By now, they should have been back. Thud. A deafening impact rang out. The roof of the van dented inward slightly, and a shadow slowly rose from it. A tall woman in a black gothic dress, holding a kunai in each hand, leapt down effortlessly. Her cold, emotionless eyes scanned the area. You were planning to lay a hand on the young master? The sheer killing intent in her voice sent shivers down Hayasaka's spine. Sweat dripped down her forehead. I'm going to die. I'm absolutely going to die. The fresh blood staining the kunai silently testified to the fate of the 2 men who had gone up. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding? Hayasaka's voice came out stiff. Who exactly? Is the young master you're referring to? Wait, could this really be a misunderstanding? You hesitated for a moment. These people did look suspicious, but that didn't necessarily mean they were here to harm the young master. Being a bodyguard really doesn't suit me. If this had been one of her past jobs, she could have just eliminated the target, and that would be that. Wait. Does protecting someone mean I have to kill people? Lost in thought, Yor momentarily forgot about Hayasaka standing nearby. What is with this woman? Stop staring at me like that. It's terrifying. Hayasaka trembled under Yor's piercing gaze. Sure, she could fight, but just one look was enough to tell her that she wasn't even on the same level. Just remembering how Yor had jumped down from God knows how many floors without a scratch. If it were her, she wouldn't just be injured, she'd be spending months in the hospital, if she even survived at all. You, miss? At Hayasaka's timid whisper, Yor finally snapped out of her thoughts. After a moment's consideration, she asked, who was your target? Okifumi Mugio. A shadow flickered a single chop to the neck, and Hayasaka collapsed unconscious. Guess I'm not too bad at this bodyguard thing. Yor rubbed her chin in thought. She glanced at the now empty van, tossed Hayasaka inside, and then headed back upstairs. A few minutes later, she reappeared, pushing 2 large suitcases. She opened the van door, got in, and started the engine. Hayasaka slowly regained consciousness. Darkness. As her eyes adjusted to the dim moonlight filtering in from outside, she took in her surroundings. An old, abandoned warehouse. She was tied to a pillar. Not far away, the 2 men from before were also bound together. What happened? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, memories of the last thing she saw before blacking out came rushing back. I didn't even have time to react. I just got knocked out? And yet, she could still move. Her injuries weren't severe. So, their target had been correct all along? If she couldn't figure out the situation by now, she'd have to be an idiot. Wait. Isn't he just a normal manga artist? Why the hell does he have someone this terrifying protecting him? This makes no sense. Without a doubt, there was something suspicious about Akifumi. And yet, despite the immense resources of the Shinigami family, they had never uncovered anything about him. That's actually terrifying. I'm such an idiot. Her mother would be devastated if she knew about this. And Kaguya? Would she even have the chance to give Hayasaka another order after this? Would she be sad? Why am I even thinking about her right now? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. Her mind spun with countless thoughts. Then footsteps. That terrifying woman appeared once again. A sharp swish cut through the air. And suddenly the ropes binding her loosened. Huh? Hayasaka stared at her in confusion. She didn't dare move. There won't be a next time. Leaving only those words behind, Yor turned and walked away without a second glance. A wave of relief washed over Hayasaka. Only then did she realize that, in just a few seconds, her back had been drenched in sweat. As the adrenaline faded, logic returned. Why? She had attacked their target. Even if they let her live, she should have at least been punished. Her gaze shifted to the object that had cut her bindings, a black card with silver edges. Without thinking, she reached out and took it. And the moment she saw the text on it, her eyes widened in shock. Her heart pounded. Relief flooded her. She took a deep breath. I'm still alive. On the phone, Yor asked, that's it? Just letting her go? A resigned voice on the other end replied, come on, Yor. You're protecting him in secret. If you start eliminating people, the Shinigami family will investigate. If they dig too deep, you'll be exposed. You getting caught is one thing, but do you want us to have to replace you? We don't have anyone nearly as strong as you. But deep down, Yor thought to herself, maybe the young master doesn't even need my protection anymore. Yor couldn't help but think back to the recent sparring session she had with Akifumi in the private training room. In the end, it was herself who had been knocked out. Sighing, she muttered, I get it now. But are you sure the Shinigami family won't come after the young master again after this? Well, don't worry, they don't have the guts to do that. After hanging up the phone, Yor couldn't resist sighing again. Ugh. I really don't think I'm cut out for these kinds of jobs. But living like this wasn't so bad either. She could stop by the young master's place now and then and check out the manga he was working on. Come to think of it, the young master's manga really knows how to pull at your heartstrings. Thinking to herself, she glanced at the time. It's almost 4? If she headed back now, she could catch a bit more sleep. After all, it was the holiday season, and the young master was probably at home. A few days passed, and time flew by. It was now March 10th. Akifumi Mugio was still completely unaware of the small incident from a few days ago. His work on Your Lie in April was nearing completion, with only the final volume left to finish. He had no plans to take a break until it was done. After breakfast, he went back to his room and started working hard on the manga. But after 2 hours, his concentration was broken by an unexpected phone call. Minano-san? Seeing the caller's name, Akifumi's face lit up with surprise. Could it be? A smile formed on his face. Is this about the anime? Just like Akifumi-sensei, you guessed it before I even said anything. Well, the last time he had gotten a call from her, it was for this very same thing. And considering the timing, it was just about mid-March, so the anime will air on March 16th, at noon, with all 12 episodes being streamed at once on N and several other video platforms. After that, it will air every Saturday at 8 p.m. Saturday? That's a good day for it. Why online platforms and not TV stations? Well, no TV network would have the guts to do that. But from these little details, it's easy to see how much the company is investing in this project. I understand, I'll make sure to watch it as soon as it airs. Akifumi Mugio responded with a smile. Even though he would receive the completed episodes before the official broadcast, they would be missing the opening and ending scenes. Plus, the feeling of watching it on TV would be a lot different. By the way, despite the time crunch, this world is still a bit different from his previous one. The opening and ending are exactly the same as before. What a pleasant surprise. I hope Akifumi-sensei will be satisfied with the final product. Minano said, then continued, actually, there's one more thing I wanted to ask of you. Go ahead. Because the company's main focus has been on the quality of the work, we've been lacking a bit in the marketing department. Also, since the anime will air in mid-March, it's a bit of an awkward time. I was hoping you could help with the promotion. Of course, we won't ask for it for free, but the budget won't be too large, so we hope you can understand. Akifumi Mugio chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Editor Minano. Helping to promote my own work is just part of the job, right? Besides, you've helped me out a lot in silence with Your Lie in April. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly yet, so I'd be happy to do this little thing for you. If I'm going to be paid, I'd feel like I should send you a big gift in return. Minano smiled back, not bothering to be overly formal with him. Well, then we're in your debt. By the way, the final volume of Your Lie in April is almost finished here. Can we set a release date for the last 4 volumes? Do you have a preferred release date? As long as it's in April, that should be fine. Minano paused, as if checking a calendar, then asked, how about the 6th? It's right during the holiday. Would that be too tight of a deadline? No problem, if Akifumi-sensei can finish it by March 15th, the 6th works perfectly. Plus, there's no other major release scheduled for late March, so this will actually help alleviate some of our pressure. Well then, looks like I really have to finish the ending by March 15th. After hanging up, Akifumi Mugio opened up his social media account. Looking at the pile of messages, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. As more and more fans analyzed the story, many had come to believe the ending would be full of shocking twists. A few others, though, still chose to trust the author and wait for the conclusion. Although those trusting fans would eventually be disappointed, Akifumi Mugio sighed. Looks like I'll need to respond to them. After a brief moment of thought, he came up with an idea. His fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon a new post appeared. Following his usual routine, he checked for any mistakes, found none, and hit send. This is the final stretch before spring break wraps up. How's everyone been spending it? I hope you're making the most of it, as we only have a little over 10 days left. Get everything done before school starts again, or you'll regret it. I've been reading through all your comments lately, though I won't give a definitive answer just yet. The excitement of a story lies in the mystery, right? If you knew the ending in advance, it wouldn't be nearly as fun. I'm sure everyone feels the same way. So, what does Your Lie in April really mean? Don't rush, wait until the end and you'll find out. Now, I know you're all eager to know when the final episodes will air. So, I've already confirmed with the editor, the anime will be airing all at once on March 16th at noon. You'll be among the first to know, just after me and the editor. Oh, and I've also seen some fans asking about why only 2 volumes are releasing this month. Actually, I've had some other work to take care of. The final volume of World End? That'll be out in May, so please be patient. And as for World End, do you think I'm the type to slack off? I barely need any time for that. It's actually the script for an anime I've been working on. It's called Steins Gate. That name sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Haha, guess that's just my inner Chunabu acting up. This is my first time working as a scriptwriter, but I'm pretty confident about it. With the help of other talented creators, I'm sure you'll love it. The anime is all set, and the premiere is scheduled for March 16th at noon, with all 12 episodes streaming together. Chapter 167, Why are the first 12 episodes airing all at once? Well, it's a bit of a complicated situation, but let's just say this series is a bit special. The early episodes might seem slow and boring at first. Yeah, I get it, even I, as the scriptwriter, found the early parts pretty dry. But trust me, if you can stick it out until episode 12, you'll see what makes this series truly amazing. I guarantee it. It's probably because of my suggestion that they decided on this extreme approach. While the first episodes might drag a bit, I'm confident the story picks up later. If you've got some free time during the holidays, I'd recommend giving it a watch. The 2 directors have done an excellent job with every little detail of this series, and I think you'll appreciate it. Overall, I'm sure this series won't disappoint you. That's all the latest info I have for you today. Hope you're satisfied. And as always, thanks so much for your support. The post went live, and fans immediately received the update. Soon, the comments section was flooded with reactions. Good news, Sensei has responded. Bad news, there's not much info about Your Lie in April. I know waiting is part of the fun, but waiting for the knife to drop? Who's excited for that? Damn. Hey, Sensei didn't say for sure there will be a knife ending, did they? Are there still people who seriously think Your Lie in April will be a healing story? Either way, the next volume is coming out in 46 days, so we'll know everything then. True, but I'm not sure I can handle what's coming next. I'm waiting for the big names to comment before deciding whether to continue with the series. So, does that mean I won't have trouble getting the new volume? You all wait. I'm definitely getting it first. Whether it's healing or heart-wrenching, I'm in. I'm really curious how Sensei will wrap up Your Lie in April. Even if I'm not reading it, I'll still grab it first thing. Ugh, how can people buy it knowing the knife is coming? I hope I don't miss out on buying it this time. Wait, are we all focused on Your Lie in April? Didn't Sensei also mention an anime script? Yeah, we saw that. I guess light novels and manga aren't enough for Sensei anymore. Seriously, how does Sensei have time for all this with so many projects? It's crazy. Is writing scripts the focus? The crossover is wild. Sensei's involved in almost every ACG field except games. Maybe this is what genius looks like? I'm not sure anyone can do this much, though. Sensei is just beyond wild. If Sensei had told me they were going to write scripts before World End Trilogy came out, I would have probably said, what does a comic artist know about writing scripts? And now? Now I'm just kind of numb to it. At this point, if Sensei said they were going to make a game, I wouldn't be that surprised. Could you at least be surprised a little? By the way, Sensei's explanation about Your Lie in April feels a bit forced. Didn't they just release 2 volumes in March? What does that have to do with writing anime scripts? Simple, the next volume will definitely have a lot of knives, so they just released 2 this month. Is it fake news? Until the ending of Your Lie in April is out, everything's just speculation. By the way, Stein's Gate, that title feels a bit weird, doesn't it? Now that you mention it, yeah, it has this odd, vague feel to it. Didn't Sensei say it's just a case of their Chunabiu flaring up? Is anyone even watching this anime? Why wouldn't they? They're airing a whole season all at once. I'm curious what makes this series stand out. But didn't Sensei say the first 12 episodes would be boring? Could it be that Sensei just has too high expectations? Looking at all Sensei's previous works, they've been amazing, so I believe Stein's Gate will also be great. Wouldn't this kind of show fit better with the new spring anime lineup? Honestly, no TV station can air an entire season all at once, except for streaming platforms. Either way, it's only a few days left, so I'll be looking forward to it. Though some fans were a bit disappointed, most were still waiting eagerly for the release of Your Lie in April. They wanted a good ending because they loved the story. Would they stop watching? They were just venting for now. When the release date came, everyone would rush to get their hands on it. As for the anime that Akifumi Mugio mentioned, fans were understandably excited. After all, Warrior of Love and Hope had already become a big-name franchise. Before any potential flop, anything associated with that name would attract significant anticipation. With that anticipation building, March 16th arrived as scheduled. Hey, Tanaka, we're here. Got the snacks ready? Tadakuni and Tabata walked in together. Tanaka opened the door, glaring at them with an angry look. You two idiots. Didn't I say I'd provide the space, and you were supposed to bring snacks and drinks? Tadakuni scratched his head, looking confused. Did you say that? Tabata, did you hear that? Tabata also looked lost. I don't think so. Didn't I say that? Tanaka began questioning his own life choices. Do we still have food at home? If not, we can go buy some. Tanaka glanced at the time and sighed. Forget it, it's almost time, there's a little left in the house. Come on in. He turned and walked inside, and Tadakuni and Tabata exchanged a knowing look, giving each other a thumbs up and smiling, feeling like they had accomplished their plan. Sorry for the interruption, they said, entering. They sat down on the tatami mat. It was already mid-March, and the weather had started warming up. The katsu seemed unnecessary now. Tanaka went to grab some soda and snacks to serve his friends. Meanwhile, Tadakuni and Tabata casually chatted. By the way, there's not much time left in the holidays. How's your homework coming along? Homework? Of course, I haven't started yet. Same here. I've been too busy playing all holiday. I've got the snacks and soda, Tanaka said, walking in from the other room. The two of them immediately turned their gaze to Tanaka. What are you two doing? Tanaka asked, face full of disdain as the two of them, without any shame, knelt down and hugged his legs. Save us. Great father. They begged in unison. Tanaka was momentarily stunned before breaking into a mischievous grin. Well, since you called me father. Tell me, what is it you want? Have you done the spring break homework? Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Tanaka slowly placed the snacks and drinks on the table, scratching his head. Of course, I have. Oh. They cheered loudly. But of course, I didn't actually do it. Tanaka added with a smirk. Tadakuni and Tabata were frozen. Tanaka continued, muttering to himself, actually, I was thinking of borrowing it from you guys. Since you're giving me snacks, could you lend me a copy of your work? Wait. What are you two doing? Both of them grabbed Tanaka's collar, their faces contorted with fury. You jerk, give the father title back to us. We had such high expectations for you, how could you disappoint us like this? Realizing what was happening, Tanaka snapped, damn it. These snacks could make even a dog wag its tail, what good are they to you two? The three of them rolled around on the floor in a chaotic mess. A few moments later, they all sat up, panting heavily, glaring at each other. By the way, isn't it already midnight? Doesn't that mean Stein's Gate is already starting? Quick, quick. The three of them jumped to their feet, putting on cheerful smiles. Tanaka quickly turned on the TV, set it up, and within moments, they found Stein's semicolon gate. Wow, technology has really come a long way. Back in the day, we'd have to watch it on a computer, right? Yeah, but only Tanaka's house has this kind of setup. Tanaka smirked, basking in his friend's praise. The page loaded quickly, and the option to watch episodes 1 to 12 flashed brightly on the screen. Oh. So it's releasing all 12 episodes at once. This is amazing. I've never heard of something like this before, it's awesome. The three of them marveled, and Tanaka didn't hesitate to start the first episode. As the episode began to load, Tanaka casually passed out soda to the others. Thanks. The screen displayed the opening scenes. A flickering black and white screen appeared, lines stretching and expanding across the frame. The world has a beginning but no end infinite. Planets have a beginning but will inevitably reach their demise finite. It's said that the wisest among us are often the most foolish. This could be the last ultimatum given by God to those who resist. Simple words, but they captivated the imaginations of the boys. Hey, this opening seems kinda interesting? Of course, it's Sensei's work, isn't it supposed to be interesting? Stop messing around, pay attention. Just a few seconds later. What's else Ikongru? And what's this organization? Is it some kind of secret group? The boys were intrigued but confused by the mysterious words, feeling a mix of awe and embarrassment. As the story unfolded, they suddenly realized something. Wait. Is the main character a bit of a Chunabayo? Probably. His real name is Okabe Rintaro, but he insists on calling himself Hueco Uma. While it sounds cool, it just makes the people watching cringe. And the bizarre endings, the imaginary organizations. Everything about it made them want to roll on the floor in embarrassment. Ah, I get it now. No wonder Sensei said this was his Chunabayo soul acting up. Because the main character's behavior was extremely Chunabayo. So, is this the Stein semicolon gate choice? Is this where the title comes from? Wait, did Sensei really name it like that? It feels a bit rushed. But the opening was really weird. 1 second someone's getting killed, and then the next moment, the scene jumps to something completely different. I don't really get it. Well, let's keep watching. Sensei did say the anime doesn't really start until episode 12, right? True. At first, they could reassure each other and keep pushing through the boring parts. But as the plot went on, they started to get more and more disinterested. Sure, there were some interesting bits, but nothing that really made them want to keep watching. I don't know. Is this getting kind of boring? Tabata said after watching 6 episodes. Tadakuni nodded. Yeah, it's kinda boring. Honestly, I think I'd rather be doing homework. No, let's not do homework. Tabata quickly rejected, standing up. So, how about we go do something fun? Without hesitation, Tanaka refused. No way. Wait, are you seriously planning to finish the rest of the episodes? Well, we've watched 6 episodes already. Might as well finish what we started. Tanaka said confidently. Sensei said it'd all make sense by episode 12, I trust him. Hearing this, Tabata and Tadakuni exchanged glances before reluctantly sitting back down. Wait, you're not giving up? We're the ones who are giving up now? I wanna see what happens after episode 12, what could be so surprising to make Sensei so confident. The three of them continued watching with renewed determination. Though they really wanted to skip ahead to the final episode, they felt that would be disrespecting the work itself. And so they endured, finally reaching the relaxing moment of the 12th and final episode. Finally. The three of them felt both relieved and excited, almost as if they were about to face a final boss in a game. The earlier episodes were predictably dull, until... Mayoshi's pocket watch stopped working? That's strange, I just wound it up earlier. In the next few seconds, they were hit with a chilling moment. A terrifying figure, wearing a white mask and holding a gun, broke into the room. With a gunshot, Mayuri collapsed in a pool of blood. At that moment, the three of them felt a chill run down their spines. Their minds were full of questions, with no answers in sight. And the ending sequence played, showing Okabe Rintaro's desperate shout. They had been so happy watching the ending before, but now they felt none of that joy. Why? Why does it have to end here? Damn it, who are these people? Why did they kill Mayuri? As expected, when it's Sensei's work, no character is safe from the knife. The sudden and shocking turn of events left them desperate to understand what had happened. But the episode ended, and the screen seemed to mock them. Chapter 168, compared to the two who reluctantly kept watching with him, Tanaka was at least paying attention to the overall plot. While there were occasional scenes that made no sense and left people confused, if you pushed those aside for the moment and didn't think too much about them, they didn't significantly impact the viewing experience. The one thing that was undeniably central to the entire story so far was Okabe Rintaro's time machine. If you thought about it for just a moment, the reasoning behind the events and the ultimate plot twists were quite clear, right? Hearing Tanaka's comment, Tadakuni and Tabata paused for a moment, then exchanged confused glances. Tanaka. Tadakuni said, "Are you sure you're still you? Did someone swap your soul out or something?" "Yeah. I can't believe you came up with that. That's totally not you." Tanaka rolled his eyes. "It's just a logical development that any normal person would think of. Why wouldn't it be something I'd think of? You two are the ones who are weird." No, because it's a normal logical reaction. The fact that you thought of it is what's not normal." "That's right." Faced with his overly serious friends, Tanaka couldn't help but roll his eyes again, deciding to ignore them. He sighed heavily. "No wonder they said you'd understand after watching 12 episodes. This plot twist really took me by surprise. Logically speaking, the development seemed quite reasonable. But in a typical anime, this wouldn't be the direction the story would take. Since the main characters are special, everything they do makes perfect sense no matter what they create. So, what impact will this have on the world? Does that even matter? That's never been the point of the story. Yet, someone decided to make this seemingly irrelevant development the main plot point and ran with it. You can only say, of course, it's from Sensei. Such a unique way of thinking. But why did it have to end here? What will happen next? Are they just going to get carried away? Did Mayuri just die like that? Tanaka couldn't figure it out. He just couldn't imagine what the next steps would be. If anything, no matter what direction the story goes in next, it will probably be a completely normal continuation. Tanaka clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling his frustration grow. Damn it. Why did it have to stop here? Why did it stop? This thought ran through the minds of many fans after watching Steins Gate. After spending hours watching all the episodes released so far, they were left with nothing but a sense of frustration, not relief. With this feeling, many fans took to the internet to vent their complaints. And then they found something shocking. Steins Gate, a thoroughly disappointing work. It was filled with cringeworthy middle schooler fantasies, completely unrealistic. If you could somehow remove the protagonist's Chayunabiu, middle school syndrome, it could barely be called a slice of life series. With those fantasy elements added in, the plot was so awkward, they felt like they needed to gouge out their eyes. The once glorious warrior of love and hope myth? Gone. In a stunning fall from grace, Warrior of Love and Hope had finally met his first major failure. A genius arrogance led to his inevitable downfall. Hopefully, this failure would remind them that success in light novels doesn't guarantee success in other mediums. Don't let pride blind you, and don't disappoint the fans who support you. Such criticisms flooded the internet. For those who had carefully watched the show, it made no sense. Had they really been offline for just a few hours? Why did it feel like they were disconnected from the world? Ridiculous didn't even begin to cover their feelings. After reading these critical comments, a fiery anger rose within them. If those criticisms were true, they had nothing more to say. But after seeing those comments, fans realized that these critics hadn't even watched all the episodes. They watched maybe half, or not even half, and then went online to rant without understanding the whole story. How could the fans who had watched the full series not be angry? Sure, the early episodes were a bit unclear, and Okabe Rintaro's Chayunabiu moments were cringeworthy, but the show was far from simple. The arrival of episode 12 made this painfully clear. The remaining plot, whether it becomes something incredible or simply ends here, at least deserved to be seen first before anyone made judgments. It was certainly not the right of those who hadn't even watched a few episodes to criticize it. So, some fans decided to push back. It's undeniable that Steins Gate felt boring in the beginning, but how can those who haven't even watched all 12 episodes have the right to speak? I still remember the chills I got at the end of episode 12. That was the moment the real shock hit. Maybe it's not that Sensei's story is bad, but that you guys just didn't understand it? After watching episode 12, I'm finally starting to get a sense of the incredible story Sensei was trying to tell us. I'm really looking forward to next week's updates. Based on my years of experience watching anime, I can tell Sensei is setting up something huge in the next step. With all this build-up, if they cut away the unnecessary parts. Just imagining that scene gives me chills. Steins Gate boring? Sure, because the best parts haven't even started yet. You guys only saw the boring bits and missed all the exciting parts. It's sad, really. Sensei's myth? What myth? He's just doing what he loves. Seriously, I don't understand why people idolize Sensei so much. He's just a person like the rest of us. The success of the work comes from having a good story, and Sensei's only role was to present that story to us. I still remember Sensei's humble attitude. Whether it was signing for fans at a long event or giving out freebies for the new year, you could tell he genuinely cared for us fans. The idea of successful arrogance doesn't even exist in his case. Well, Sensei is so brilliant that it makes some people feel insecure. It's only natural that they would take advantage of any opportunity to tear him down. I just have to say, watching all these clowns flaunting their ignorance in front of me is honestly entertaining. Fans like Tanaka, who had truly followed the story, realized that Stein's semicolon gate wasn't as simple as it seemed. They had faith in Akifumi Mugio's past work, and believed the next episodes would be worth the wait. However, there were those who couldn't resist criticizing, no matter what. The fact that the series started slow or felt boring was more than enough ammunition for them. What they didn't expect was the swift and direct retaliation from fans who'd watched the entire thing. The two sides engaged in a heated, no-holds-barred battle online. Eventually, the critics kept clinging to the early boring episodes, frustrating many young fans. After all, without knowing what happens next, it's impossible to understand the true meaning behind the earlier parts of the story. However, even this wouldn't be enough to make the fans give up. It was unrealistic to expect that. So, under the heated debates between fans and haters, a week quickly passed by. March 23rd. At 8 p.m., Tanaka finally got the update he had been eagerly waiting for: Stein's semicolon gate episode 13. Sensei is definitely going to slap these guys in the face. Filled with anticipation for episode 13 and trust in the creator, Tanaka clicked on the episode. The scene immediately picked up where the previous one left off, with Kurimoka's gun pointed at Okabe Rintaro. It seemed like she was about to pull the trigger. Unexpectedly, yet somehow predictably, the energetic part-time girl, Suzuha-man, returned to the scene. She swiftly dealt with the armed terrorists, and then faced off with Mocha, her gun raised. At her reminder, Okabe began his first-time leap in front of everyone. The time rewound to 5 p.m. that afternoon. The look of desperation on Okabe's face was unexplainable to those around him. However, his sharp assistant, Kurisu, noticed it immediately, realizing that Okabe had just jumped back from the future. There wasn't much conversation, just Kurisu's final words. "You'll have to explain everything to me later. To save her, I have to save her," Okabe declared, with determination. In this state of mind, Okabe finally found Mayuri. The events seemed to start changing, but when Mayuri once again fell into a pool of blood in a different way, the shock from episode 12 wasn't there anymore. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It wasn't that the plot was flawed, rather, Tanaka suddenly realized that no matter how many times they rewound time, certain events were fated to happen. They wouldn't change, they would only repeat in different forms. This realization was confirmed in the following plot. Okabe leapt back again to the moments before Mayuri's death, hours earlier. This time, Okabe didn't search blindly. Instead, he crafted a clever excuse to get everyone to leave, and then quickly found Mayuri. However, Mayoshi's pocket watch stopped working? That's strange, I just wound it up earlier. After this brief exchange, despite having avoided the terrorists, when the time reached that crucial moment, the bullet train came rushing again and took Mayuri away. This scene confirmed Tanaka's suspicions. No matter how many times they tried, Mayuri's fate would always end the same death. But in the black and white scene, Okabe grasped Mayuri's broken pocket watch and firmly whispered to himself, "I won't let you die. Mayuri, I'll save you." At that moment, the same shocking feeling from episode 12 surged within Tanaka. And amidst the rushing timeline, the end credits started playing once more. "Even though she can't be saved, you're still going to fight to save her?" Tanaka took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. A wide grin spread across his face. As expected from Sensei. The storytelling is just so cool. This show is exactly what Sensei said, it gets better and better as it goes on. Now then, how will Okabe save Mayuri? Tanaka was filled with anticipation. But, damn it, why does it feel like we've barely seen anything of the climax? It was supposed to be back-to-back episodes starting from episode 12, but just as the plot hit the exciting part, they switched back to weekly updates. The frustration was real. I just want to binge-watch it all at once. Tanaka sighed. And many fans shared his sentiment. Yet, the only option they had was to wait. So, after the episode ended, the internet was flooded with discussions. Damn. The first half was so hard to get through, the time dragged on endlessly. But after episode 12, it just flew by and ended so quickly. What? My Tutu Ryu! Seeing Tutu Ryu die so many times made me realize this is definitely the work of an old pro. After this episode, I can't help but feel like no matter how many times Okabe tries, Mayuri's death is inevitable. I have no idea how he's going to save her. Is the rest of the plot just going to be about Mayuri's 100 ways of dying? My take. You can't predict where this story is going, not even a little bit. I feel like Okabe really grew in this episode. Did you notice how he referred to himself? That cringy Chunabiu side of him is slowly disappearing. Huh? Really? I didn't even notice that. Thinking about waiting another week for the next episode makes me feel miserable. As fans began discussing, soon enough, dissenting opinions emerged. I watched the new episode, and my review is that it? I don't understand why so many people like a story about such a tragic character. Isn't this just another example of a character getting tortured for no reason? It's getting kind of tiring. This episode clearly shows that no matter how many times they go back, they can't save Mayuri. So Okabe's determination to save her seems a bit naive, don't you think? You guys said the plot would have a twist, but after watching so many episodes, can someone please explain where that twist is? After watching this episode, I feel like the story is getting a bit cliché. The main character will probably save Mayuri somehow, with a bunch of unexplainable reasons thrown in. Compared to the earlier episodes, there was indeed a big shift in episode 12. However, the shift wasn't dramatic enough to silence the critics. In fact, after episode 13 aired, the voices of doubt grew even louder. From their perspective, the main character's declaration seemed to make the plot more predictable. And for those people, the only fitting word to describe the new direction was cliché. So, the voices of opposition that had been somewhat restrained earlier now grew bolder. The pessimistic commentary also grew louder. Ayuri curiously asked, what's going to happen next? Can Mayuri really be saved? Akifumi Mujio let out a rare sigh. Though it might not be very convincing coming from me, this anime is actually going to have a rare happy ending. Eh? Is it the kind of cliché ending people are talking about online? Akifumi rolled his eyes. What do you think I am? If the first 11 episodes weren't necessary, do you think I would have spent so much time telling that story? If the people online could guess where the plot is going, wouldn't I be too predictable? True. Well, just like all my previous works, the perfect ending will follow the natural logic of the story, not because it was intentionally made perfect. Of course. That's the hallmark of an outstanding piece of work. Works that abandon logic can still be great, but they can never reach the next level. By connecting the foreshadowing and the threads of the story, we create a perfect loop. Only then can we stand at a higher peak. Well then, I'll be looking forward to it amidst all the discussions. The date finally turned to March 30th. Only 2 days left until spring break ends. And with fans and critics eagerly awaiting, Stein's Gate episode 14 arrived just as promised. Chapter 169, I have to say, this episode is probably just the protagonist trying all sorts of ways to save Mayuri, right? This cliché plotline means this anime is pretty much done for. That annoying guy is finally going to fall from his pedestal. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant after this. They all just waiting for the next joke to unfold. Soon enough, it was 8 p.m. The haters immediately pressed play. As the screen lit up, these haters, expecting a laugh, were hit with a shock right from the start. Okabe Rintaro, no, more accurately, the protagonist known as Okabe Rintaro, appeared on screen, with his monologue following. Since then, I've jumped through time countless times to save Mayuri. But no matter what I did, Mayuri still died. Even without the attacks from the others, it felt as though fate itself had killed her, like the whole world was conspiring to take her life. No matter what I do, no matter what method I use, she will die. It's like fate itself, isn't it? Yes, this. What was expected to be a series of attempts to save Mayuri was instead condensed into just 2 minutes. There weren't many words spoken, but through the combination of monologue and visuals, the audience could feel the crushing weight of despair. Yes, despair. If it were anyone else, they would have cracked under this endless torment by now, right? But Okabe Rintaro didn't give up, nor did he accept fate. Instead, he began making new attempts. Through this new attempt, he learned why he and his friends were being targeted. 1. You knew things you shouldn't have. 2. You created a time machine. 3. You wanted to make it public. This result was just as expected by the audience. And this time, the timeline didn't surprise anyone. It ended with Mayuri's death. Once again, Okabe Rintaro leaped 3 hours back to the timeline before Mayuri's death. This time, he seemed like he was ready to give up. He didn't look for Mayuri or try anything new. But then, an unexpected person appeared. Kazekage. And with her help, things took a turn. Instead of going back 3 hours, they traveled 5 hours back, to a time before Mayuri had left. Kazekage also showed him how to gain her trust. At this point, another key character appeared before Okabe Rintaro and Kazekage, Suzuemon. The same girl who helped Okabe return 3 hours in the past during the first time. Through her explanation, a flood of technical terms came up, confusing the audience. But in her explanation, the audience started to understand how they might save Mayuri. They learned that the world they were in was connected to a different world. But before Suzuha could explain how to reach that world, she was interrupted by Kurisu. It seemed the girl's identity was even more important. I'm from 2036. I'm a time traveler, John Titter. And with that, episode 14 came to a close. As the episode ended, the hater group, as expected, should have been flooding with criticism. But instead, it fell into an eerie silence. This left the haters who hadn't yet watched the episode curious. Episode 14's over? Where did everyone go? How was it? Did it start going in that cliché direction? Someone tell me what happened in this episode so I can start dissing it online. After a brief silence, messages began pouring in. I don't even know what to say. Did anyone understand the last part? I have no idea what they were trying to say. Though I don't fully get it, it seems like they're saying that, no matter how things change, the world these characters are in is tied to the same fate? And that the end of that path is Mayuri's death? Oh, so that's what it means? Is there any scientific basis for this? Sure, looking for science in an anime is a bit silly, but I think this theory is pretty reasonable, at least the anime's logic is convincing enough. These discussions were a surprise for the haters, leaving them speechless. What are you all doing? Didn't you hate this anime? Why are you suddenly discussing the plot like fans now? Sure, discuss the plot if you want, but can someone tell me what's wrong with this episode? Another short silence followed. Sorry, but I actually think this anime might be a bit interesting now. Maybe. I'm kind of looking forward to how the story develops from here. You might not believe it, but from the beginning, I firmly believed the creator's work wouldn't be this simple. At first, it was just to infiltrate the enemy camp. Now, it's clear that this work is far from simple. I don't even need to stay in here anymore. Such comments kept appearing, and many members left the group, causing those who hadn't watched episode 14 or those who had just joined to criticize to feel completely baffled. What happened? Just a short time ago, everything seemed normal, and now, these people are suddenly leaving the group? The answer was clear and there was only one reason: episode 14. So, should they check it out? The remaining haters in the group fell into deep thought. Honestly, episode 14 may seem like it still hasn't brought the story to the main plot, but when you think carefully, it's filled with hidden details. The opening monologue directly disproved the haters' earlier assumptions. What followed was a story about how to save Mayuri. Yes, it's about saving her. But it wasn't what they expected, going back 3 hours to save her. No, it was something far beyond their imagination. Even though the details weren't fully explained yet, the rest of the story, from traveling 5 hours back in time to the sudden appearance of another time traveler, told the audience one thing: this story wasn't as simple as they thought. And the next jump back in time explained why the main characters were attacked before 8 p.m. It also showed a side of Okabe Rintaro's state, who had been jumping through time so many times. The next jump only magnified this point. Okabe, seemingly ready to give up, wandering aimlessly on the street, made the audience realize something: the story was far from over, and it wasn't going to follow the predictable path. These details, especially in the opening, slapped the haters in the face. What followed was completely beyond what they had imagined. The professional explanations and references felt like being crushed under the weight of an academic's imagination. Looking at it, this single episode has already debunked many of their previous arguments. If they continued to stubbornly hold on to their opinions, they'd be completely shameless, wouldn't they? At this point, slipping into the enemy camp and pretending to be a supporter of Stein's Gate, joining in to mock the haters, was much more satisfying than being the one getting slammed against the wall. After this episode aired, many fans expected a new round of battle with the haters. But to their surprise, the haters' fighting spirit had completely disappeared compared to the previous week. Although some were still a bit confused, the fans couldn't help but feel a little victorious. They quickly began discussing the latest episode. I can only say, every time this story is directed by Sen, it brings me so much surprise. After watching the first 11 episodes, I was disappointed, but when Sensei said the real story starts from episode 12, I decided to keep watching, and it turns out Sensei wasn't lying. Episode 14 really took the story to a whole new level. So why was the episode so short? I wasn't ready for it to end. Damn it. Now we have to wait a whole week again. By the way, after tomorrow, it'll be April, right? Time is flying. Ugh, school starts soon, and I still haven't finished my homework. Wait, when April comes, the final volume of Your Lie in April will be out, right? I've already counted the days. Just 7 more days. My wallet is already starving for it. Regarding the change in public sentiment online, Akifumi Mugio wasn't surprised. After all, the further Stein's semicolon gate progressed, the more amazing it became. Especially when the foreshadowing that had been building up was finally revealed, it felt as satisfying as suddenly being able to relieve constipation after days of discomfort. That kind of feeling was incomparable. Episode 14 took the story to a new height? No, the real high points of this anime haven't even started yet. If there was one thing imperfect about this work, it would be the ending, which will have a happy ending. Though the journey had its painful moments, if the ending is good, the pain from earlier won't linger for long. On the last day of spring break, with no surprises, time passed, and the day of the new school year arrived, on day 41. The first day of high school. After the opening ceremony, the group returned to the classroom. It feels like we've already made it to our third year of high school. Time sure flies. Akifumi sighed. Kato's eyes flickered for a moment, but then returned to calm. Time really does pass quickly. By the way, Akifumi, which university are you planning to go to? Todai, University of Tokyo? Well, Todai. Akifumi sighed again, his expression helpless. It's the best university, but somehow it doesn't feel like the right place for me. After all, there's no major there related to the career he's pursuing. What about not going to university? Akifumi never once thought about that. A degree might seem irrelevant, but when the time comes to use it, it can become crucial. I see. Kato nodded thoughtfully, then said seriously, as for me, I'm aiming for Todai. Huh? Kato, have you already decided on your future? Akifumi thought back to the conversation he had with Kato before. Back then, Kato had been so lost, and now she was speaking with such confidence it was a world of difference. No wonder he thought so highly of her. No. Kato shook her head. I just feel that if I can get into Todai, my future will have many options, right? That's true. Akifumi agreed. But Kato, with your current grades, it's going to be tough, isn't it? Kato wasn't great at math and science, but her grades in language and literature were generally very good. Kato nodded. That's why I'll be attending after-school tutoring from now on. Doesn't tutoring sound tiring? If a bit of extra effort can get me into Todai, I think there should be quite a few people willing to do it. Kato said, with determination in her eyes. Well, that's debatable. Akifumi smiled and shook his head. But if you're determined, then go for it. At least you won't lose anything by trying. Kato nodded, her eyes shining with the joy of finally finding a direction for her future. For most students, the first week of school always feels like it drags on forever. But no matter how slow time seems to pass, it always comes to an end. When the school bell rang on Friday, it meant the long-awaited weekend was almost here. And for the fans of Warrior of Love and Hope, tomorrow was even more significant. The finale of Your Lie in April would finally be in their hands. Just thinking about it got the fans excited, though a little nervous as well. Damn it. The finale of Your Lie in April is tomorrow, but why am I so nervous right now? Calm down, this time the sensei didn't give us any gifts, so maybe we can still look forward to it a little. Well, Madoka didn't get any gifts either. The first work is always special. Your Lie in April isn't the first work, so it's fine. Is it really okay? I've seen so many analyses online, and it feels like the ending is right in front of us, but please don't say such negative things. Isn't that just the truth? Only 4 of us can see the truth. No matter what, I'm not buying Your Lie in April tomorrow. I hope you keep your word. I hope more fans won't buy it. Well, I'm not bothered by the knives or not, just as long as the story continues to be amazing, I'm satisfied. Me too. As long as the plot remains exciting, I'll accept whatever ending it gives us. Hope you guys cry. Hope you still have that high spirit when the knives cut deep. As fans wondered what Your Lie in April's ending would truly be like, April 6th arrived just as expected. Despite many fans claiming online that they wouldn't buy Your Lie in April on the release day, choosing to wait until the ending is confirmed, the bookstores were packed with more fans than during the spring break of March. There was no doubt Your Lie in April's finale was too tempting. No one could resist the urge to know the ending the moment it was released. Even though some had said they'd resist the temptation, when the day came, their bodies honestly led them to the front of the bookstore, queuing up to buy the book. As the clock approached 9 p.m., the bookstores opened one by one. Excited fans rushed in to grab their copies, shouting, "Give me 3 copies of the final 4 volumes of Your Lie in April." The first group of buyers had big smiles on their faces, but the fans at the very end of the line looked like they had just eaten a bitter pill. Chapter 170. Everyone who managed to get their hands on the book was beaming with joy, everyone except the fan at the very end of the line, whose face was pale with frustration. "You guys. Why are you buying so many copies? At least think about the rest of us. Unfortunately, no one else could hear their inner complaints and desperate cries. And even if they could, it wouldn't change anything. After all, when those people were at the back of the line, they had suffered the same fate. Damn it. Kaguya angrily punched the pillow in front of her. But with her delicate strength, all she managed to do was leave a small dent in the soft cushion. Knock, knock. A gentle knock came from the door, followed by Hayasaka's voice. My lady, the manga you wanted has been purchased. Kaguya instantly returned to her usual cold, composed self. Sitting upright on her bed, she replied in a steady voice, come in. Hayasaka I entered the room and placed the final 4 volumes of Your Lie in April on the bedside table. You may leave. Hayasaka hesitated, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something. But after a moment, she simply nodded. Understood. She turned and walked out of the room, sighing quietly in her heart. Everything had started that night when she returned home. After reporting the failure of her mission and explaining the reason behind it, Kaguya, though unwilling, had no choice but to accept the outcome. Even if it was only for a fleeting moment, Hayasaka had caught a glimpse of something in Kaguya's eyes: worry, guilt, and even fear. That realization sent a warm feeling through Hayasaka's chest. To think that she could affect the emotions of the usually cold and unshakable Kaguya. It meant she was truly important to her. However, regardless of the reason, failure was still failure. And ever since that day, Kaguya had become even more withdrawn. Hayasaka knew exactly why. Grabbing the 4 volumes she had also bought for herself, she silently prayed. Please. Let there be a happy ending. Even though she knew, deep down, that the chances of that were less than 1%. Meanwhile, inside the room, Kaguya hesitated as she looked at the final 4 volumes of Your Lie in April sitting on her bedside table. Her fingers twitched. She wanted to reach out and grab them, yet at the same time, she was too afraid to touch them. Minutes passed as she sat there in hesitation. In the end, her desire to see how the story ended won out. She flipped open the first chapter of Volume 8 and, for a moment, let out a small sigh of relief. This chapter didn't mention Kori at all. Instead, it focused on Arima and Tsubaki's storyline. Then, in the next chapter, a new girl was suddenly introduced out of nowhere. It was a bit confusing, but most importantly there were no devastating twists. That was a win. The story moved along quickly, and soon, she reached the end of the volume. Arima's conflicting emotions, wanting to visit but being too afraid to go, Kori's complaints about him not coming to see her, their gentle conversation. It all brought a small smile to Kaguya's face. But then, as soon as she turned the page and saw the hospital corridor in the background, her smile vanished. Her delicate features twisted in distress. The panel showed Mizuno Kori, having just finished a phone call with Arima, walking back to her hospital room with a cheerful bounce in her step. Ruliliu, she hummed happily to herself, as if she were singing. Then, in the next panel she suddenly collapsed. Huh? Huh? Kaguya let out a startled sound. On the next page, Kori was shown leaning against the railing in the hallway, struggling to pull herself up. Her legs, however, refused to cooperate, dragging lifelessly beneath her. Then came the next panel full of raw, emotional intensity. Kori pounded on her legs, tears welling up in her eyes. Move. Move, damn it. These are my legs. And in the final panel of the chapter she curled up on the floor, sobbing in frustration and despair. Kaguya's heart clenched as if it had been seized by an invisible force. A suffocating pain filled her chest. It's okay. She tried to convince herself. Kori's condition was already known from the start, wasn't it? This kind of scene is completely expected. But then, she turned to the next chapter and was instantly paralyzed. A bolt of shock ran through her. The scene was from before Kori had even been hospitalized. She was at home, going over her sheet music, attempting to play. Then she suddenly collapsed. Her head struck a metal object nearby. Blood gushed from her forehead, pooling beneath her motionless body. Silence. Kaguya forced a stiff smile. It's fine. The main issue is still with her legs, right? This is just a wound. Just some blood. She won't die from this. And she's clearly fine in later scenes, so this injury has nothing to do with her illness. Trying to reassure herself, Kaguya forced herself to keep reading. Arima was teaching his new student how to play the piano. Kori suddenly appeared, bringing a brief moment of relief to Kaguya only to have it quickly replaced by worry. Your condition is already so bad, why did you come all the way to school? But after seeing Kori's reasoning, Kaguya suddenly understood. Even though she had never been in love herself, she could still empathize with Kori's feelings. It had been so long, and the person she liked hadn't come to visit her. At that moment, nothing else mattered, only the overwhelming desire to see him. Arima Kausai, you idiot. How could he be so dense? Even someone like Kaguya, who had never experienced love, could see that Corey was practically confessing. In this situation, shouldn't he respond more decisively? Corey went through all that trouble for him, yet he still thought she came for Watari? You absolute moron. A lie as obvious as that, and he still couldn't see through it. It was beyond frustrating. And then Corey's unsteady movements in the next panel made Kaguya's frustration shift into deep concern. In the following scenes, Arama rides his bicycle, carrying Corey back toward the hospital. During their conversation, Corey once again, intentionally or unintentionally, expresses her admiration for love. The naive boy, oblivious to the deeper meaning, simply sighs in his heart. Perhaps it's the cold night air, but the warmth in her words feels closer than ever. Even if I'm just a stand-in for Watari, I don't care, I just want this moment to last forever. As if responding to his silent prayer, a meteor shower suddenly lights up the night sky, dazzlingly beautiful. Behind him, a girl with tears streaming down her face is just as breathtaking, heartbreakingly so. I can't bring myself to ask why she's crying. Kaguya clenches her fists, then slowly releases them in defeat. This is so cruel. No matter how much she wants to deny it, as an outsider watching this unfold, what excuse can she possibly find? Why is Corey crying? Because she wants to live, of course. Because she knows her time is short, which is why every second is so precious. Using the last of her time to save someone else. Is that what she truly wants? As a smart woman, Kaguya knows the answer. She can lie to herself, but she can't ignore the carefully crafted scenes, the foreshadowing, or the deeper meaning the mangaka is trying to convey. This is just too cruel. It's not just about the heartbreak. Why did they have to create such a wonderful character like Corey in the first place? And the cruelest part? Her tragic fate was sealed from the start. She's only 14, for God's sake. The sorrow wells up inside Kaguya, but she suppresses it, forcing herself to read through the final chapter of this volume. Back in the hospital, Mizuno Corey suddenly lashes out, and for a brief moment, Arama sees an eerie resemblance between her and his mother. Worried, the boy returns to the hospital alone. Corey gazes at him as if reciting a script. You're such a strange person. You come all the way here to visit me, yet you don't say a word. In the next panel, Arama's eyes widen as he notices the book lying beside her, the 15-year-old pact. Are you planning to die with me? And with that, this volume comes to an end. Kaguya sits in silence, lost in thought. She recalls all the novels she has read, not because she enjoys reading like romance story, but simply because it helps pass the time. Naturally, she has read this one before. Digging through her memory, she pieces together the story. It's a simple tale. Ryuichi, a third-year middle school student, meets Nico, a terminally ill girl in the hospital, through his baseball ace friend, Tetsuya. During a match, Tetsuya gives it his all, cheering for his childhood friend Neko. On her 15th birthday, Ryuichi plays the piano in the hospital's recreation room to celebrate. Then, one day, Nico suddenly asks Ryuichi, "Would you die with me?" A delicate story like a fragile glass ornament depicting love, friendship, life, and death in the fleeting days of youth. Recalling all this, Kaguya sets down the manga with a long sigh. I really am an idiot. She knew it would end in tragedy, yet she couldn't stop herself from reading this far. There's no doubt the fate awaiting them is painfully obvious from the book lying by Corey's bedside. She looks at volumes 9, 10, and 11 stacked on the nightstand. Her hand hesitantly reaches out, then stops midway. She wants to read them. She wants to know what happens next. But she doesn't want to see that cruel ending. Her heart is torn. Her trembling hand hovers in the air, unable to make a choice. 11 a.m. Only 2 hours have passed since the release of the latest volume of Your Lie in April. Logically speaking, every fan who managed to get a copy should be engrossed in reading it right now. And yet Akifumi Mugio's social media is flooded with comments from fans. These are the fans who have just finished Volume 8. Those with high emotional intelligence might say they're just sensitive or easily moved to tears. Those with lower emotional intelligence would just say they're outright crying like babies. I just finished Volume 8, and I'm completely shattered. Same here. I cried my eyes out. Is anyone else too scared to keep reading? I want to read the last 3 volumes, but I'm terrified of what's coming. Why is this story so cruel? Corey. My Corey. Damn you, mangaka. How could you do this to such an amazing girl? No wonder only 2 volumes were released last month. If I had read Volume 8 back then, I wouldn't have dared to continue. Damn it. I'm sending a knife to Sensei in the mail. I swear, I'm never spending another dime on this series. The flood of messages grows by the second. Fans who hadn't managed to buy the book are suddenly intrigued. If you're too scared to read, just sell it to me. I don't care about the heartbreak. Exactly. If you don't want it, don't waste your money. I'll buy it. I just want to read your lie in April. If you don't want your copy, sell it to me. But their offers receive no response. The very people who said they couldn't bear to keep reading have all mysteriously disappeared. The hopeful fans slowly realize the truth. You hypocrites. They all claim they wouldn't read it, that it was too painful, but when given the chance to walk away, not a single one actually did. Damn it. Are they seriously going to have to wait for a reprint? Why do these bookstores always sell out so fast? Can't they stock more copies? Don't they want to make money? If the bookstore owners could hear them, they would surely retort, weren't you guys the ones saying you wouldn't buy it? How was I supposed to know you'd all line up to get it the moment it was released? Besides, we already ordered extra copies. Who knew you'd still snatch them up in 2 hours? Ah, the eternal love-hate relationship between buyers and sellers. The truth is, these fans just need an outlet for their emotions. Their hearts are aching, they need to distract themselves before they can keep reading. Complaining under the mangaka's posts really does make me feel better. And once they feel better, of course, they'll go right back to reading. What? They said it was too painful to continue? Nonsense. What they said before has nothing to do with what they're feeling now. With this newfound resolve, they flip open volume 9. Meanwhile, those who never stopped reading in the first place are already nearing the end of it. The latter half of the volume introduces a new girl, Nagisa. At first, fans don't understand her role. But by the end, it becomes clear. She is a tribute. A tribute to the one who pulled Arima out of his despair, Cory. A message. A message to tell her that she doesn't have to worry anymore. A salute. Because now, he too has the power to guide others. As Cory listens to their duet, she stands by the hospital window. Though she has no violin in hand, she mimics the movements, as if playing along with them. Perhaps this silent gesture says it all. She no longer has the strength to hold her violin. It's your fault, I don't want to let go. Just 10 words, yet they bring tears to countless readers' eyes. I'm greedy. I've started dreaming again. I even dared to imagine one day, dancing a waltz with you. Chapter 171, the next words, however, brought unexpected joy to the fans. Could it be? There's still hope? Although it was just a line from a script, the fact that she said, "Would you die with me?" was enough to reveal the girl's emotional turmoil. Simple pain and despair couldn't begin to describe it. But when she started dreaming, when her imagination took over, it perfectly expressed how her feelings had shifted. Anyone could see that the once hopeless girl had found a new attachment and hope through this performance. Her gray days were suddenly filled with color again. The fans' spirits soared as well. They were so caught up in the moment that they subconsciously overlooked why, instead of playing the violin, she was now just playing a simple mouth organ with the kids on the rooftop. The fans, who had initially feared the worst for her, were reignited with hope. And when they saw her in a wheelchair, firmly stating, "I want to undergo the surgery," their hearts were filled with a surge of optimism. Despite the doctor's clear warning that the risks were high, those were just risks. Compared to having no hope at all, this was a far better situation. The developments that followed only made the fans happier and more invigorated. How could such a positive turn of events in the dialogue not indicate a flicker of hope? If there truly was no hope, the author wouldn't have spent so much effort on describing it. This must be healing. Two people redeeming each other, giving each other strength, and continuing forward. And so the winter competition, the music competition, began. The music contest and their story, two seemingly unrelated lines, yet so tightly connected. It was the power of music that brought these two originally separate lives together, intertwining their destinies and changing each other. And the side stories of others connected by music were another charm of this manga. Everyone in the story was growing, moving forward. Watching the competition unfold, smiles naturally appeared on the faces of the fans. The first round was passed with no surprises. Sweet and sour, the love story also made the fans almost forget the illness haunting the girl, naturally bringing out warm smiles. And you can only fall in love with me. Tsubaki, too, had her stagnant timeline start moving at this moment. Even though deep down the girl knew that this confession might not lead anywhere, she couldn't help but feel something bursting inside her, emotions she couldn't deceive herself about any longer. Arima also confronted his feelings, understanding that his heart for the girl was the kind of love one might feel for their loved one. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction until the next scene left the fans stunned. "We're now trying to save Park Chan." That line cast a thick shadow over the joy that had filled their hearts. On the way home, Arima saw a black cat lying in the middle of the road, close to death. He rushed it to the animal hospital, only to receive the grim news of its passing. That moment seemed to silently foreshadow something. It was hard for the fans not to make the connection, especially since not long ago, Arima had described the girl as a cat, silently approaching him, manipulating him from an unexpected angle. Tears streamed down Arima's face as he cried by the sink in the park, amplifying the darkening shadow over everything. Fans had lost all hope after finishing Volume 8, but by the end of Volume 9, a glimmer of hope had once again appeared. This up and down rhythm, like a roller coaster, left the fans confused and at a loss. But no matter what, the answer lies in this final volume. Would she survive? She had to survive, didn't she? With that thought in mind, the fans opened the last volume. No surprises. As they saw the girl being pushed into the Ecchi, Arima, who had just taken a step forward, was struck with yet another heavy blow. I can't play anymore. I really can't play anymore. Fans could imagine how Arima must have sounded when he said those words, probably with an eerie calm. It must have been utterly tranquil. Like his heart had died, not even a ripple of emotion stirred by anything. What was the reason Arima first played the piano? It was just to help his mother get better. But in the end, his mother was taken by illness. And now, when Arima was starting to regain his confidence, thanks to the one person he loved, was she also going to leave him forever? The cold sensation of her fading warmth still lingered in his hands. I can't do this anymore. In the face of Arima's desperate declaration, even Aunt Hiroko didn't know how to revive his spirit. She could only watch the boy she saw as a child, her face filled with sorrow. Then, something changed. The girl, who had been rushed into the Ecchi, was brought back by the doctors. She was returned to her regular hospital room. Arima, carrying the girl on his back, took her to the rooftop. Snowflakes gently fell from the sky, one by one. Are you still playing the piano? Maison Okori asked gently. Arima, without hesitation, replied, I'm not playing anymore. Music keeps taking away the people I love. I, in the end, will be all alone. That thought naturally surfaced in his mind. But under the falling snow, the girl smiled softly. I'm still here. I'm having surgery on February 18th. That's the day of the piano competition's final round. I'll fight with everything I've got. I'll keep struggling, fighting with everything I have. Like a naughty child demanding a toy, I'll make my illness beg for mercy, then chase it away with its tail between its legs. Despite how painful, how hopeless it all felt, she said it with a smile. She even seemed to be joking. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's your fault for making me struggle like this. Your fault for making me cling to life. Your fault for making me fall in love with the time I've spent with you. With that thought, the girl spoke again. Aren't you going to struggle a little? Aren't we the best at struggling? With the girl's encouragement, Arima's mind and heart were a mess. But I haven't touched the piano in a week. There's no way I can play well in this state. If I could still play well under these conditions, it'd be a miracle. The boy, head lowered, spoke. You're looking down again. The girl, barefoot, stood up in the snow. Even without the violin, her graceful figure was as dazzling and beautiful as the first time she stood on stage. See? Miracles can happen anytime. The girl stood barefoot in the snow, spreading her arms with a beautiful smile. But the next moment, she trembled, unable to hold herself up, and was about to fall. And this was no longer a lie. Arima was no longer just friend A. The girl, with no more hesitation, spoke her confession, and in that moment, it slowly emerged within Arima's embrace. In my heart, you exist too, Arima Kausai. You love egg sandwiches, you enjoy drinking Moo Moo brand milk. What else do you like? What insects do you prefer? What have you collected? What kind of anime do you like? There's so much I still don't know about you. I really envy Tsubaki for knowing everything about you. I want to know more about you. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Please don't leave me alone. Tears streamed down the girl's face in the snow. In the snow, you are just as beautiful. Then, the scene changed. The final round of the piano competition was in full swing, while across town, the surgery for the girl was taking place. Fans eagerly flipped to the next page. The surgery had begun. At the competition, two performers, who had once looked up to Arima and now strived to surpass him, gave impressive performances. Meanwhile, Arima had made it to the competition, keeping his promise to the girl to play the piano. However, his face was pale, and he appeared visibly unwell. I have to play. I must play. I must play. The thought kept repeating in his mind. But when Arima lowered his head, memories of the night he held a black cat, its body covered in blood, resurfaced in front of him. He painfully covered his face. And in that moment, the girl's face appeared before him. And that sentence, you're looking down again. At that moment, the boy was once again saved by the girl. His hands fell onto the piano keys, and his performance began. Music expresses the self. Arima Kausai's emotions, laid bare for the audience, played through the piano. Heavy. How could his heart not feel heavy when the girl, whom he cared for, was fighting in the operating room? Dark. Just thinking about it made his mind spiral, drifting into the darkest thoughts. How could his mood be anything but dark? Emotive. The music was filled with everything he was feeling. The emotions were so complex, constantly churning in his heart. How could he possibly remain calm? Because I've never been good with words. Because I am a pianist. Because I, like you, am a performer. So, all the words I want to say to you, all the gratitude, the longing, my love. All of it is in my music. At that moment, the audience was left stunned. The music was like a whisper, like a petulant plea. At times intense, at times gentle. Filled with sorrow, Chopin's nocturne echoed in the hall, and it felt as though everyone in the audience was listening to the changes in his heart. The music sang. It was because of all the people around him that life had become so vibrant and colorful. That's why his piano was colored with such beautiful shades. The notes left by his mother. The notes he understood with A-chan's help. The notes Tsubaki had noticed for him. The notes born from his competition with Takeshi and Aigawa. The notes he created with Takeshi. The notes helped by Miss Hiroko's memories. And that girl who, since that spring they met, he had always wanted to convey something to her, something he wanted to express with his music. In the eyes of the audience, the music was rendered in vibrant colors, perfectly expressing everything Aramakausai was feeling. Fans were overwhelmed with emotion, praying. Surely, she would get better, right? They would get to play together again, wouldn't they? These thoughts naturally emerged in their hearts. They prayed they would come true. But then, the background turned pitch black. Kausai's performance was rendered in vibrant colors. Rendered in such sadness. Memories with the girl flashed in his mind. The next moment, it was as if the girl appeared before him. Though she should have been in the operating room, it seemed as though she was on the stage, wearing the white dress from their first duet, playing passionately alongside him. The scene shifted. Piano, violin, the curve of their heartbeat, the girl lying on the operating table. At the venue, Arama continued to play. Perhaps it was his imagination, or something else, but the image of the girl appeared before him, casting a longing look back at him. Her smile was just as beautiful as it had been. He closed his eyes. This was the final duet. The brilliant cherry blossoms surrounded the girl as she played. The duet reached its final notes. Wait, don't leave me. I want to argue with you again, to hear you say you want to eat a curori, to call you to pass the time. Even if you only see me as friend A. It doesn't matter. Don't go. Don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. The music slowly came to an end. The girl who had played alongside him stopped her performance as well. With a wistful, reluctant glance, tears slid down her face. Then, the girl seemed to turn into cherry blossoms and disappeared before his eyes. In the black background, the silent story was told. Without you, the starry sky is dim. The applause and cheers erupted in the hall as the performance came to an end. The boy, as the performer, stood before the audience. Did you hear it? This music. Did you hear it? I acknowledge Frenda as my performer. Maison Okori, holding a black cat under the cherry blossoms in April, smiled brightly. Arama's expression, his tears that couldn't be stopped, and the brilliant lights made the scene feel like a shining starry sky. Goodbye. Though the outcome of the surgery was not shown on the screen, in that moment, the fans understood the final conclusion. Tears fell from many of their faces without warning. Some fans, holding back their tears, fought to maintain composure. Shaking fingers, they turned the page to the final chapter. Dear Aramakausai, a letter to you. A white envelope bore the name of the boy. It feels weird to be writing a letter to someone who was just with me a moment ago. You're an awful person. Lagrat, slowpoke, dummy. The first time I ever saw you was when I was 5. It was during the recital for the piano school I was going to back then. The boy who appeared so awkwardly drove the audience to laughter, when he bumped his behind on the stool. He sat before the piano that was too big for him, and the moment he played that first note, he became the object of my admiration. Playing notes as colorful as a 24-color palette, that the melody began to dance. And yet, you going to quit playing the piano? You, who shook my lie the way you did, have given it up yourself. How awful is that? Corey, I don't want to play the piano anymore. I want to play the violin. Why the sudden desire to play the violin? Because I want Aramakausai to play with me. Such naive words, but the reader felt so warm. And then the story of what happened to the girl. I, who had been sick since childhood, I saw my parents crying one night. That moment, I started to run. Knowing my time was short, I took my first step and did many things I had once been afraid to do. And then I told a lie. I lied and said that Maison Okori liked Wataruya. That lie brought you, Aramakausai, to me. That lie, all the fans knew. Or rather, everyone in the story knew, except for Aramakausai. But Even knowing this lie, as fans read the girl's words, the tears that they had previously held back now fell freely. For those fans crying, the pain was even deeper. This love, that was never meant to be conveyed, made them weep uncontrollably. Chapter 172, Jumping off the bridge into the river. The water was cold, yet it felt refreshing. When we chased the train, I truly believed I could outrun it. In the music room, I saw the round moon, like a bun, and it looked so delicious. We sang Twinkle Twinkle while riding our bikes together, but I couldn't help singing off-key. It sounded so terrible. The school at night. There must be something hidden there, right? Snowflakes and falling cherry blossoms look so alike, don't they? I'm a performer, but my heart is filled with things outside the stage. Isn't that strange? How can I not remember these small moments? Isn't that strange? No, it's not strange at all. What about you? Have I moved into your heart? Have I moved into your heart? You have definitely barged in. Even just a little bit, will you remember me? If I forget, you'll surely appear as a vengeful spirit, won't you? You'd better not hit the reset. How could I? Don't forget me, okay? Yeah. That's a promise, okay? Yeah. In the end, I'm glad it's you, after all. Will I reach you? I hope I can reach you, Aramakausai-kun. I like you. I like you. I really do. At that moment, accompanied by Mizuno Kori's recollections, countless fans burst into tears. Tears fell in large drops, uncontrollably. Their throats emitted sobs, unable to hold back the grief. And yet, the heartbreaking scenes didn't end there. I'm sorry, I didn't finish my croissant. I'm sorry, I often hit you. I'm sorry, I often throw tantrums. There's so much I'm sorry for. Thank you. In the streets, a close-up of the girl holding a violin, smiling as cherry blossoms danced around her. The scene was so beautiful, so harmonious, yet so incredibly sad. Spring is about to arrive. The spring when I met you is coming. The spring without you is coming. Every word, every sentence, seemed perfectly crafted to hit the tear ducts of the fans, making their tears impossible to stop. Though fans cried uncontrollably, there was a strange sense of warmth rising within them, an emotion they couldn't quite explain. Amid this mix of emotions, many fans, after crying themselves out, couldn't help but leave messages on Kifumi Mugio's SNS account. Damn you, demon. Agzfub. Why did you have to do this to Kori? She was only 14. Just thinking it's April makes me even more upset. So this is why that evil mangaka chose to end your lie in April? Fuck you and thank you. I'm helpless against this kind of beautiful, tragic passing figure in life. Every little detail in the story makes me even more moved. It's as beautiful as a prose poem. I broke down crying. I hate this feeling. The delicate portrayal by the mangaka, with each scene that followed, pierced my heart. Although Your Lie in April is a great work, if I had to rate it, it would be a low score. It made me cry so painfully. There's no denying that some parts of the story are a bit exaggerated for artistic effect, but the story itself has been artistically refined, and at least it brought me so much emotion. After finishing Your Lie in April, after crying my heart out, I couldn't help but think, should this manga be defined as healing or depressing? I think it's healing. From the ending, it was clear that Kori's death was inevitable from the start, and the beauty she experienced in her final days shone brightly, like dazzling colors. At least after crying, all that remained in my heart was relief, emotion, and blessings. Kori used her last moments to heal Aramakausai. This isn't just Aramakausai and Mizuno Kori's story. Every other character shines in it as well. From the initial anger to the eventual understanding and release, the whole process felt so natural, so smooth. If I had to describe their emotions at this moment in one word, it would be conflicted. Perhaps this work has its flaws, but compared to the brilliance it displays, those flaws seem insignificant, making it hard for them to let go. The places they hate? That's obvious. No matter the emotions in their hearts, Kori's final death leaves them unable to find closure. The tears that fell during the reading process are the best proof. And these short reviews left on Kifumi Mugio's personal account are just a small part of the fans. As time went on, longer reviews began to appear on various manga-related forums. Among these, a few particularly stood out. Connie Nayuta. I first became aware of the mangaka through World End. A devastating sadness that made me cry like a child in the middle of the night. Later, when I found out that the mangaka was behind Your Lie in April, I couldn't stop myself from falling for their work. The opening of Your Lie in April isn't particularly striking, with its light, innocent style and a protagonist full of hidden backstory, but as the story progresses, I understood, the mangaka is still the same mangaka. Even though the story itself is quite cliched, with love and being unable to be with her, The themes of salvation and being saved, and the pursuit of dreams. The mangaka's exquisite art, clever framing, and beautiful writing make us forget the clichés and immerse ourselves in the story. While every character in the story shines, the ones I want to mention most are the protagonists, Arima Kausai and Mizuno Kori. Kausai is a destined protagonist, growing through tragedy, forced to mature from the people he's lost. If life for a man is a series of battles, Kausai's short life has been a series of goodbyes to those he loved, all of them coming too soon before he could express his feelings. He never understood his mother's hidden love, and before he could even comprehend the lie Kori had crafted, they both disappeared from his life far too quickly. Solitude is always too long, and happiness is always too short. This is the fate of a genius. He yearns for warmth, yet it has never returned to him. Was Kori's choice selfish? Probably. Because of her selfishness, she intruded into many lives, making many people feel the pain of her death. But because of her selfishness, a genius received what might have been the only redemption of his life. In her final moments, knowing she would lose everything, Kori fought to bloom, even forcing a smile, trying her best to seize the fleeting opportunity. All the details show that Kori wasn't as strong as she appeared. Her fragility and pain were always hidden by lies, and most of the time, we only saw her optimistic side. In the story, many scenes of Kori crying silently reveal to us that everything on the surface may have been a mask. Looking back at the first scene, where she says, "Please, support me," the one who is about to break. Kori, with tears streaming down her face, looks so full of meaning. Striving for music, striving for love, such days feel distant for most of us. The actions of Kausai and Kori may seem a bit overly dramatic, the typical rebellion of youth, but that youthful awkwardness is perfectly timed. We have an entire lifetime to grow into dull, mature adults, but how lucky is it to act recklessly while we can, during the years when it's allowed. Many years from now, perhaps Arima will have long forgotten what piece he chose for a competition, but he'll never forget why he opened the piano lid again. The mutual saving of two geniuses is truly touching. And the final tragedy they left behind is even harder to forget. Because Kanine Yuta is a well-known light novel mangaka with a decent fan base, her long comment quickly gathered thousands of likes and numerous comments. Shocked. Kanine Yuta sensei is a fan of Warrior of Love and Hope sensei. Her long review is so well written. Though she said it perfectly, I still want to say, Kori is my unresolved sorrow. I cried so much while reading the final volume. The line, "April without you is coming," was a stroke of genius. Kanine Yuta sensei cried, didn't she? Someone give me the dog's address. So the reason you haven't released a new work is because of this? Analysis by Chiba's Fallen Angel, Kuronko. Chiba's Fallen Angel Kuronko is known for their sharp, no-holds-barred critiques of every work, making them a popular figure among readers. Let me provide a different angle on your lie in April. Many people have already discussed what makes it great, but I'll delve into the lies Kori tells throughout the story. Perhaps you've noticed them, but haven't truly reflected on their meaning. Here are the major ones. The first lie, Kori likes Adaki. This lie is the starting point of the story and also the one that leads to the ending. Adaki knows about it but pretends not to, all for the sake of his best friend. The second lie, the tears at their first meeting. 9 years of waiting, 2 years of stalking, and finally being able to speak with her most admired person, Kori can't hold back her tears. But in the end, she laughs and says it was just the wind blowing too strongly. The third lie, friend A. Kori had always wanted to say the name she kept hidden for 9 years, but she knows some things shouldn't be said. She had to be a passerby in her own story, destined to leave. The fourth lie, the pastries. Kori's family runs a bakery. What kind of desserts hasn't she tried? Eating was just an excuse. As long as she was with Kausai, everything tasted good. The fifth lie, going back to the past, forgetting everything. I don't need to explain this one, everyone has their own thoughts on it. The sixth lie, I'm still here. Kori always says this with a smile when Kausai is confused, suffering, lonely, or in despair. But with the final outcome in mind, we can easily imagine the unspoken meaning behind those words, I'll quietly leave when you're happy. Behind Kori's efforts to bring Kausai happiness was her own desperate struggle against the pain of her illness. When her condition worsened, the pain was excruciating, worse than death. Surprised? The mangaka didn't explicitly show us that scene, but small details hint at it. The painkillers in her bag. The first time she entered the Ecchi, did you notice? You're all so clueless. During that scene, Kori's right hand twisted painfully at a 90-degree angle. Try comparing the image and feeling it for yourself. She must have pushed so hard that her fragile fingers scraped against the cold metal bars. The sound of bones grinding, could that be the sound of them breaking? But even in such agony, the girl didn't make a sound. Perhaps it was because she refused to give in to the illness, Perhaps because she didn't want to surrender, or maybe it was because of the promise she made with Kaosai. The final lie, a miracle. Cory knew from the start how the story would end, but she still said the word miracle only to give Kaosai courage and strength. The miracle happened and it didn't. Kaosai won the competition that was the miracle. But Cory died on the operating table. No miracle. These lies weren't the only ones in the story, but they're the most representative of the central themes. Cory loved Kaosai for 10 years.